Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you could take your seats, please, and welcome to the 26th Economist Impact Roundtable here in Athens. We're very delighted to be here. We have a fantastic program, a very good schedule, and please, would you please stand up and welcome the presidents, Katerina Sakellaropoulou, Her Excellency the President of the Hellenic Republic, and Her Excellency Maya Sandu, President of Moldova. Well, thank you very much. We're going to, please sit down. We're going to be joined also remotely for this first session by President Zelensky of Ukraine. But we're going to kick off just for the first few minutes with my co-chairs of the event, Joan Hoey and Alistair Ross from the Economist Intelligence Unit, just really to set the scene before we hear from the three presidents this morning. So I don't need to tell you that there is a lot going on in the world, and I thought it would be useful just to hear the Economist Intelligence Unit's forecast for the world, for Europe, and also for Greece, in a nutshell, for a few moments, and a few other issues that will frame our discussions over the next 3 days. So Joan, if I could start with you. Joan heads our Europe team of analysts. The global economic forecast of the EIU, I've been watching it sort of come down, revisions down and down and down. Where does it stand now, and how far has it come down from where it was before, pre-war?
Yes, thanks, Daniel, and good morning, everybody, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, we have revised down our global growth forecast, our Europe growth forecast, actually not our Greece forecast, which I will come to in a moment. But of course, the war, apart from the major geopolitical ramifications, which are huge, and we'll be talking about that this morning, the economic impact is also rather large, especially for Europe, and there's three main channels of impact, as everybody I think knows, via the sanctions, extensive sanctions, via supply chain disruptions, and via the commodities impact, hard and soft commodities, and that is the latter particularly driving inflation, as everybody knows around the world, runaway inflation, which is the main channel of impact then on business sentiment, household consumer confidence, household consumption, and so on. So the revision is of more than 1 percentage point in terms of global growth. So we are forecasting growth of 2.8% this year, compared with 3.9% before the war. And that means essentially about $1 trillion will be shaved off global growth.
And what about Europe within that picture?
So beyond Russia and Ukraine, of course, the Eurozone region, the Europe region as a whole, will be the worst affected and will take a hit of almost 2 percentage points. So our forecast for the Eurozone now, for example, is 2.2%. Before the war started, we had a forecast of 4%. And just to say that what we've seen in the early part of the year is a very strong carryover effect of strong growth, a recovery from the pandemic in Q4 that carried over into Q1, which means that even if growth slows to nothing in the remainder of the year, we're still going to see quite strong growth, because actually, historically speaking, growth of 2.2% in the Eurozone doesn't sound too bad, but I think we need to remember that that's from there's a base effect there, and the pandemic impact was very large. So we're not yet recovered across Europe as a whole from the pandemic hits.
And just a word about Russia with all the sanctions. I mean, some people have been surprised at the resilience of the Russian economy in the face of all that. When do you think that the effects, or will the effects really kick in a big way in the second half of this year?
Yes, so of course, as you say, the Russian economy seems to have been quite resilient, and the main reason for that is because Russia is still receiving very large sums of money because of the continuation of trade in oil and in gas, particularly. So the ruble has rebounded very strongly. The Russian economy is still going to take a hit of around 10% this year in terms of real GDP growth. I think over the long term, there's no doubt.
Is that 10% below what it was, or 10% contraction?
A contraction of 10% year on year. It was our forecast from more or less day one of the invasion. But I think there's no doubt that over the medium and long term, the losses for Russia, the Russian economy, are incalculable, really. Russia will be decoupled, essentially, from the Western-led economy. And over time, the loss of inputs will really begin to tell on Russian industry, and they're not really replaceable at the same level.
Joan, a word very briefly on what you might call the Greek exception. You said that Greece, you had not actually revised down the forecast. That's good news for everybody in this room. Why is that, and how do you see the outlook for the Greek economy?
So initially, we did assume that Greece would be hit, and Greece will be hit, so it will be affected. We're forecasting growth of 4% in Greece this year. That's following growth of around 8% last year, so very strong recovery in Greece last year. Initially, we thought about shaving it down, but we've kept it at 4%. Now, again, the Greek economy will be hit, consumers will be hit, household consumption will be hit because of inflation, high food and energy prices. We have inflation running at around 12% in Greece at the moment. But supporting growth will be probably a stellar year for tourism in Greece. There's a lot of pent-up demand in Europe for tourism services, and Greece is going to be a beneficiary of that, a major beneficiary of it. So that is one thing. The other thing is access to EU recovery funds. The Greek authorities have done very well in getting their program in place, in already receiving large disbursements of those funds, and they will be put to good use, and they will support the Greek economy this year and over the coming years as well. So we're still seeing some carry-through effect from the pandemic recovery, and Greece will, relatively speaking, do better than some others.
Well, these are themes we'll obviously pick up over the coming days: tourism, the EU funds flowing through, and of course inflation, which is going to be hanging over everything. Alistair, if I could turn to you very briefly. Alistair is going to be particularly chairing our energy sessions tomorrow, but perhaps I could ask you, just for a kick-off on the pandemic. It seems extraordinary we've managed to talk, Joan and I, for the best part of 7 minutes without really talking about the pandemic, and yet this has overshadowed everything for so long. Are we through it, or is that too optimistic?
I think if you judge by the number of masks in the room, there's generally a sense that we're most of the way through it. Masks are so 2021, they've completely out of fashion this year. But we shouldn't be complacent. I think there are signs already of new variants, of changes in the existing variants. And it's not unlikely that COVID will be back with us in the winter, and it will begin to throw some grit back into the wheels of the global economy. I don't think it's over by any means yet.
Okay, well, with that sobering thought, thank you both very much. We'll be back with both of you later on. But for now, we're going to turn to our panel with three presidents. Just to give you a sense of the way that's going to work, we're going to hear first from the President of Greece. We're then going to be joined by the wonders of technology by President Zelensky directly. Then we'll hear from the President of Moldova, and then we're going to have a discussion among all of us. So lots to look forward to, and it's my great pleasure to invite, first of all, Her Excellency Katerina Sakellaropoulos, please to join us for her welcoming address. Thank you.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε της Ουκρανίας,
Your Excellency, President of Ukraine, President of the Republic of Moldova. It is with great pleasure that I take part in the annual Economist Government Roundtable, starting with the expression of solidarity to Ukraine against the Russian aggression and revisionism. The Russian aggression in a sovereign country brought back next to us the barbarity of war and cast shade on all of us. We are reliving horrible crimes. We're living the experience of refugees, of misery and destruction, while at the same time we're watching a brave people against an aggression in order to support their homeland, their values, their freedom. I would like to express towards President Zelensky the respect of myself and of all Greeks for the brave struggle of the Ukrainian people. We will be standing next to you. The European Union replied to the Russian aggression by being united, by being decisive in a way that surprised everybody. We're currently riding the sixth wave of sanctions, and more military and humanitarian aid is dispatched to Ukraine. We will continue on the pathway of tangibly supporting the Ukrainian people. We, in Greece, have hosted thousands of Ukrainian refugees. Our support will always be given. The European Union was established as a venture of peace, as a venture to transcend nationalism, which were the reason why our continent has experienced bloodshed in the past. It is a union where the rule of law prevails, the pillar of based on international treaties and conventions that have to be respected. In Europe, we believe in the power of law, not in the power of the mighty. This is why the European Union, since day one, without hesitation, stood by Ukraine in their fight to protect their sovereignty, their territorial integrity, to protect an independent state. The non-violation of borders is the basis of peaceful coexistence in Europe in the post-1945 world. Revanchism and irredentism, challenging one's borders, equals to war. Aggressive neighbors and revisionistic countries that dream of changes of borders represent a threat for modern democracy that have decided to move along the path of peace, of collaboration and international law. The invasion in Ukraine woke up the West and Europe. Europe has been restructured, if you like, as a geopolitical entity, and under the shade of this external threat, the European Union is moving towards strengthening its military presence and defense unification. Some days ago, the European Council gave to Moldova and Ukraine allowed them to be candidate countries for adhering the Union. We greet this decision and we greet them a good welcome. However, we also confirmed the goal of the adhesion of Western Balkans in the European Union. Their application is still pending. Moldova and Ukraine are two European states resolved to move down the path of financial and social consolidation, so they may become parts of the European family. The Ukrainian people is currently paying a very high toll in the name of peace and European ideals. The European Union, the European way of life, keep inspiring people, and Europe will be ready to extend its solidarity to those who want to live in the context of European values. So with these thoughts, I'd like to welcome you all, and I wish the best to your conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I now believe we should be connected with President Zelensky. Can we see if this connection works? Hello, President Zelensky, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this round table. If you look at any single day about the news on the lives of our societies, you can see that two notions dominate: the war and the crisis, the full-fledged war against our country and the hybrid war against the United Europe. Speaking about the crisis, this is the crisis of the cost of living, which impacts the growth of prices, energy crisis, migration crisis, and this is the way our life looks now. And we are not looking at the possible wars or crises that Russia can come up with for the nearest future for many countries. Is it probable that Russian leadership is planning another invasion on the territory of other neighbor? No one can exclude that. Can Russia create for all of us, and Europe in particular, another crisis? Yes, of course, it is plausible. If you look at Russian cruise missiles which are flying over the roof of nuclear power plants in Ukraine, it is plausible. You can look at it and you can see that we don't even the safeguard against nuclear catastrophe. And how did it happen? Well, there are two things that can be quoted here: the gray zone and assurances. During dozens of years in Europe, there was a deficit of security. Part of Europe in the East and in the Balkans was outside of any effective architecture of security. You can explain this in different terms, why this happened, but the way that such gray zones existed from the point of view of Russia was a temptation, and any gray zone, either geographic or political or economic, Russia is viewing as a space for opportunities, anti-democratic, anti-human rights, and anti-European. And the security of the part of Europe was maintained only based on assurances. We can remember many of them. The assurances of the Budapest Memorandum, the assurances that we heard from many European leaders who said that business and dialogue with Russia is deterring Russia from aggression, or what we heard from Russian leadership who said that allegedly they have abandoned the aggressive policy. And this all collapsed not in February 2022, but in 2014, when Russian Federation occupied the Ukrainian peninsula of the Crimea. And what happens now? Again, two notions: more unity and more security guarantees. More unity in Europe and more security guarantees can be an answer to those threats which are destabilizing the current continent. The future of Europe, peaceful and calm, is not possible without these two things. We do need such unity in Europe, which will be historically the biggest one. Of course, lots of things have been done already, but not all of it. For example, we have to view what is happening in the energy market of Europe as war, and it is happening right now. Playing its game with gas, Russia is doing its best to wind up the inflation and for Europe to go through the biggest crisis this winter. At the same time, we see how Greek companies are giving one of the biggest tanker fleet for transporting on Russian oil, and this is happening when other Russian energy resources are being used as a weapon against Europe and against the budget of each and every European household. I'm sure that this is not in the interest neither of Europe nor Greece nor Ukraine. This is just one example when our unity has to be stronger to make Russia look for peaceful solutions in the hybrid war that they're waging. And if you take a look at the banking system, is banking system of Russia cut off from the financial markets? No, they still maintain the ties, and meaning they maintain the hope in Moscow. Then somehow they will be able to bypass the democratic world. They will be able to break the resistance of the European countries. Because if there is concession in one thing, why wouldn't they also make a concession on a different front? Just to give you the example of how more unity gives very practical, very hands-on result. Because of the recent Ukraine joining the energy system of European Union, EU can now get Ukrainian electricity. It allows to substitute some of the Russian deposits resources. And this is not the rocket science price, but it is much cheaper than electricity on the European market. If we take a look at another instrument, the security guarantees, would Russia attack those who would want to protect? We know that Russia have seen that Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. They're saying in Russia, okay, let them join. Although just a few months ago, they said that the alliance has to go back to the borders of 1997. So it means that collective guarantees do work. Yes, Ukraine is not in NATO. And when we asked for membership and starting our movement, we received negative answer even on the action plan. But that is not an excuse for us to stop. We need security guarantees. We need a security space that would be effective even when we are not in the alliance, in the NATO alliance. And the main objective is not to have gray security zones. We are not in the NATO, but we are on our way. And there has to be clarity. The clarity has to come now. What do we need to do to prevent aggression? What do we need to do to stop aggression now, which has started? We would like to give an answer to that question, and now we are processing this with our partners, with the countries who will be able to become the guarantors. Had that system been in place now, this war hadn't happened. If Ukraine would have had the guarantees of weapon supply, there is an isolation of aggressor, confiscation of all the assets of the aggressor. Ukraine would not be a victim of the most horrific war in Europe since the Second World War. All of that horror would not have happened. And we need to do our best for this horror not to be replayed again. This is our main objective. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing our best to make sure that there will be no gray zones again, that where Ukraine could end up. We are the candidate country to join the European Union, and we will do our best to integrate with Europe in all areas. We are grateful to all countries of Europe that are supporting us on this way. We are grateful to Greece. We will create the guarantee system which will protect Ukraine until we join NATO. What is the principle here? Russia is viewing our territory as the platform for taking over other European countries. So providing security to Ukraine, meaning providing this security to the whole Europe. But that is true not only about our country. Now Europe is united in such a manner that it has not been united for many decades. 5 years ago, it would be impossible to imagine that there will be this degree of coherence and unity, and many discussions at such platforms as yours was about how far the division of Europe will go. The division, not the unity. And Ukraine, I think, has corrected that mistake, and we have to work even harder to make us more united. Europe is the subject, global subject, and this is how it should be, and it can happen only with Ukraine. Europe has to become fully independent, in particular from Russia, from their ability to pressure all of you or each one of you individually. Is it possible? I'm sure it is. And when that reality will materialize, you will be able to say that what Europe is going through now will never happen again. The crisis of the cost of living, or the crisis of the migration crisis, which will be the result of the food crisis. All of this are the implications of the dependency that was in the past vis-à-vis Russia. You can look at this from different points of view. You can remember different factors that contributed to this. But if it hadn't been for the one who made it all worse, there would have never been this degree of crisis that makes it catastrophic. We can overcome all of that by bringing our efforts together, by strengthening our collective security, with using the principle approach, without which you cannot have the true unity and true security. Thank you to all of you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, President Zelensky. A very strong argument for European unity, and we'll return to that theme in the questions. But first, it's my pleasure to welcome the president of another candidate country for the European Union, President Maia Sandu of Moldova.
Dear President Sakelloropoulou, dear President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, almost 5 months ago, the world changed. Some of us had to accept the new reality immediately. Others were initially in denial. Very few still are. But today, one thing is clear to all. The rules and values that were put at the basis of our international system to protect our global peace and security after the Second World War are under threat. We are in a geopolitical turmoil that will shape our European security architecture and our collective future for decades to come. I visited Kiev and its suburbs exactly 1 week ago. There are no words to describe what I've seen in Borodyanka, Irpin, and Bucha. Devastated cities, devastated families, devastated lives. thousands of civilians massacred, children, women, and elderly, losing their fathers, husbands, and sons, who are fighting now, as we speak, for their country's right to exist. Russia's reckless war against Ukraine is, without doubt, the tragedy of this century. Its magnitude and grief spill over the borders of Ukraine. A humanitarian catastrophe, a global energy crisis, and a global food crisis in development, fueling insecurity around the world. We need to do everything that is in our powers to stop it. During the last 4 months, we have witnessed monumental examples of leadership and governance taken by the Ukrainian authorities, civil society, and ordinary citizens, partnering under unbelievable circumstances to help Ukraine survive as a state. Western partners have been helping as they could. Europe has seen unprecedented mobilization to help Ukraine and its citizens to defend themselves. Moldova alike has mobilized from the very first day of the war to help. Almost 500,000 Ukrainian refugees found shelter or safe transit via our country of 2.6 million people. Around 70,000 refugees, making 3% of our population, are still in Moldova, mostly women and children. Around 90% of them are hosted in Moldovan families, who were the first to open their homes to all those who needed help. We will continue to do so until every Ukrainian can return home safely. We have provided humanitarian aid, and we stand ready to work closely to support international efforts to enable exports of Ukrainian grain and to alleviate the global food crisis. Meanwhile, we face our unprecedented challenges in energy, security, and the economy. We do not know how long our people will be able to carry the burden of soaring prices for food, utilities, and fuel. Probably no country has been affected harder than Moldova by rising costs and growing uncertainties of our energy supply. Today, our people are already paying for gas a price that is 6 times higher than last year. I'm sorry to say this, but democracy could be among the things people are ready to sacrifice on the altar of safety and a full stomach. This is not a Moldovan problem. It's a vulnerability of many fragile democracies that depend on energy imports and have to pay the abnormal prices on the current market. We are grateful to our European and other Western partners who have been trying to help us. On June 23rd, my country was granted EU candidate status, the light at the end of the tunnel for many people who are unsure about Moldova's future, considering the dire circumstances. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all EU member states, the European Parliament, the Commission, and the Council for their trust and commitment to stand by our side, particularly since the war has started. We are determined to do all that's in our powers, not only to transform our country, but also to contribute to a more united and more resilient Europe that can meet the challenges of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we're next for Europe and for Moldova. It's important to continue swimming in the right direction of history. Democracy is in real danger all over the globe. Democratic governments must rally to counter authoritarian abuses. They should be looking inward to strengthen their own institutions and prevent homegrown efforts to undermine democracy from within. To save democracy, we need to stop this reckless war against Ukraine, and we need to strengthen our common democratic resilience. 3 countries improved more recently their democracy, according to the 2021 Democracy Index of the Economist Intelligence Unit. and all three are in Eastern Europe: Moldova, Montenegro, and North Macedonia. Moldova rose to 69th place in the global ranking, up from the 80th in 2020. Still, we have many things to fix at home to strengthen our country's resilience, our democracy, the rule of law, and our prosperity. This requires serious reforms, and we have just started to implement these reforms. And the war in Ukraine represents a serious threat and impediment to our efforts. We should continue standing united in our commitment to peace, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We need to stay committed to upholding the rule-based international order. Starving the world and freezing Europe are not tools for dialogue in the 21st century. We need to find urgent solutions to the growing energy prices so as to prevent citizens from choosing between their livelihoods and their values. We need to push for the diversification of energy supply. We need more cross-border connectivity. We also need to increase our energy efficiency. We need to collectively purchase energy resources and create stocks. We need to create assistance mechanisms to compensate the groups vulnerable to the volatility of the energy prices. We need to adopt new, modern, and sustainable technologies for energy production. The EU and the partner countries need a consolidated policy to reduce dependency on Russian energy supplies. This policy should be based on European solidarity, assistance to most vulnerable countries, and be guided by the objectives of the European Green Deal. The food security crisis is one of the direct consequences of this war and needs immediate attention. The international community must not admit the deliberate destruction of Ukraine's economic capabilities, including those related to food security. We need shorter logistic chains, bring production of food closer to the European market, and make new investments in production facilities. We need to facilitate efficient transport across Europe. It is important that the West stands ready to help Ukraine overcome the economic and social consequences of the war. I very much welcome the discussion in the EU about a reconstruction plan for Ukraine. In the recent history, no European country has sacrificed and suffered, nor it deserving aid more than Ukraine. We all need to continue consolidating national armies to increase our resilience and defense capabilities. Moldova is only starting to do so, and I want to thank Council of the EU for the recent adoption of the €40 million assistance measure for the armed forces of Moldova as part of the European Peace Facility. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe goes through tectonic shifts. Democracy is challenged. Security is challenged. Rules, norms, and values are all challenged. What we witness today is the tragedy of the 21st century, and its legacy will haunt us for years to come. But day by day, it is making Europe stronger, more united, and more resilient. Uncertainties may be looming over our future, yet we shall master our destiny, and with resolve and a clear direction, so we will, by standing together against aggression and in European solidarity. Thank you.
Could I invite President Sakharov, please, to join us? Thank you. So tectonic plates indeed, as you said. I think we still have President Zelensky with us. So I was wanted to invite you, first of all, to make any comment that you would like on the remarks that we heard from President Zelensky, and ask him any first question that you would like to ask.
I don't know if I would have a question for President Zelensky. Probably I would like him to say what he believes about the near future. Nevertheless, what I find interesting is exactly the dynamic of the Ukrainian people, the leadership, and Europe. We all coordinate in that. It was seen by what Mrs. Sadu has already mentioned, that Europe reacted right away after the Russian invasion. Nobody believed that we would experience in the 21st century phenomena of questioning borders and the tragedy, the massacres, and all these distractions, the humanitarian crisis, the destruction of Mrs. Sandu has already said 3 days ago. There was a discussion in Switzerland about the recovery plan of Ukraine the next day. This is positive and necessary, because this is how we spread the positive message for the future. While the war is still underway, I would like to ask him, if we have hope for positive outcomes, but if we cannot expect the end.
Outcomes in the near future, President Zelensky, what can we expect in the coming phase of the war in particular?
Thank you for this question. We'd like to be honest with you. We live in the present day, and we live in terms of what happens today. We are quite sure in future that this united force that we have been mentioning, will strengthen our army, will strengthen Ukraine, and we will do our best to have the capability to stand for our country. So I'm 100% sure in the future we are not waiting for victory, we will be grabbing that victory. Russia came to our home with their occupation to annihilate Ukraine altogether. So everything is clear here. It is important that we have this unity within the society. It is very important that we're all like-minded people. This war united not only Europe and the world, but this war also, although there's very little positive about it, but it united our country from within. The leadership, the society, everyone. Everyone is very constructive and positive about it, but we're not going to run. So this is the key thing that Russian Federation did not expect, that there was resistance of the country, which is dozens of times smaller than Russian Federation, but people turned out to be stronger, many times stronger within Ukraine. So what is happening now? Our society is grateful to the help of the partners, but the society is looking forward to the increase of this assistance. First of all, in terms of defense capabilities of the country, in terms of other things, all of these crises, we know who is the reason for this and who is creating all of this. This is Russia. So all that I've said and what is ahead of us depends on Russia and united Europe. The sanction pressure, diplomatic pressure, 24/7 pressure. This is an important home assignment for all the countries to force Russia look for peace. They do not want to for the peace to materialize. As experts mentioned in the introductory part, they mentioned the effects of sanctions, that they are not impacting strong enough, that it will be noticed only long term, but it would be a powerful blow if we would load up this sanction instrument 100%. So if all sanctions that have been adopted, they only strengthen the global position against Russia. But it's not enough, because they are looking for bypasses in terms of business and other elements. But if all sanctions that are introduced by European Union, Britain, United States, Canada, Australia, the whole world, if all these sanctions are introduced without exceptions, 100%, I'm sure that it would be tough for the whole world, but it will be tougher for Russia. They will stop this war. The sanctions are being introduced. We have to understand that this is not just because of Ukraine, because of the violation of the international law, the violation of the way they treat democracy, the freedom, the human right, the freedom of speech, because they violated these principles. This was the reason why the sanctions were introduced, and we have to continue these sanctions, because Russia will not stop in Ukraine. Unless we stop them here, they will go on, and they will continue with that same policy. On the stage, President Maya Sandu knows very well what means having a temporary occupied territory in her country, its impact, its risks, and how it impacts the development of the whole economy in the country. After the part of Moldova was occupied, you understand that there is no normal living in Moldova, just like here in the Donbass. There is no development there, because no civilization, no business is thriving when Russia comes to those territories. The same is having in other parts of the world where Russia comes. They are not bringing civilization along. They bring only crisis. Thank you.
Can I bring in President Sandu there and ask you about Transnistria, and whether you see this as something that is going to become a wedge, or could risk becoming a wedge again in this war?
Yes, indeed, the illegal presence of the Russian troops in Transnistria makes the region a big vulnerability, and this problem has been there for many years. But now, since Russia invaded Ukraine, the vulnerability has increased. And we have been monitoring the situation very closely to make sure that these Russian troops there, or the regime in Tiraspol, do not try to create situations which might lead to something that we don't want. So for now, and we have discussed this with President Zelensky last week, for now we believe that the situation is under control. I mean that there are no attempts by the Russian troops there and by the Tiraspol regime to involve in provocations, but the situation can change. So for now, we can say that things are quiet, but things can change. And of course, having a foreign army on our territory is creating these risks.
Can I turn to the more positive side of things, and the candidate membership of the European Union? Obviously, that's a very important step, but it's also a long-term process. It doesn't happen. Membership itself won't happen overnight. Can you give a sense of what your expectation is? How will this proceed? How long might you have to wait to actually become a member?
Well, as I said, this Russian aggression against Ukraine makes things difficult with respect to the internal challenges that we have to deal with, because when we came to power, in the presidential elections and then in the parliamentary elections, my only wish was that we'll have a safe environment, that we will not have dramatic external challenges, so that we could focus on our internal challenges, because we have lots of them. We have to reform justice, we have to build strong anti-corruption institutions. Corruption used to be a big problem for my country. We need to improve the quality of all our state institutions for the people to trust again in the state. We want to work hard on improving the business environment, and we have started all this because we want to attract investors, and we want to bring, to create opportunities for people to stay in Moldova. 1/3 of the population left the country because they didn't have proper economic opportunities at home, and because they didn't trust the government institutions. So we had, and we still have, lots of challenges. But then with such a security threat at the border, and then with all these consequences, because as I've mentioned, the tariff for gas in Moldova is already 6 times higher than last year. And this is not the end of the story, unfortunately, because looking at what happens in the market, how the prices have been going up, I'm afraid to think what these tariffs will have to be at the end of the year. And these dramatic social consequences, they might have implications on our democratic development. So in our part of the world, it's really difficult to build and consolidate democracy. That's why the EU is so important to us. And actually the reforms that the EU is expecting us to implement are the reforms that we've promised to people, and these are the changes that people expect from us. So there are no divergences between what EU expects from us and what the people expect from us. The problem is that the external environment, the external challenges are so big that they do pose a threat on Moldova's democracy. Yes, we are very lucky and happy that we got the candidate status, but then of course both Ukraine and Moldova would be very interested to know when can we count on the next stage, which is initiation of the negotiations, because this would be both to support the moral of the people, but also to help us implement the reforms despite the dramatic external challenges.
Thank you. Well, our time is very limited, so I want to turn back to President Zelensky and ask you, in your opening remarks, you were emphasizing the crucial importance of European unity. You may have seen on the cover of The Economist this week, we talk about the long war and the need for maintaining that unity through potentially quite a long time. How concerned are you about the ability of your European partners to maintain that sense of unity as these difficulties persist over time, the pressures persist, and what can you do to try to make sure that that unity is indeed maintained?
Thank you. That I will be able to discuss at length about this topic. We understand these threats. I personally devote most of my time to overcome the threats that you've just mentioned. We can be wary of the war, all of us can, and that's one aspect. Another one is that Russia is investing big money to mobilize their information policy as much as possible against our country, condemning us of different things and pursuing this expensive disinformation war. So it's difficult to combat this. Just my single voice or just the voice of my society is not enough. We need the voice of the united Europe. Therefore, as much as Europe will be able to support us in our war with Russia, Europe, democracy and freedom will be protected. If Europe understands that this is not about the war in Ukraine, that this is about war in Europe, and we are just the fence, we are the fence protecting Europe with our lives. So the bigger, to the extent Europe will be able to understand our pain and what we're going through, will determine how long we will stand. And then we will have a chance to win over Russia, which is the symbol of the authoritarian rule. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Perhaps one final question, if we just have time for one more, related to your neighbor Belarus and certain concerns that Belarus might be brought in closer by President Putin to his campaign. How worried are you about that, and what can you do to try to make sure that Belarus does not more actively join the war against you?
First of all, we have to be honest and open about certain things. Missiles were shot at Ukraine from the territory of Belarus, many of them, of different caliber, which brought sufferings of varying magnitude to Ukraine. At the same time, we understand that this was not the decision of the Belarusian people. And we think that Belarusian people have to do their best not to be drawn into this war. But there has to be responsibility of the people who do see what is happening. They cannot be silent. They cannot say, it's not us, it's just Russian Federation from our territory. It's shooting at you. I think this is not fair. Nevertheless, we do believe that Belarus will not be drawn into this war. But provocations persist, provocations will continue, and to be honest, I don't quite agree with Maya Sander. There are provocations in Pridnestrovia. They are minor, but they exist. Russia is doing this. Russia is doing this on purpose to have turmoil there as well, to have another explosion of this war there. And in Belarus is under threat of being drawn in. We can only say one thing on our part, that we are prepared for that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We've reached actually more than the end of our time, but I wanted to let us go on a little bit longer because that's so important to us all. So thank you very much to all three of our presidents for a fascinating and very important conversation this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. A photograph, yes, they want to. Thank you. Thank you. Will we see you later will you come to our dinner this evening? Or not? You need to change your chair to this one. Okay, so we're going to carry on now to our next session, really continuing very much the themes that we've already been talking about in that fascinating opening session. So it's my pleasure now to invite our next speakers. Please, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, Yulia Tymoshenko, and Martin Schulz, please to join me.
Hello, great to see you again. Hello. Hello.
I think if you come. Thank you. So our subject here is the changing face of Europe. We've already been hearing about the changing face of Europe from our three presidents. We have now representatives from Croatia, former president of Croatia, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, a former prime minister of Ukraine, Yulia Tymoshenko, and the former president of the European Parliament, Martin Schulz. So we have a very distinguished group of people to shed further light on questions such as the new security architecture of Europe, the energy questions that are so important, as you've heard just now, questions of the European unity's enlargement, but also, of course, of NATO's enlargement. So to begin with, I'd like to invite Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, please, to give her perspective on these questions.
Well, absolutely. What we have heard this morning, I believe everybody agrees that Russia's aggression against Ukraine has changed the security landscape, not just of Europe, the European Union, and transatlantic security for the long term, but really global security. In a world that is contested, where we have systemic competition, not just for resources, but also supply chains, supply routes, values and ideologies, the instability only becomes greater and the chance of a big power conflict increases. We have recently seen the document that came out of the NATO summit, the new strategic concept, which has clearly stated the intention of the transatlantic alliance for the decades to come. And the asymmetry that we had before that summit, or before Russia's aggression, the asymmetry of expectations has been wiped out overnight, I would say. We have strong solidarity, unity of purpose in defense of values and defense of territory of about 1 billion people in the transatlantic alliance and the rules-based international order. The asymmetry of contributions is also closing in, as basically all NATO nations and many more are increasing defense investment. And the asymmetry of capabilities is also defined as something that, in spite of the fact that we now have a territorial invasion, a geographical invasion, a blatant violation of the postulates of international law of state sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the inviolability of international borders, nevertheless, we should not focus only on geographic frontiers, but also on domain frontiers. So not just on land, air, and sea, but also cyberspace, space, emerging and disruptive technologies. And for the first time, actually, it includes also climate change as a force multiplier of the many challenges that we are facing. And the fact that cyber attacks and the coercive use of power, economic power, disinformation, disruption, etc., can constitute attacks based on Article 5, so can trigger collective self-defense of the alliance. Now, the issue, of course, is the relationship between NATO and the European Union when we talk about European security architecture. And I must remind that about 90% of citizens of the European Union live in NATO. So obviously, when we talk about increasing European capabilities and capacities, we are talking about interoperability and complementarity rather than duplication. With the offensive moving on the ground in Ukraine as it is right now, I believe that everybody is projecting that what we will see ahead is either a long war or at best a frozen conflict with military skirmishes, with both sides preparing for Ukraine to take over the occupied territories and for Russia to continue aggression into Ukraine and potentially beyond Ukraine. So what is important at this point is to first, again, reinforce our commitment to collective defense and deterrence and assistance to partners in all of that, in particular the aspiring members of the alliance and also the aspiring members of the European Union. In my opinion, speed up the Euro-Atlantic accession process to provide for the security and stability of these countries and close dangerous vacuums that appear, and to focus on how we can prepare for, to better manage the systemic shocks and disruptions that we have experienced so far with the COVID pandemic, with the health crisis, but also with the fact that in 2021, the prices of energy and fertilizers were already at their record high, and that the sanctions will start hitting back our own economies. That will be reflected in an energy crisis, increased inflation, and increased prices of foodstuffs. So we're looking at the potential, not just energy crisis, but food crisis in the world. And in face of all of this, what is most important and what has proven to be one of the key factors in this aggression against Ukraine is to maintain solidarity and unity of purpose, to protect the values and to continue with sanctions, which of course are not always the most effective element, but in combination with diplomatic and military means are the best tool that we have right now. And to look into that future of instability, to provide for energy independence, diversification, connection of energy networks in Europe, and to start thinking already now what we're going to do about the rising food prices and the shortages of food that we will see as one of the outcomes, one of the results of Russia's wars against Ukraine. War fatigue will start to develop, but we have to remain united, and this is what President Zelensky has underlined several times very clearly, because that is the way forward, and that is the most efficient position that we have in order to protect our common values and international law.
Quick follow-up on that. War fatigue, remaining united. You talked about the extraordinary things that have been changed with NATO's enlargement and new strategy. But it's going to come under pressure. And you talked also about these economic pressures, the energy, the food prices, the inflation. Do you think that the populations of Europe, and also, including your own country, are prepared for the very real hardship that it's going to take to stay united in the face of this common threat that President Zelensky was so clear about?
I don't think that everybody is really aware of the potential level of crisis that we are facing. I think that we're still hoping, and sometimes it's wishful thinking, that we are going to take care of all of these aspects. However, what we don't want to see is individual countries preparing for the crisis in terms of making stockpiles of either foodstuffs or of energy. I think what needs to be maintained is the flow and the interconnection and solidarity that can erode. Certainly there will be public dissatisfaction. We already see war fatigue developing, whereby Ukraine is not the first item in the news any longer every single day, but only when something important happens. And with respect, when we talk about one of the elements that is part of this panel is also NATO enlargement and EU enlargement, which was reinforced in the next strategic concept, the decisions from Bucharest with respect to Ukraine and Georgia, again renewed. I think we have to see that perspective for Bosnia and Herzegovina as well. We have to act a lot quicker to start negotiations with North Macedonia, Albania, and to continue negotiations on EU accession in the region, because that is the best way where we can discuss these common problems and find common European and transatlantic solutions. And in that sense, also act together with our partners worldwide, because this is a global crisis. We have to have a global outlook. And another very important aspect is also what President Zelensky mentioned, and that is countering disinformation. Because one of the elements that Russia will be using, President Putin in particular, to blame NATO, the European Union, the international community for the rising prices, for the shortages of food, for the shortages of fuel, etc. And we must not succumb to that kind of propaganda. It's not going to be easy, but maintaining that solidarity and a firm position is the only way forward.
Well, thank you. I think that's a good segue to Yulia Tymoshenko. You're very much familiar with dealing with Russia, with President Putin. What is the priority, in your view, for the next period of this dreadful war?
I'd like to thank you, dear friends. Our country is burning right now. This is something we have never experienced in the past. Never before such a big crisis has never been experienced by us. That's why I'd like firstly to thank all political leaders, all countries, because I want you to know that if it wasn't for your unity, if it wasn't for your aid and solidarity, Ukraine will not be able to stand upright and win. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. So, with respect to your question about the topic of this discussion, how is the face of Europe to change? Allow me to make some personal comments. The new face of Europe, it is Europe to decide what this new face will be. Will it be the face of freedom? What kind of freedom, however? Are we talking about some freedom with no European values embedded? Will it be the face of aggression? Will it be the face of crisis? I think this is the most important choice Europe has to make, and this will determine what the face of Europe will be in the future. Despite challenges, despite the changes, I'd love to see Europe remaining itself, not to change their values, not to change their principles, and retain them as they stand right now. Now, some remarks. Since day one of the war in Ukraine, one of the most important steps has been the candidacy and the state or the candidate status for Ukraine. There are gray zones. Actually, I'm talking to some neutral stance or attitude adapted by some. This must be avoided. Another comment. I think that the new security architecture of Europe must rely on a certain thing, that nobody should be left out. If someone challenges, actually what I mean is that it is either for everyone or for no one. We have to include everybody, otherwise we're not talking about collective security. This is what the case of Ukraine confirms. And I'd love to see that covering both the military dimension and the energy related and the energy dimension or the food supply issue. We have to understand that there is no topical or local war. No, the warfare may expand. In order to avoid that, we have to build a completely different strategy. And my last comment. In the United Nations Security Council and in the context of the European Union and in other international fora, there are certain decisions taken, which means that sometimes the right of the mighty may prevail. So we have to understand that some questions call for specific replies, and some decisions have to be taken by enhanced majority, because nobody is allowed to drag Europe behind for their own purposes. And one last thing. In no way are we to consider the war in Ukraine as a crisis of small scale somewhere close to the borders of Europe and just try to tackle it. No, we have to be clear about that. We have to understand that 20% of Georgia has been occupied back in 2008, and in 2014 Crimea and Ukrainian eastern territories have been placed under Russian occupation. So we must not take the same decisions like we did then. We have to take decisions that will allow us to defend Europe as a whole. Today, this is a moment of historical proportions. We have to revisit our practices of the past, of protecting our world in a systematic way.
Thank you very much. I'm going to, in the interest of time, go straight on to Martin Schulz. And if we talk about the changing face of Europe, actually that's nowhere more apparent than in the changing policies of Germany. We've seen astonishing change over the course of the past few months. How do you see this shaping up over the coming period for Europe and for Germany in particular, such a crucial part in this picture?
Quite clear that the position of the federal government in Germany has changed enormously. And as a former leader of the German Social Democratic Party, the ruling party in the country and the party of Chancellor Scholz, I must admit that this was for us an enormous step. Not only by under the taking into account the real circumstances, the war, but also taking into account German history. It's quite clear my experience as a president of a European institution coming from Germany was always the same. Everybody was asking German leadership. The moment you announced German leadership, everybody said, not that leadership. So it was not as easy as it was taken, and it was more difficult than people thought, but the steps were made, and I underline that Germany is a very reliable partner, and taking on board what President Zelensky said, and especially sitting beside Yulia Tymoshenko, with whom I used to work very closely together during my term as President of the European Parliament. Germany was already, before the Russian aggression, before the Russian war, the biggest donor of financial and infrastructural aid to Ukraine. More than the United States, by the way, was Germany financing. Therefore, a lot of critical observations against Germany were, in my eyes, completely unjustified. Second remark, yes, Europe is united. One thing I never expected in my life was, and is in my eyes, one of the biggest failures of Putin. That's the joining of Finland and Sweden to NATO. This is geopolitical, an enormous failure of Russia with a long-term impact, I'm absolutely convinced, and it's changing the structure of Europe. But I want to share, because the two presidents to my right already underlined a lot of things I don't want to repeat. It's not necessary. Everything about unity in Europe was already underlined. I want to share with you some of my worries. First worry is Asia and Africa and Latin America. I just returned from a trip to Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. I met Lula da Silva and Dilma Rousseff. I met Alberto Fernandez, the president of Argentina, and Pepe Mujica, the former president of Uruguay. Four leading figures of Latin America, four messages unanimously. We are against that shameful war, but we are against your sanctions. And my question, why you are against our sanctions? This is a need in that struggle, in that fight. The answer was, for you, the super rich Europeans, rising energy costs of food prices is no problem. But for us, it means breaking down for the middle class and hunger for poor people. And the same in Africa, the same in Asia. Therefore, I found it very meaningful that Olaf Scholz invited the president of South Africa, the prime minister of India, and the president of Indonesia as the leading country of the G20 to the G7 summit, because if we will not avoid that the Russian propaganda that the Europeans and the Ukrainians are responsible for the food crisis in the world and for the hunger crisis will achieve, we have to share the burdens and to relieve the burdens of these countries. Other worry, United States of America. For the time being, President Biden sticks to everything he promised, and the engagement of the United States of America is strong. But if Trump will get back to the White House, I want only to remind you that this shameful man blackmailed President Zelensky some years ago. You will only get money and weapons if you deliver to me papers against the son of Joe Biden. He was playing with international politics for his shameful domestic election campaign strategies. And he considered Putin at the beginning of the war as a smart man, a smart guy. Imagine that such a president of the United States would act in, for the time being, with unpredictable impacts. Therefore, yes, if the Europeans are not economically, militarily, and politically united and stick together and define their common strategy as a European common strategy, then we continue to be dependent in a certain moment from unreliable forces in the United States of America. Therefore, there is no reasonable alternative. Last worry, I underline there is no realistic alternative to the candidate status for Moldova and Ukraine. But if there is not the same chance for the Western Balkan countries, and seeing Zoran Zaev here sitting in the first row, reminding what Greece and Northern Macedonia did on the request of the European Union, and then a veto against starting of the negotiations, this is completely unacceptable. If we will not grant to the Western Balkan countries the same opportunities, then we will lose them, and that could be an advantage for Putin. Therefore, I underline everything about European unity, but it is not without challenges outside Europe and worldwide.
Well, I think those three warnings are very well made. We'll have a chance, I'm sure, to pick up some of them, perhaps with former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, later on the American question, on the Western Balkans, surely in the session on that we'll be having. I'd like to ask you about your question on sanctions, because you raise this very serious impact that it's having across the world. There's really a global food crisis of enormous proportions. But what's your answer to this? Does it mean, is the conclusion because developing countries are angry with the sanctions that we should not have the sanctions? Or what is the political solution to the very real problem that you raise?
No, there is no alternative to the sanctions. I think this is absolutely necessary, and the sanctions are effective. I think everybody can see that the Russian economy is suffering, and we should maintain and continue. But in the same time, we should finance as much as it is possible the countries who are unable to solve on their own the problems. That's not India, for sure, and also not Indonesia, but the Central and Eastern and Western African countries and some of the Asian countries suffering a lot. By the way, also some of the Latin American countries. So, on which is concerning the European Union, if we want to share with these countries a strategy to solve the food crisis, we need money. But then I must tell to some of the leaders of the European Union that the Stability Pact of the European Union is, for the time being, not the solution of the problem. We then must accept that the sovereign debt of some of the countries are higher, that we need a very reasonable, that's the point for the European Central Bank, very reasonable steps on which is concerning the interest rate strategy, and we have to fight internally in the European Union, also with money and with an interest rate strategy against inflation, because the president of Moldova said in her speech a very important thing. Democracy depends also from filled stomachs. And if authoritarian systems promise to you, you will have enough food, but you have to accept our authoritarian anti-democratic system, and if ordinary citizens with hunger have to make a choice, which strategy they will choose. So therefore, I think internally in the European Union, a financing debate is absolutely necessary.
It seems to me you're making the case for a level of leadership which is not always evident, but which is called for perhaps now more than ever among European leaders. I'd like to ask Yulia Tymoshenko specifically on this question of food security, because Ukraine plays such an important role in the food supply of the world, and of course all the grain that Ukraine has now is waiting to be delivered, but is most of it blocked. Are there any realistic prospects, do you think, to get some of this food to markets, especially as the harvest starts to come in?
Так, сьогодні в Україні майже 25 мільйонів тонн зерна є для експорту, але заблоковано все. Безкінечні
A lot of wheat in Ukraine is blocked today. There are discussions but do not bring any results. Russians use only violence and understand only violence. And they use starvation as a weapon And today, the world is in crisis. We understand today that we need to negotiate, discuss, but we also need to use all the means necessary to deblock the grain, to open the ports, and allow. I have a gift for you, for the Economist. We have found 1,800 we have found a document of 168 years ago, that in Economist there was an article that talked about the perennial sources of Russian weakness, and it responds to today's well, is Russia, whether Russia's strength was that of a bully or the giant, whether she was really entitled to dictate and domineer as she habitually did, whether, in a word, she was mighty in virtue of her own inherent force or only in virtue of the ignorant timidity of her foes and rivals. If Russia behaves the way it behaved 168 years ago, it will fail. That was written during the Crimean Wars, but it's timely as ever. Today we talked a lot that might provokes, and I want to add that weakness also provokes. Ukraine suffers. There is only one recipe, actually. We all need to impose the rule of law, and in that way we will stop the aggressors, the aggressivity of everyone by supporting the rule of law. The weakness is provocative of getting decisions.
Article. I would like to ask you really about comparing, since you talk about history, Ukraine today compared with the Ukraine that you led when you were Prime Minister seems to me to be obviously there are many continuities of Ukraine, but there's also a fundamental change that has happened because of the war. It seems to have cemented European destiny for Ukraine. Is that something that you are very conscious of, aware of, when you look at Ukraine today, that there's been a real transformation internally of the country because of the external threat?
In fact, in Ukraine, there are three important forces that support us. The first force, the first power, is our unity, and the unity in Europe, the unity around the world, with the aim of with the aim to help us terminate this war. That's the first thing. We must not lose our belief. We have to thank France, Germany, Italy, especially Germany, on which relies on Russia a lot. Germany has radically changed its position vis-à-vis the aggressor, and it behaves in a completely different way now. Perhaps Germany has taken the most difficult decisions ever. Second force, the sanctions. Countries like Russia have to be put aside, have to be sidelined. They have to be punished. And the third force, guns and weapons, military force. If we have no military, have no ammunition, we won't be able to stand up. We have to be given the weapons we need, the weapons that are necessary for us to win. Today, the countries imposing sanctions face difficulties as well. We really appreciate that. We really appreciate that countries, despite the problems they face as a result of the sanctions, they keep insisting on the sanctions. So, the quicker this war is over, the quicker the problems that derive from sanctions will be terminated. So, we must not allow to Putin to prolong this war. We have to be quick, we have to be clear that this war is over with our win on the field. We have to get over with this regime. Today, lots of people talk about peaceful negotiations and peaceful procedure. There is no way. There is no talks-mediated way to bring peace. Why? Because Putin's terms, such as giving him for free 20% of our territory in order to, and of course also to dismantle the Ukrainian defense forces and not to apply for NATO membership, or to eradicate our cultural identity, these terms cannot be accepted by the Ukrainian society, these conditions. Anything else beyond that is part of a blackmailing attempt. The Ukrainian society will never agree on these terms in order to have peace. The war will not be over under these terms. So this alternative, this pathway, is a pathway we will never accept. The only treaty we can sign with Russia is the treaty of Russia's full collapse and defeat. We must not look for phony ways out. Ukraine will win on the field, but we have to find a clear target that we should aim at.
Already well over time, but I want to give you each a very quick, please 1 minute answer to a final question, which is precisely on this question of the how this ends, if you like. You said it has to end with a Russian defeat, a very clear defeat by Putin. I suppose I would like to ask all of you to assess the chances of that, and also the question of whether that is the only way that you see that this ends, or are there alternative scenarios that you either imagine might be possible or could happen before too very long. So, start with you.
First of all, the freedom, independence, territorial integrity of Ukraine and its freedom of choice to determine its political and security alliances is essential for European peace and security. Second, of course, we would like all of us to see the end of this war as soon as possible, at least the end of bloodshed and the immense shelling of infrastructure and the civilians, but none of us have the right to impose the terms of peace upon Ukrainians. It's for Ukraine to decide on the terms of that peace. I already said that, unfortunately, I think we're looking towards a long war or a frozen conflict. In terms of the victory for Russia, I believe that the fact that they had to revise their initial plans and now focus on the Donbas region the fact that there is more NATO on Russia's borders rather than less NATO, that we'll have Sweden and Finland joining NATO pretty soon, that for the first time NATO is deploying combat-ready forces in its eastern neighbors, and is making or reassessing strategic vulnerabilities and making plans for long-term standoff with Russia. Avoiding miscalculation and escalation of this war, but nevertheless ready and committed to fully defend our values, our territory, and our people. And the new strategic concept, again, is a testimony for that, because I think that the language that you have, that you see in it, is strongest than ever. Now, the key is to continue with that solidarity and unity.
Yulia Tymoshenko.
Мета Путіна, мета Кремля.
The purpose of Kremlin, the objective of Putin, is to renew their empire. Not just to conquer Donbass or Crimea, or to have the inland pathway to Crimea established. No, they want to re-establish their empire. If we do not stop them, he will not stop on his own. Having their empire rebuilt doesn't rely only on the force of weapons and the occupation of Ukraine. It's something that goes well beyond that. If we allow him to win this battle by means of peace talks, if we allow him to split our parts, we have no right to do that, because in history, because the winning forces are the ones that impose the new world order. We cannot allow to an invader, to this aggressor, to impose his terms because of the force of their arms, and as a result rebuild the boundaries of our countries. So we have to opt for the road of freedom, and we have to make the selection as quickly as possible. The quicker we do that, the quicker it will be for this war to terminate on the soil of Ukraine. So we have together to act, and together to beat this war, to win this war.
The aim is very much shared, but the question of how quickly this can happen is not entirely clear. How do you see this?
Unpredictable. I think this is a question I can't answer. I hope that the Ukrainian forces are strong enough to beat the Russian forces. But it is a hope. It's not a certainty. Secondly, one of the biggest problems is ahead. Despite the circumstances, sooner or later, we have to negotiate with them. And then we have to negotiate with the war criminal. I don't see a replacement of Putin in Russia. I think the support within the country is still strong. And I hope that it is becoming weaker and that he will be weakened by the economic sanctions. But for the time being, he's there. And one of the biggest problems is, imagine we have to negotiate with these permanent liars like Medvedev, Lavrov, or Putin. This is really this is another challenge for the international community. But it remains to be the second nuclear force in the world. They are not disappearing. This is wishful thinking. And we have to find a solution, I think, as soon as possible, on which is concerning the unconditional support for Ukraine. Because I repeat what I said, I fear already with the midterm elections in the United States and a potential majority of the Republican Party in both chambers of the Congress, that the President of the United States will be considerably weakened. And this is one of my biggest worries.
Well, lots of sobering thoughts. I think that's called realpolitik in a way, but plenty to think about and plenty to chew on for the rest of this conference. I thank you all very much for your insights this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. Thank you. So we're going to carry on with, again, a remote connection with Eva Kaili, Vice President of the European Parliament. I hope that Eva Kaili is able to hear us. There you are. We see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
How wonderful. Welcome. Welcome. And I don't know whether you've been able to listen to our conversation so far, but we've had a fascinating series of perspectives on the current European situation and, of course, the many, many challenges that it faces. So please share with us your perspective on this sitting in the European Parliament. How does it look to you, and what can and should Europe be doing at this stage?
First, let me say I'm connected from Strasbourg. We have our plenary session this week. That's why I couldn't be with you. And Daniel Franklin, it's an honor to discuss with you. It was a very interesting debate indeed. I will start by underlining what it was said, that we need to define our European strategy and not to follow a US strategy. We need to be prepared to have a social and economical and a military European Union. We face an unexpected crisis. I'm talking to several conferences, and I feel that everybody sees a perfect storm ahead of us, if not being in the center of it. It's inflation, it's a decline of our consumers' purchasing power, it's the energy and food poverty ahead, or like we need to have secure supply chains. And this week in the plenary, we are discussing about the possibility of gas storage, common purchases, joint procurements basically, and financing themes, and also the taxonomy, if it should or not include gas as a transitional form of energy. So I think that what we are realizing at this point is that the 24th of February was the fourth big call to European Union after the economic crisis, Brexit, the pandemic, and now the Russian war and its consequences. So Jean Monnet always said, and everybody repeats, that Europe is built through crisis. Hopefully this is a final crisis, that it helps us to rethink our strategy and building finally also defense union. We have ahead of us security threats, technological threats, and the need for the natural disaster threats, so a green policy. And this is our responsibility to find solutions in difficult times and to guarantee that our citizens are safe and they remain secure in order to strengthen Europe. And we cannot outsource these solutions to the member states. National entities cannot face such challenges. I suggest also to read there is an excellent study about the cost of non-EU in the pandemic, during the pandemic, and also before. It's really eye-opening. So now, since we face the consequences, even if there is no proximity to our borders of a war that can affect even Africa, and even Turkey is taking advantage of that to escalate tensions or to even weaponize migration. I think what we see is the lack of vision that we had, short-sighted policies. You had excellent leaders discussing with you, and I think everybody agrees that we need to build our common foresight, our common responses and preparedness. We cannot have a dependence of 50% of Germany to Russia. This is something that we should have never reached. Even Italy increased recently its dependence to Russia, so we need to reverse that. And I think that if we add all the member state power that we have, we are a big market superpower, but not only. I believe we can actually move mountains, but coming here to represent the European Parliament, I have to say that we are now building our European defense and resilience, and we are redesigning our new security architecture. So trying to respond to this chain of challenges in changing and transforming worlds, we definitely try to stand up to the expectations of our citizens.
So what you describe, of course, is an enormous challenge of leadership, and that is always been a bit of a question for Europe, is where to look for leadership. We've just seen a French election. On the one hand, President Macron re-elected, but also slightly having his hands tied behind his back now at home. We have a relatively new German chancellor who's made some dramatic changes, but is also fairly quiet on the international scene. So I suppose two questions for you. One is on the leadership question, where should we look to for European leadership? And the second question, since at the heart of what you mentioned it yourself, this energy dependency on Russia, one area where the European Union could make a real difference is by a very rapid energy transformation of supplies. And is this a role that you see for Europe over the coming, particularly an urgent matter over the coming 2-3 years?
So, well, if I could respond to that, I would say leadership you can even find at the European Parliament. We responded so fast, we managed to get together and we called for a European response. We did that in the pandemic. We managed to stay open and decide. I would say that this was a big call for the Commission and the Council to react to what the citizens basically wanted. And I feel that, as you mentioned, Germany, France, Italy, no matter what are the challenges at home, they have strong leadership. And Spain, I believe that this is not just lack of leadership, this is the lack of foresight and being ready to respond to such challenges because we were not expecting it. Let's say that. We didn't expect to have a war at our borders. We didn't expect to have to face a pandemic. We did have the tools to respond. And we managed to get together the recovery facility. We managed to talk about resilience. I would say it's maybe not the end of globalization, so we cannot reach autonomy, but we can have strategic autonomy. This means we can become very strong in the supply chains, a very strong link in order to be able to leverage such power, the European power, to make sure that our citizens remain in this quality of life and they feel safe. As for the green transition, so I think it's a great opportunity for Europe to be even more ambitious. We do have a plan ahead, Fit for 55, so we need to reach our climate neutrality objectives. There is no energy security if there is no sustainability in the long term, and it was said that these prices, if they lead to energy poverty, then you don't know how citizens and how democracy will be affected in the European Union. So when I talk about security architecture, I include the energy security, and I believe we have to secure sustainable energy independence. We are working on several different aspects, so in efficiency, in the taxonomy, in the way the file just arrived on gas storage, how we can safeguard that the winter for Europe and Europeans will be safe, because we realize that with such a changing world, we have to find our new allies. We have to ensure that we have access to energy for citizens during the winter. And we are building stronger ties with the Middle East. We are discussing with the US, and we are doing this in a common manner. And I think this is something to be to give us more hope, I would say, in what lays ahead as a future after we overcome also this challenge.
So I think in the interest of time, this must be my last question, but I wanted to ask you about this question of unity, which has cropped up so often this morning. Maybe you've been listening to the conversation we've been having, the importance of unity. and in the European Parliament, where its members represent people from around the European Union. What is your sense of how possible it's going to be to maintain, I suppose, the remarkable degree of unity that we have seen in the early days of the war in Ukraine? Is this something that can be sustained from a democratic point of view, even in Europe?
Well, it has not been easy. We need to overcome also the problems we face with the pandemic in order to keep the quality of democracy we had in-house. But I definitely think and believe that Europe has finally gotten a mandate to become stronger. We cannot again outsource anything to the member states. We saw with the pandemic that we managed to be resilient, and we managed to ensure that we have access to all the ingredients of the vaccines. We managed to have the production capacity to ensure that all citizens will have access and for free. So I think that these are just examples to show that we have this unity when it's needed, and we really, I believe, shocked Russia because we responded so fast together also in this war. I would say it was remarkable for Europe to respond in such a manner. And being at the plenary, I also think that now things that we could have long debates for, now they are shorter. Now we know that we need to move ahead together. And we have a new bureau, we have the younger generation actually being more active and wanting to face this crisis together to have a Europe of peace. I would say basically these wake-up calls that I mentioned, the fourth, has been hopefully the final one in order to conclude our European Union. I'm quite optimistic, and you are in Greece. I'm very honored to discuss with the Economist. Europe had come a long way to achieve what it has. And one thing that I take away from that was that the Greeks were stronger for the European Union identity than before the crisis, and this, I think, says it all.
Thank you. Well, on that note of optimism, I thank you very much. I hope that next year maybe you'll be able to be in Athens with us here, but it's been wonderful to be able to connect with you by the miracle of technology. Thank you very much, Eva Kainen.
Exactly. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to move straight on to the Southeast Europe perspective, and Joan is going to take over that. Joan.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think we have the requisite number of chairs, one more. So, hello again, everyone. This morning, President Zelensky and President Maia Sandu both made the point that Europe, the war in Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, brings Europe up against a very big strategic choice. In fact, it's a choice that Europe has faced for quite a long time, but now it's a matter of urgency. What does Europe stand for? What is it prepared to fight for? And what will be Europe's policy towards this region to the east? The question of enlargement is back on the agenda. We've just been discussing it at the European Council a week ago, and we're going to carry on that discussion this morning. So I would like to invite our esteemed panel to join me now on the stage. First of all, Dritan Abazovic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. Welcome, Prime Minister. Please join me on the stage. Albin Kurti, Prime Minister of Kosovo. Welcome, Prime Minister. Zoran Zaev, former Prime Minister of North Macedonia. Welcome back, Zoran Zaev. Sir Stuart Peach, UK Special Envoy to the Western Balkans. Welcome. And George Katroukalos, former Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece. Welcome, all of you. Welcome, Prime Minister. Please. Now, I know everybody's very eager to hear from our guests, as am I. Now, in the interest of time, because of course we're running late already, and I have under strict instructions to stick to time. So what I am going to ask all of you to do, if you can, is compress your opening remarks. If you can keep to 5 minutes, that would be great, because I do have questions, and the audience will want to hear from you. So I'm going to hand straight over. Prime Minister, would you like to start with some opening remarks?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be on your event in Greece, and sending regards to my colleagues. Just to say for the beginning, idea is to keep the enlargement process alive. EU should understand that need to be attractive for the countries which want to join EU. Montenegro for the moment is the front runner of the EU integration, and we don't want to make any kind of selfish politics, especially in this moment when we have the aggression of Russian Federation in Ukraine. We went together with the Prime Minister of Albania and also Prime Minister of North Macedonia, joined by VTC, to support Ukrainians, to supporting the candidate status of Ukraine. And we didn't make comparison with the Western Balkan in the way that the countries of Western Balkans in this last summit didn't get what, from my point of view, they deserve. And how we can keep the enlargement process alive is that we need to finish our internal issues, and we need to deal with our internal problems. But in the end of the day, also European institutions should understand that Western Balkans have two ways. One way is to integrate fully in EU, which is the wish of all these countries, and another way is to stay like a black hole, which will make the big problem also for security in Europe. And if we look what's happened today in Ukraine, we should know that something similar it's happened in the Western Balkan countries 20 or 30 years ago. And it's not impossible in this kind of geopolitical circumstances, if we are not accepted for EU, to have the similar problems somewhere in the future. And the only way how we can combine the negative influence of Russia or every kind of negative influence of some superpower is to have the positive influence of EU. And the EU should make that positive influence also to our countries. What I want to say, we want to say that we want this merit-based principle. I think that if we finish our part of the job, somebody needs to recognize that. For us, is the crucial, is the most important for Montenegro, most important foreign policy goal is to be member of EU. That will bring more security, more safety, and more prosperity to the region. But we are not selfish, I want to underline this, and we also want that Kosovo have the liberalization, North Macedonia open negotiation, Albania open negotiation, and another countries like Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina also go on. Because only if we complete this region, if we look in this region like European region, we can succeed together. And I think that when we have situation where we are not sending for many years positive messages from EU or from the region, we're making the big problems. Everybody should know that the nationalism in the region of the Western Balkan is deeply connected with the corruption. Politicians who promoting nationalism, they are deeply connected with the corruption. They don't want to give the state to go on. They like status quo. They using the state institution, weak state institution, to make over businesses. We need to combine that. And I feel that the energy everywhere in the region, maybe it's not so strong, but it's much better than before, and I think that everybody wants to see some kind of progress. Montenegro wants to play that role. We want to finish our part of the job, and we believe that we can do that until the end of this year. If we come to the final stage of the negotiation, that will be the big boost for all countries in the region. That will give another hope to the region that enlargement process is still alive. And only what is our asking is to have this merit-based principle, and if we finish everything, that's somebody needs to recognize that. About just for the end, like a conclusion, we follow 100% the foreign policy of EU. You know that we have historical connection with the Russians and have lot of Russian citizens who are also Russian tycoons in the country, or they have the properties and everything. But the government is very strict and dedicated about the sanction. Very strict and dedicated about the sanction. For us, we cannot deal just look into the way what is better for our economy and to make some kind of compromise with the principles. It's no compromise with the principles. It's no compromise with the principles. Why? Because we need to know what is our goal. Our goal is to be part of the Western part of the world politically, and our goal is to have finally countries in full membership of EU. So we will continue to support Ukraine in our way, to giving our best. Our capacities, of course, it's not huge. We will follow the foreign policy of EU, but in the end of the day, how we are allowed for candidacy of Ukraine, of Moldova, how we are allowed for all our neighbors, we also expect that EU countries should understand in the end of the day that need to relive the enlargement process. If they don't do that, maybe that will not make so big mistakes if they don't have Montenegro, Kosovo, or some another Western Balkan countries in the EU. But I think that the idea of common Europe and Europe of solidarity will be developed. We don't want to see that. We want to see, after all what's happened in the east of the Europe, that we need more solidarity and more effective decision-making process in EU and also in our countries.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Straight over to you, Albin Kurti.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here at the annual Economist Government Roundtable. Republic of Kosovo is a double success story. Number one is a success story of Western intervention, NATO intervention in 1999 to stop Serbian genocide, and in this way to enable refugees to return and to rebuild our country. And number two, Kosovo is a success story in terms of having economic growth and qualitative democracy working hand in hand. As we know today, there is a great struggle regarding the narrative, regarding the discourse. There are certain superpowers who want to show that autocracy is better for economic development. And Kosovo is showing that actually with democratic reforms, you can do well also when it comes to economic growth. We had 10.53% of GDP as our annual growth, the highest growth since the end of the war. Then we also increased our FDI by 22%, exports by 83%, capital investments by 10%, and in comparison to 2 years ago, annual budget of our state is 26% higher. So we are showing that with democratic reforms, we on one hand made our economy grow, but also redistributed the wealth and the growth by economic recovery package, which is made of amount of 7% of our GDP. We came out first in World Justice Project in the Balkans, number 60 in the world regarding rule of law. We went up, we rose by 17 places in Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, and likewise 17 places Reporters Without Borders on World Press Freedom Index. So democracy and economy go together. We are not a big country, but we are a great example. On the other hand, from the day one, we have condemned Russian invasion and military aggression in Ukraine. From our viewpoint, what we see today is Russian fascism. Fascism is not something which is reserved for Germany or Italy between two world wars, or for Pinochet's Chile half a century ago. Fascism is a plague that can fall upon each state, nation, country, and we have to be careful. Unfortunately, now we are facing Russian fascism, and one cannot be neutral. You cannot be neutral between fire and firefighter. Neutrality, in our viewpoint, is cynicism, and cynicism implies a certain distance, but at the same time it means comfort seeking in time of grave crisis. And there is no place for neutrality, because hope and passion should overcome any kind of cynicism. And that's why I believe that aggression of Kremlin in Ukraine was war of choice, whereas solidarity and humanity in Europe is not a matter of choice. It's our task, it's our duty. Regarding Western Balkan 6, we have this unfortunate circumstance where one of the states of Western Balkans did not join sanctions against Russian Federation, our northern neighbor, Serbia. On the contrary, they have very tight relations when it comes to economy, military, culture, and so on and so forth. The solution for the Western Balkans, of course, is European Union, and towards that end, we need Berlin Process 2.0, a fresh start, a kickstart by Chancellor Scholz, and I have great hopes in his leadership. I believe that with President Biden in White House, with Chancellor Scholz in Berlin, we can revive transatlantic bridge, which in 21st century is even more important than in the 20th century. Berlin Process 2.0, if we may call it that way, could bring a tide lifting all the boats in Western Balkans, namely some initiative, some program modeled upon EFTA-EEA, something similarly that Norway, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Iceland have with EU, joint council and committee, surveillance mechanism, authority, joint court, with EU as a value and mechanism, not outside EU. I believe that EU should be homegrown, yet not self-made. We need help from outside, but we should bring about EU values internally by doing democratic reforms, always as a priority towards political stability. So democratic reforms over political stability makes sure that no autocrats will emerge.
Thank you very much indeed. Over to you, Zoran Zaev.
Thank you. Dear friends and organizers for the Economist conference, dear Prime Ministers of Kosovo and Montenegro, my friends, Sir Peach, United Kingdom, speech envoy to the Western Balkan, dear George. Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, unfortunately, showed in the most explicit way how important the stability of Southeastern Europe is. This stability can only be ensured through strong ties of friendship and trust between the countries of the region based on the European values. And when I mention values, the war in Ukraine, apart from being unprovoked, unjustified, and a serious violation of international law, it is an expression of, and it is about the clash of concept of values. On one side is the Western, the democratic concept that stands behind the stability and the security. And on the another side is the aggressive, the invasive regime, the violent and undemocratic concept that deserve all critics and sanctions. North Macedonia is one of the first countries that complied with the European Union's security policy and introduced sanctions against Russia as a sign of condemnation of the military aggression against Ukraine. It is an act of moral choice and decision of North Macedonia as an independent state, as a NATO member, and as a candidate country for European Union membership. It is our moral obligation and for the sake of respecting and sharing European values. A lot of institutions and people from North Macedonia help Ukrainian people in a variety of ways. I also help personally through Zaev Foundation, One Society for All, with food for Ukrainian people in Odessa. When we need to talk about the implication of the war in Ukraine, we need to see the perspective of the European Union as a European project with a vision of lasting peace, democracy, and security. The war in Ukraine has put the European Union as a project for lasting peace and prosperity, economic development, and common market in front of a serious challenges. It is a challenge that is not remembered and that no one expected after the terrible consequences of the Second World War. The European Union and Europe are facing a serious threat to security and stability. Therefore, in these uncertain times, it is encouraging to see all the benefits of NATO and the European Union unity in the response to Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, including important steps to strengthen the defense capabilities of the eastern wing of the alliance. An additional benefit of the joint European Union and NATO responses to Russia's military aggression is the alliance's open door policy. On the other hand, at this moment, it is a big challenge to talk about the outcome of the crisis for the global economy, especially due to the fact that this economic war has turned into a war for energy and food, two extremely sensitive and significant aspects that require an appropriate response. The war is a fail for the humanity, especially in the 21st century, when the failure of diplomatic efforts and the unlearned lessons of history are reasons for human sacrifices and personal tragedies. The outcome will depend on how far the invasion goes and how long it lasts. And it seems that even for these issues, the only answer is solidarity, partnership, and establishing a new balance, especially when it comes to the energy aspects of the crisis. The global consequences felt by the entire world required urgent joint coordination in order to diversify the energy supply and to strengthen energy security independence as it becomes obvious that energy is becoming a security issue. I believe that these days North Macedonia and the European Union are making a historic step forward. The latest proposal of the French presidency is a good basis for North Macedonia to start their negotiation process, which for all member countries begins with an intergovernmental conference and with screening, that is, with an overview of all details in all the chapters in which we need to comply with European standards. North Macedonia has made many difficult decisions in the past few years. The country delivered peace and stability to the region and to Europe, along with the important and difficult reforms in our country. Therefore, we are much sure and we strongly believe it is a historical justified that we are asking and we are getting the start of negotiation with European Union after 17 years waiting, with our Macedonian language and identity recognized and confirmed. For the citizens of North Macedonia, that is a strong step toward fulfilling the second strategic priority after NATO membership. Therefore, on this occasion, I underlined that the strategic interest of North Macedonia is to immediately start the negotiation for membership with the European Union. I believe that it's also a strategic decision of the European Union because there is no bigger and more effective decisions to strengthen the stability of the region of Southeastern Europe than the opening of the European Union accession process for North Macedonia and Albania without any further delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir Stuart Peach, UK Special Envoy to the Western Balkans. Over to you.
Thank you, and Excellencies, and thank you to the Economist for this invitation. This illegal war in Europe, the tragedy and the consequence for the Ukrainian people has been made very clear to us this morning. It's also been made clear to us this morning that Russia has the capability, the motive, and the intent to destabilize wider than just Ukraine. And we need to be really mindful of that as we consider the future of Southeast Europe. And Russia's influence is real across this region, and we need to counter that. We've talked already this morning, thanks to our leaders, about countering disinformation. And this is strategic, operational, and tactical. And as President Zelensky reminded us, is actually a constant endeavor. Every day, Russia is trying to change the narrative, and we need to counter that. Specifically, my call today amongst all these political leaders is to make sure that political difference and political issues do not become security problems. The risk of secession in Bosnia and Herzegovina is at the top of that list, and we must counter that, and we must sustain the territorial integrity of that country. We need to continue the Euro-Atlantic journey, working with our friends in the United States, and continue to support NATO as the organ for collective security in Europe. And NATO, the presence of international forces from the European Union and NATO in Bosnia and Herzegovina is important and must be sustained, as must the Office of the High Representative. These may seem far away to global events, but they're actually linked, and we must not give Russia the opportunity to destabilize this region. The United Kingdom government supports that, and we support the integrity of the region. We continue to support the European Union dialogue, facilitated dialogue. We continue to support the Pristina-Belgrade dialogue, and I'm delighted to see Prime Minister Kurti here. We continue to support our friends in North Macedonia and Bulgaria on their journey. Above all, the Euro-Atlantic journey is the right path for this region, and therefore the United Kingdom continues to support it. The last thing I want to say, we've heard a lot this morning about energy security. Let's be clear, Russia has weaponized energy and food security. Russia is waging economic warfare in Ukraine and beyond, and we therefore need to counter that through solidarity and unity, but with practical proposals to diversify and modernize energy. The UK stands ready to help with that. We have £12 billion of investment in the UK Export Fund ready to support the region. We have the British Investment International ready to support the region, and will continue to advocate for change. And the last thing I want to echo President Sandu said this morning. The strategic geography of our continent is under attack by Russia, and we need to respond in a strategic manner. We need to link our infrastructure, link our projects, and give a better hope for the future to the people of this brilliant region of Southeast Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And finally, George Katroukalos, very nice to have you back again.
Many thanks to you and to the organizers. I'm following the Economist events the last decade, and I think this is the most successful conference with the most high-level panels I have seen. Regarding the accession of the Western Balkans at the European Union, Greece was not just supportive. We have contributed to define the European Union strategy in the area, beginning with Salonika agenda. But we must be frank with ourselves. The European response is lacking. Prime Minister of Montenegro has very rightfully said that the accession is going to be a win-win situation. I want to stress the fact that the prolongation of uncertainty is a lose-lose situation with gigantic proportions. It's obvious for the region. The countries of the area risk to lose 1/3 of their population to the decades to come due to the demographic crisis and migration. And we must admit that they have tried hard to overcome existing problems, endemic corruption, weak structures of the rule of law. In some cases, the effort was heroic. Zoran Zaev has shown incredible courage, not thinking about his own personal career, but the long-term interests of his country, as Alexis Tsipras has done, by agreeing and signing the Prespa agreement. And still, this important treaty that sent a message of hope to the whole area, that through dialogue and diplomacy we can resolve differences, has not been used as it should have been by the European Union. So, we must be clear. The expansion of the European Union is necessary, but at the same time, the deepening of our political integration. We should not repeat mistakes, not taking into account important elements of the European Union values, rule of law, first of instance. Mistakes like the not urgent treatment of deviations by these rules by countries like Poland or Hungary should not be repeated in the future. And the Ukrainian crisis is again reminding us the necessity to have a strong European foreign policy. And again, we must be frank with ourselves. We do not have it. We continue to react as an accessory of the United Union's foreign policy. We continue to lack an independent, strong voice at the international scene. We continue to lack an autonomous defense vis-à-vis NATO. And again, we must face the facts. We have overlapping interests with the United States, but we do not have identical interests. We must shape our own strategy to become an autonomous pole in the international scene. It is the only way to avoid a new Cold War, and with conditions far worse than the previous one, because now we lack the devices of negotiations, the security channels that helped us avoid a nuclear war during the previous Cold War. So again, the accessions of the Balkans, of the Western Balkans at the European Union is not just necessary for the countries of the area. They are necessary for the political future of our own union. And we must take it very seriously and correct the mistakes we have done till now.
Thank you very much. Okay, even though we're running late, we have time for some discussion now. So I do have a question for each of you. Now, obviously, some of the Western Balkan 6, as they are known, are not represented here. And so maybe you all have mentioned them, but just to say a word about the outcome of the European Council meeting on June the 23rd, 24th. Of course, this was an historic meeting because it gave the candidate membership to Ukraine and to Moldova. And I have to say that every single Western Balkan leader supported that wholeheartedly and made that very clear that regardless of their own situation, they were fully behind candidate member status being given to Ukraine and Moldova. And indeed, I'm sure there was support for Georgia too, which did not receive it. But having said that, the Council was a major disappointment for the Western Balkans, which had hoped for qualitative change in approach in light of the invasion. And nobody really got anything that they were hoping for, so we didn't have the breakthrough in the bilateral dispute between Bulgaria and North Macedonia, which is also tying down Albania. Kosovo didn't receive the visa liberalization after waiting actually quite a long time now, several years, more than several years, after the European Commission gave the green light. Many had argued that Bosnia and Herzegovina should be made a candidate member as well, but didn't get this. So seems to be a lot of disappointment, but on the other side, a lot of you have indicated that there is momentum in the region for change and more of a sense that of ownership of the problems, wanting to find solutions. So I'm turning to you first, Prime Minister Bazovic. 2 years ago in Montenegro, we had a kind of regime change in a way. First election in which we actually had a change of government in terms of the political identity of the government. But for 2 years, Montenegro has been struggling with the membership, the accession process, also in dispute with Serbia, its neighbor. But now again, there seems to be a change afoot. You yourself have pledged to reset relations between Montenegro and Serbia. You were recently visiting Belgrade. You've also backed Montenegro's Open Balkans membership. So I just wanted to ask you, are you optimistic that you can actually make progress in both those areas, that Montenegro might join the initiative, the Open Balkans initiative, and actually that we might see a change in relations with Serbia?
I am very optimistic. I think that Montenegro will finish 3 important questions until the end, maybe not until the end of July, but until the end of September, which are directly connected with the chapters 23 and 24. And after that, we can come to the final stage if it will be will on Brussels. So this is our key point and the main agenda for EU integration. We cannot have the progressive region if we have the bad regional relation. This is my opinion, and we work hardly to have very good regional relation with every state in the region. And Montenegro for the many years played that kind of role, and I think that new government will continue to play that kind of role, from my point of view, more successfully than before. We have very good relation with our neighbors, and we are very happy for that. We are very happy with that. Yes, we have some issues, open issues with Serbia in the past. From my point of view, that issues are not so complicated. They are not so complicated. Politics is everywhere, you know. Sometimes people support politics which is not rational. This happens everywhere. This happens also in EU. Sometimes people support the politics which it's not rational. In our case, in case of Western Balkan, that is politics which is strongly connected with nationalism. In the end of the day, it's nothing good for the people. It's nothing good for the people, and maybe you have some political elites which say, yes, we are very successful, we're winning the election. What does it mean? 20 years we are in process of integration. Everywhere's problem. What does it mean? You win election. It's better to lose election and to have something progressive. This is the concept. With Serbia, we're trying to go to restarting the relation. I went to Belgrade with pleasure. I will go everywhere, also in Pristina, in Sarajevo, in Tirana, in everywhere, in Skopje, of course, and also everybody are more than welcome in our country, more than welcome in our country. About the initiatives, what you mentioned, Open Balkan, I think that every initiative which giving us possibility to work together, which give us possibility to move the focus from the past to the future, from the nationalism to the economy to the progress, for me personally and for government is acceptable. We don't care what is the name of initiative. But Berlin process, yes, we are supportive for the Berlin process. We are supportive also in Balkan Open. We are not in membership of Balkan Open, but doesn't matter. We are supportive for everything when what bring us together, sitting on the table and discussing some issues. I think that in dialogue is the way how we can solve our problems. And this is the concept. Of course, my friend Mr. Kurti mentioned that also Berlin process can be better and more productive. From our point of view, we are more than welcome to see that. We are more than welcome. Why we have regional initiatives? Regional initiatives are just the mechanism which can make our EU integration process faster. If we use like that, I think that we should be supportive on that. If we use for something else, which is out of EU agenda, we are not on board. We have the interest to Montenegro be in full membership of EU, and we wish the same for all another neighbor countries.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kurti, so I mentioned the visa liberalization didn't happen, and it's 4 years, I think, since the European Commission recommended this for Kosovo. I wanted to ask, are your people losing faith in the EU? At the same time, I know that the plan is that you will perhaps make the formal application for EU membership later this year. So could you tell us a little bit about that, whether there is still a positive support within Kosovo for the process, and whether you're optimistic that actually you will be invited to become a candidate member quite soon after submitting your application?
This month we are going to mark 4 years since the European Commission for the second time recommended visa liberalization for Kosovo, and still not happening. We have fulfilled 95 criteria, which is twice as much as our neighboring countries, in order to get the lifting of the visa regime, but it's still not happening. I am critical in this respect towards EU, but never bitter, angry, or cynical. Because many of the things that are going on, or not going on for that matter, are a reflection not much of the lack of trust and confidence of EU into the states and nations of Western Balkans, but rather of its lack of self-confidence. So by joining EU, also EU benefits a great deal. Western Balkans and EU are very important for each other. We believe that Europe is our continent and EU is our destiny. Sooner rather than later, we should accomplish all the processes towards full integration. We are going to apply for candidate status for membership in EU this year. We have applied also for Council of Europe, and we hope that this will be considered soon, because in this way our citizens will get access to European Court on Human Rights. And meanwhile, we are critical, but again, never angry, because Europe needs all the help that we can give to it. Western Balkan 6, population-wise, is like Netherlands. Combined GDP is like Slovakia. So I was telling to my German and French colleagues, politicians and diplomats bail us out, bring us in, because having Western Balkans 6 inside is much less of a burden than having it outside. If Western Balkans remains outside of EU, it will be very attractive to turn it into a battleground of different superpowers, and no one wants that. So I have hopes that things will change for the better. But again, rather than bashing at EU, we should do our best to help EU, because if EU gets weakened, no specific nation or state can come out victorious. It is only the Russian Federation which gains out of weakening of EU.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of time, but before we go to break, I want to ask each of you a question. So, Mr. Zaev, last week, despite the collapse of the Bulgarian government, the Bulgarian parliament voted in favor of the French compromise proposal on this bilateral dispute between Bulgaria and North Macedonia. And I believe that today, or maybe tomorrow, the Parliament of North Macedonia will vote also on this proposal. Is this an acceptable compromise for North Macedonia? If you can explain very simply, because it's very complex, what the issue at stake is, and whether you find that this is going to be an acceptable basis, which you seem to suggest it is in your introductory remarks, that this is the basis indeed for putting this dispute aside and having the IGC and opening the accession negotiations for North Macedonia and indeed Albania as well. So, will the vote go through, and will the government survive if it does?
Okay, first of all, it's a dramatic moment in North Macedonia in the moment, because there is a process of consultation. The Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Vice President of the Government for European Affairs are in the process of consultation with the opposition parties, with government parties, with experts, with everybody, trying to find a way how the suggestion or proposal coming from French presidency, officially from European Union, to be accepted through the institutions. The government take position in favor, and they go forward. Of course, the proposal is not the best one, but we are Balkans. So we need to catch the momentum, having in mind that the important issue for us, our identity, like Macedonians from North Macedonia, and our Macedonian language is put in the negotiation framework, clear like any other languages, and became future European Union official language. And having in mind that the European Union will sit in the future together with us in Bulgaria, even for bilateral issues, through the negotiation process, we need to take this advantage. Of course, I must mention it here, using opportunity to congratulate Moldova and Ukraine for candidate status, and wish them to not wait like us 17 years for the next step, because we wait 17 years to start negotiation. That means for first intergovernmental conference and of course adoption of the negotiation framework. Of course, I hope that will help to the next all next member countries of European Union, that mean Western Balkan, but also Ukraine, Moldova, and other countries who attend to be member countries of European Union. I advise government officially, and I will do it again, the governments must take leadership decisions. We do that with my friend Alexis Tsipras here in Greece, signing in Prespas, famous Prespa agreement, what brings stability, what brings a good message to the European Union, that here in the Balkan, in a European way, we can find solution in very difficult issues through diplomacy and dialogue. And we're continuing to be good example for the European Union. I hope that North Macedonia will continue also through this acceptance of the proposal from European Union, and finally, after 17 years, start negotiation with the European Union. Of course, the process will encourage other countries like Kosovo, like Bosnia and Herzegovina. Of course, I hope also Serbia and Montenegro will continue quickly closing the chapters, because I agree with everybody, if it's possible, all of us, 6 Western Balkan countries, to enter it immediately in the European Union, I think, and I believe that that is possible. Because of all these reasons, I don't want to repeat it, what Prime Minister Kurti mentioned it, Prime Minister Abazovic mentioned it, normally will bring more benefit to the European Union and also to the Southeastern Europe than problems, because the problems can begin if we prolong it, all these issues. So today or tomorrow or day after tomorrow, the Parliament need to vote. I believe that there will be majority. Maybe that will destroy the government, maybe not, but who cares? After 17 years, let's move forward in our European Union path, because there is no alternative for North Macedonia, but I believe for the whole Western Balkan countries, then full membership of the European Union.
Thank you very much for that. So we're coming towards the end, and we do want to have a coffee break for everybody, but I just want to ask briefly Sir Stuart Peach. So UK is in this slightly peculiar position of not being a member of the EU, but advocating very strongly for the Western Balkan 6 to become members of the EU. So can you just tell me, which I believe, there is a strong core of rationality to this position, but I would like you to tell us why the UK feels that this is important for this region, and what you hope to achieve in your stint as Special Envoy.
Well, thank you. And the UK has been a constant friend for the region and remains so. And we continue to support the Euro-Atlantic journey. And I emphasize the Atlantic word because, of course, we're strong and committed allies in NATO, and we commend the open door policy in NATO, and we support new NATO allies across the region, and will continue to do so. And so there is a logic, strategic logic to our position. We also continue to work with European institutions on infrastructure and investment across the region, and I think cooperation and partnership is obvious in this conference already as a need, whether it's energy security or infrastructure more widely. And we have tools and mechanisms to do that. And the third and final point, which goes back to the last part of your question, is we need to give, with our friends in the region, the next generation hope for a better future. So there is a cultural element working with the United States and others to bring culture to the region that people want to enjoy, to cooperate, to share. And so we continue to work with the people, and we mustn't forget that in all the politics.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, George, a question for you. Several people have made the point this morning that unless there is a credible European perspective for this region, the Western Balkan region, but also further east too, one that is credible has to be one that actually has some near-term perspective of actually being realized, because if we're talking about decades away, 30, it's not really, I don't think, a credible perspective. So do you fear that without that, the region could fall into this limbo or no man's land or grey zone, whatever you want to call it, and then becomes open to other alternatives? And what role, for you, I think an important question, what role can Greece play? Because in the past, Greece has been an important mentor for this region. Can it become so again?
First of all, you are very right in saying that the prolongation of uncertainty is going to create havoc in our area. Political instability within the countries of the region, because of the lack of hope, undermines also the credibility of the political systems, but also and that concerns all European countries, geostrategical instability, in which many actors would like to intervene. Just to mention Turkey, because it has not mentioned till now with its revisionist agenda. Greece wants to be a facilitator of the access. And we combine this vision with what I mentioned before, the need of Europe to become a real actor of progress in the area. To remind you what President Juncker used to say, we must cease to be just a global payer of international aid and become a global player with our own voice, our own stance. I'm optimistic because I believe in Europe. And I hope that in the months to come, I'm not going to say in the years to come, we are going to face and revisit the mistakes of the past. And Greece is here to help.
Thank you very much. Before we thank our panel, we're going to have a coffee break, and I will ask you to keep that to 15 minutes. You can even bring your coffee back in here so that we can get started in 15 minutes' time. So that is going to be at 10 past. Is that okay? Yes, 10 past. We'll start with the next session. So enjoy your coffee break. Please join me in thanking our great panel for their contribution to the discussion. I think we'll have to do a quick photograph.
Στις θάλασσες όλου του κόσμου, η Capital Product Partners LP πλέει προς ολοταχώς προς την πράσινη ναυτιλία με σύγχρονο στόλο 25 πλοίων. Με 15 χρόνια επιτυχημένης παρουσίας στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης και μακροχρόνιες ναυλώσεις με τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες ενέργειας και μεταφοράς κοντέινερ παγκοσμίως, πρωτοπορεί σε μια δυναμική ρότα επενδύσεων σε νέες τεχνολογίες προώσης, συμβάλλοντας στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Capital Product Partners LP.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που πραγματοποιούν τα όνειρά τους. Που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που εξασφαλίζουν το μέλλον τους και αντιμετωπίζουν τα πάντα με αισιοδοξία. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που ξεκινούν με σιγουριά μια νέα ζωή. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 130 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα που φροντίζουν την υγεία εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων στην Ελλάδα και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Φάρμακα που είναι η λύση για τους ασθενείς, για το σύστημα υγείας, για ολόκληρη τη χώρα. Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα ασφαλή και προσιτά που παράγονται με τα υψηλότερα πρότυπα ποιότητας και είναι αποτέλεσμα διαρκούς έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Αυτά είναι τα φάρμακα που αξίζει να στηρίξουμε γιατί μπορούν να προσφέρουν ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Αυτά είναι τα ελληνικά φάρμακα. Ελληνικό φάρμακο. Η λύση για την υγεία, την κοινωνία, την ανάπτυξη.
Το δάσος δεν έπαψε στιγμή να μας προστατεύει. Έχει τα μάτια του στραμμένα επάνω μας για να μας προσφέρει στέγη, οξυγόνο, ζωή. Ήρθε όμως η στιγμή να στρέψουμε τα δικά μας μάτια επάνω του. Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. If you could take your seats, please. I know we have a lot of conversations, but we also have a program to get through. Sorry, we have to get on. So we're going to move on to a session on geopolitics, global energy markets, and the world economy. I'm joined by Francis Fukuyama, who needs very little introduction, but you will know him from his famous books, from his perch at Stanford University, Senior Fellow at the Center for Democracy there, and Evangelos Mytilineos, Chairman and CEO of Mytilineos, which of course is one of the largest companies here in Greece and very active in the region and globally. So we're going to start with Frank Fukuyama talking about the geopolitical aspects of things, and I hope also giving us a little bit of a sense of the US, the importance of the US and the outlook for the US in this whole scenario. Frank, you were quoted widely, including in The Economist early on in the war, as being rather optimistic about the outcome and the way that, in your view, this could result in a sort of triumph of the liberal order ultimately. So, of course, one of the main things I'm curious to know about is whether you've maintained that optimism in the light of the experience so far, and what should we be optimistic about, what should we be wary about over the coming months?
Okay. Well, thank you, Daniel. It's a great pleasure to be back at this conference. This is the third one now that I've attended, so I really appreciate the invitation. So I have one optimistic observation and one somewhat pessimistic one, but I want to start by re-emphasizing a point that was made by several of the speakers in the panels this morning, which really has to do with Russian objectives. This war is really not about Ukraine. It's not about NATO expansion. It's not about an alleged threat that Ukraine and Ukraine's absorption into NATO supposedly made against Russia. It really is about the entire European order that came about after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the former Soviet Union in 1991. About this time last year, Vladimir Putin published a 5,000-word article in which he laid out his vision for Europe in pretty clear terms, and in which he reiterated the fact that that collapse of the Soviet Union was not a necessary outcome. It was a tragedy for everyone involved, that it really, in a sense, violated his sense of Russian national identity, which was both centralized, dictatorial, and very culturally bound. And it seems to me, if you combine that with the speech that he gave prior to the invasion, it's pretty clear that his real objective, the long-term objective, is to undermine that post-1991 order as a whole, not just in the former Soviet Union, but for the whole of Central and Eastern Europe. And I think that although he has adjusted his war aims following basically the defeat of Russian forces near Kyiv and Kharkiv, that he is still able to spin a narrative that he will be successful if he holds on to the Donbass and to the south of Ukraine. And between those two, I don't think there should be any confusion. The south of Ukraine is really the critical part. If they don't have access to Kherson, Mykolaiv, and those ports along that part of the coast, they are going to be blockaded. The Ukrainians are going to be blockaded. There's going to be this continuing food crisis.
and that's going to be a point of strangulation over the long run for Ukraine. And so I think that Putin's strategy right now is one in which time is on his side. He thinks that they can afford to hold on for the coming months and possibly years. And at that point, the Americans, the Europeans will get tired. Already, there's a large part of the world that's not terribly well represented in this room, but is out there, all the Indias, Chinas, South Africas, that never bought into the narrative about this being a fight for global democracy and really don't care about the moral issues at stake. And as time goes on, I think he thinks that that's going to prevail. Now, the optimistic thing I want to say really does have to do with the military situation there. There's a very common view that this is going to be a long war, that essentially this is something that's going, and in fact, the Economist put this on their cover last week, right? That this is going to end up like another frozen conflict, like the one in Georgia, like the previous one in Donbass. The Russians are going to hold on, and it's going to be this slow attritional conflict that may go on for a period of years. I think that, so look, I'm not a military expert and I can't see into the future, but I really do think that we should not accept that assumption too blithely for a number of reasons. The Russians have made some gains, some very modest gains around Donetsk and Lysychansk in the last month or so. If you look at that on a map of Ukraine, this is a tiny gain over a 2-month period, which has really exhausted the Russian army. The kinds of losses that they have experienced making those very marginal gains are staggering in terms of tanks, artillery pieces, and troops. The Donetsk Republic's forces lost 58% of their manpower. These are the most well-trained and battle-hardened troops that the Russians have been able to employ in this war. The Ukrainians, I think, retreated because they were running out of Soviet ammunition. They don't produce it the way the Russians do, and so they were literally not being able to fire back at the Russian artillery. They are now getting very sophisticated Western arms. If you follow this closely, this HIMARS system, this long-range multiple launch rocket system that the Americans have just given them, have now destroyed, 6 big ammunition dumps just in the last 3 or 4 days now that they've been firing. They're very expensive systems, but they are extremely effective. And I think that the initial Ukrainian advantages in terms of much higher morale are going to show, and that the Russian losses in terms of manpower and equipment are going to begin to undermine their position. So I just do not think that this assumption that this is going to be a long war is one that we necessarily need to take for granted. Now, this has a big impact on everybody's calculation, because if you look at the politics of what we are asking of Ukraine, it goes up and down depending on how optimistic or pessimistic people are about the military outcome. The moment that Ukraine's forward momentum slowed in April and May, immediately you saw voices in the West, Henry Kissinger, the New York Times, President Macron saying, well, this is the time for negotiation, this can't go on forever, Ukraine is going to have to give up territory. So it is extremely important for Ukraine to regain that momentum. And I think that there is a significant chance that they will be able to do this before the end of the summer, and that really changes things dramatically. So that's my optimistic point. The pessimistic one really has to do with the United States. We just celebrated yesterday our 4th of July annual celebration of the Declaration of Independence, and I must say, just following my social media feeds, a lot of Americans are feeling very bad about themselves. If you have been following at all the hearings that have been held by the January 6th committee in Congress, it is really shocking what they've uncovered. A lot of people believed at the time of this assault on the Capitol that this was simply a protest a spontaneous protest that got out of hand, that Trump, liked, the fact that all these people had come to Washington. He wasn't in control of it. We now know that that's wrong, that he planned this from the start. It would not have happened but for his backing. The intent was to overthrow a legitimate election. He was told by virtually everyone in his administration that he lost the election, and he wasn't willing to accept that outcome, and therefore has been deliberately lying for the last more than a year, saying that he won by a landslide, and he's gotten 30, 40% of the American people to believe that it was actually Biden that committed the big fraud in the last election, and they're now putting people in place to contest the 2024 election so that if it's close, they will be able to actually overturn a legitimate democratic vote. So I think the United States is headed towards one of the biggest, if the election in 2024 is close, we're going to be headed towards one of the biggest constitutional crises we've faced since the American Civil War. This is connected to what happens in Europe. It was pretty clear from a lot of testimony that Donald Trump was getting ready to withdraw from NATO had he been reelected in 2020. And I think that Putin sees, the return of Trump and his like-minded followers as the simplest route to getting to his long-term objective, because he will have then an ally in the White House that will basically switch sides between Ukraine and Russia. And so American domestic politics and the war in Europe, I think, are intimately connected. With every vote, there's been impressive bipartisan support for Ukraine up till now, but with every successive aid vote, the number of Republicans voting against has increased. And I think that, again, if the war drags on, if inflation continues, if you still have high gas prices, that support is going to diminish. And that's why the timing of any shift in the military balance is really critical. If something doesn't happen before the November elections, that's bad enough. If this drags on until we get to 2024, then it's going to have a big impact on Europe.
Well, if I read you right, this is very hedged optimism that you've served up today. If I were to take your optimistic scenario and say, yes, Ukraine has a chance relatively soon to turn the tide. If I'm Vladimir Putin, I probably try to, if I have any shred of that analysis as well, I probably try and offer talks fairly soon and seek to divide the West yet again over those talks, over negotiations. Is that, do you think, a likely scenario, having got essentially part of his objective in the Donbass, at least half of it, possibly more than half of it? Does he say, okay, now we can talk, or what do you think happens?
He may do that. I don't think that it's going to get him very far, because it's actually been impressive, the degree of NATO solidarity, at the last summit, and then, the three presidents going to Kyiv, especially Schultz and Macron, and the French, basically backing away from their insistence on short-term talks. So I actually think that, for the time being, we're okay. And even if Putin makes that offer, until the energy crisis really begins to bite hard in the fall and the winter, I'm not that worried about a short-term, effort in that direction.
Just to question your optimism a little bit, we all know that taking territory is much harder than anything else. So having lost, the substantial part of Luhansk, getting it back, how even with this new artillery firepower that Ukraine is getting, isn't that going to be a very tall order?
It is, but the other, people somehow seem to think that because Russia historically has been this big country, they have unlimited supplies of everything, and they just don't. They've expended a huge amount, and in fact, there's some Russian military bloggers that were actually quite bitter about this decision to try to capture Severodonetsk and Lysychansk because it was so costly. And you know, armies don't trit in a linear fashion. Sometimes they actually just collapse. I'm not predicting this, but I just think that this assumption that we're headed inevitably for this long war of attrition, we got to, you know, think carefully about whether that's really going to happen.
So you predicted that maybe Russia could collapse, but America could collapse as well. This is fairly.
Well, the Russian collapse will actually help avoid the American collapse.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's turn to Mr. Mytilineos and your view, particularly. I think let's start with energy, which is obviously where you're very active and which is crucial now to the outlook for Europe and for living standards, actually. We're in a bit of a quandary over energy because we've created expectations of moves to sustainability, but we also have now fundamental questions of supply security. So how is that going to play out in your view, and what are the immediate concerns that you have running a business in that area?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for giving me the honor to speak along famous Professor Fukuyama. Thank you. We have done a lot of mistakes in Europe in the last few decades. I have had the chance to talk about them a few times, but as things develop, we can see them more and more clearly. We have pushed the sustainability and green transition issue far too much than the economy and the societies could afford. And for example, our shareholders do not allow us to spend money on oil and gas. Huge oil and gas companies suffer from the same. Boards change because they are not green enough, and the banking system does not anymore finance this kind of projects. This has nothing to do with the war in the Ukraine. This has been like this for a long time. And then we have totally neglected thereby the security of supply. Energy is about security of supply and about price. At the moment, security of supply, which was considered a given, has disappeared. Europe is in real danger of the security of supply, and there is no need to tell you anything about the price that you read every day in the press. So that's how the whole thing started. And then, out of nowhere, here comes a war on the European continent with the invasion of Russia in the Ukraine. Russia in the energy sector in Europe, and not only in Europe, is extremely important. And now they present the Europe with this, what I see as almost insurmountable problems. On the one hand, we have the military confrontation, which I don't know how will end. I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel yet. And on the other hand, we have a Europe which was slowly going into recession anyway, and now with the war, it's going full speed into a recession. At the same time, with so much money that has been printed in the last very few years to battle COVID. Inflation has gone up, and unfortunately, it's going up at an accelerating speed. And central banks are at the worst position they can find themselves to have to raise rates when the economy is going into a recession, which is what happened, if I remember well, last time in 1930 in the US, with the consequences that we all remember, we all know. So there we are with the energy. If the Russian supply of gas and oil is cut off, JB predicts a price of oil of $380, and without cutting off the gas, just slowing the flows, the price of natural gas is slowly approaching 200 euros per megawatt hour. May I remind our friends here that before the war, before the crisis of the autumn of 2021, the price of natural gas was 20 euros. Now, how Europe will cope with a combination of high inflation, high interest rates, and very expensive energy, it's a big issue.
How do you plan a business in this very volatile environment? How do you work the scenarios and decide where to invest?
We accelerate our green transition on a global scale. We do a lot of new projects all over the world on the solar, on storage, and others. We do the same in Greece. Everybody does. Everybody's accelerating. The European Union and the Commission is pushing. But there is here a time gap, which may be 2 or 3 or 4 years until we have enough LNG, mostly coming from the doubling of the production in Qatar, but also in other places as well, in the US as well, which are going to help the situation. This gap of the 3 or 4 years is a death trap for Europe. I'm not sure how the European economy, the European industry, the European households are going to cope with this situation if it comes to the worst. This is the pessimistic scenario.
Well, a death trap is certainly a vivid metaphor for what lies ahead. Can I ask what, more immediately for Greece specifically, if you were to face a cutoff of Russian gas, and you import Russian gas, what would the outlook be?
Greece has some indigenous resources like lignite and hydroelectric, which can cover part of the loss. And as far as the natural gas is concerned, it is supplied mostly by LNG from Revithoussa regas plant and from the transatlantic pipeline from where we get at the moment 1 BCM per year. Greece is a relatively small market. It's about 6-7 billion cubic meters a year. It needs about 45 cargoes of LNG per year to cover all its requirements. So, for example, we have booked our slots for 23-24 already. Now, the question is, infrastructure is seems to be okay here. But where do you get the LNG is the other big question.
I want to just, because our time is so short, make sure we cover one aspect of investment over the coming years, and that is the reconstruction of Ukraine, and whether this could, to some extent at least, it doesn't solve energy crises, but it could be a factor of demand, presumably, in the coming years, if there is a serious effort for reconstruction in Ukraine, which I'm sure is very likely. What about the Greek investment and Greek involvement in that program? Is that going to be significant?
If this terrible war, when this terrible war ends, because all wars have an end, I don't know if the end is going to be military or it's going to be diplomatic. Professor at Fukuyama, I think, probably knows better. But if we come to the end of this terrible war, there will be a reconstruction, and I would expect Europe and the US especially, but others as well, to contribute to rebuild the Ukraine. And no doubt, Greece, which has been present from the onset of the war, will be there to assist Ukraine, and the Greek companies will be there, no doubt about it.
In the small amount of time that we have left, I want to return to the very big questions of democracy and liberalism that you've touched on earlier on. I guess one of the big questions is, you know, we've been through a very tough period, not least in your own country, of challenges to the liberal order, the liberal US order, and the liberal world order. Do you think that the effect of this war will be ultimately to re-energize that faith, if you like, or the underpinnings of that order, or do you think that the very real forces that you also alluded to that threaten it have a chance of regaining the upper hand?
Well, I hate to say, but it really does depend on the outcome of the war. If Ukraine can turn things around and push the Russians back, at least out of the south, something like the territory they held on February 23rd, I think that'll be a big boost for democracy in general. We've never seen this degree of NATO unity in a long time. And I also think there's a generational problem. You know, the current young people living in Europe, including the ones in Eastern Europe, have never directly experienced military conflict or dictatorship. You know, Poland lived under a communist dictatorship. Older Poles remember what that was like and how bad it was. But younger ones, you know, were born after Poland became a democracy, and for them, they can just assume the peace and prosperity will continue, and they can complain about the EU, you know, as a dictatorship without kind of understanding what the real stakes are. So I think that every now and then it is helpful to be reminded of what the alternative to liberal democracy is. And I think in that sense, Putin has already demonstrated, you know, what real illiberalism looks like both domestically and internationally. So that's not a huge read of hope to base things on, but I do think that it is going to have an effect on the way people think more broadly about these alternative forms of government.
And back to the US, I mean, hear you loud and clear on your fears of a democratic crisis in 2024. But what about the leadership there? It seems to be an issue of leadership on both the Republican and Democratic sides.
Absolutely.
Can we see any signs of renewal there or not?
Well, you know, one of the big questions that the Democrats are very quietly asking themselves is whether they have to stick with Joe Biden. I think relatively few people want Kamala Harris to be the replacement, but there's not an easy pathway given the traditions in both parties.
And if not them, who? Who should we? Who would you?
I have no idea. I mean, there's a much younger generation of Democratic leaders, governors and so forth, but not a single one of them is prominent enough to really, I think, insert themselves. It would have to be a decision that Biden would take, that he's simply going to pull himself out, and then Kamala Harris as well, and I just don't see that happening. So that's a very big weakness on the Democrat side. Republicans, it's interesting, Donald Trump is so focused on relitigating the 2020 election, and I think actually a lot of Republican voters are getting kind of tired of that. And I think that there is a possibility that, 2 years from now, when they're actually in the middle of the Republican primaries, there will be a challenge. And it's going to be Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. And that is potential. I mean, we all said, when Trump was president, we said, what would it be like if you had a smart Trump that actually knew what he was doing? He could be much more dangerous. But maybe also not quite as crazy. And we have no idea, for example, what is Ron DeSantis' view towards NATO, towards the Ukraine war? We don't know. And it could be that we'd actually get a much more normal Republican if, someone like him were elected instead of Trump. So, there may be a glimmer of hope on that side.
Very good. I'm going to leave the last word to you. Final, very brief comment, because we have to end the session very soon.
We have to be clear about what I heard Professor about speaking about the U.S. policies. Let's be clear what is the future of Europe. In the decades after the war, Europe has relied on the American security for almost free. On one hand, we had the American security, and on the other hand, we had cheap Russian energy. And Europe and the Europeans prospered in the last 50 years like never, ever on the European continent. These are, I think they will remain in history like the golden years. Now, cheap energy is obviously a thing of the past, and American security for free is a question to be answered to a large extent by the evolution of the internal US policies, like Professor said. So we're here to live, as the English say, very challenging times.
Challenging times, it certainly is. Very interesting times, to take the Chinese proverb, certainly as well. Thank you both for your very interesting perspectives on it, and you've given us much to think about. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. There will be an alternative at some point. Yeah. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you very much. Carol? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to, in the interest of time, we have to proceed to the next session on effective diplomacy in unstable times, the European strategy for peace and stability. So I'd like to invite the Foreign Minister, Nikos Dendias, the Cypriot Minister, and the Ambassador, Enrico Letta, will be joining us. Hello.
Pleasure. Good to see you.
Hello. By connection, and we have Andreas here and Mikolas Jorinda as well, please join us on the stage. Thank you. Hi, great to see you.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
What
Do you want to say?
Okay, thank you. And
if you go towards the end, because we. Let's proceed because we have many important voices on this panel. As I say, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nikos Dendias, Ioannis Kassoulidis, the Foreign Minister of Cyprus, George Tsounis, US Ambassador to Greece, relatively newly here, so particularly interested also to hear your views. Enrico Letta will be joining us from Italy via the connection. Andreas Borgias, a state senator from California, and Nicolas Jorinda, president of the Wilfried Martins Center, and of course former Prime Minister of Slovakia. You're all very welcome, and without further ado, it's my pleasure to invite the Foreign Minister to give some views on the current situation. We've already been chewing over essentially the same questions many times over, but we can't have enough of it. So your view of the outlook for the region.
Should I be sitting? Should I use the podium?
It's entirely as you like.
Okay, I'll take the podium. Thank you.
Please.
It allows me to move a little, which makes it always easier. Well, I will turn to Greek.
Dear colleagues, Yannis, Enrico, dear Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, it's always for me a pleasure to participate at an Economist conference. Allow me to say that I've read The Economist for the first time when I was 18 years old, and I still maintain all the issues since then. It's been a colleague of thoughts with an interesting analysis. We might agree or disagree, but reading it has always something to offer. But today, economists invite us to answer, dear Daniel, to answer an equation which is rather tough. How you can have diplomacy, effective diplomacy in an unstable environment, because the Russian invasion in Ukraine is a turning point for the European security. What we used to take for granted has changed. The main principles of global respect to the rule of law and other values are not taken for granted anymore in Europe. What is the answer? We do have an answer, even though reality might be gray. Our answer is to protect and promote an international community of rules. Questioning these rules was, for many years of the West, a painful awakening. I dare say here, nevertheless, that for Cyprus and Greece, this awakening is not obvious. We have learned to live for many years. Since 1974, Cyprus and Greece, with questioning of those rules. We have learned to live with an existential threat. We are the only country, the Hellenic democracy on planet Earth, that we live under a constant threat of war. And quite recently, we have been martyrs of an aggressive rhetoric and an increase of challenges in situ. And I dare say that until recently, a great part of the international community considered this questioning of rules and legality in the region as a regional or an indifferent problem to them. But right now, the whole community, international community, experiences revisionism as theory and in practice. Either a new Tsar mask or an Ottoman mask. But the means used by the countries that promote revisionism, threaten others with violence, exercise violence, promote fake news, and more recently the refugee issue, which is becoming an instrument to them. And the answer, and the question is how our societies are going to respond to these challenges. And quite frankly, even though it might sound complex for our continent, the answer focuses on three main deepening of European integration. Many have questioned the European edifice, but allow me to say this edifice is rather young in its this form is only 70 years old, and in reality it is like monotheistic religions, with the exception of Islam. They need hundreds of years to have roots. This European edifice, it is at its early stages and need become more important via deepening and widening. The European Union is a union of values and principles, and I'm proud to say that the most successful example of cooperation, close cooperation of states in the history of mankind. The principles that all of us respect, Greece among them, are the gospel of our external policy: respect to international law, the international law of the sea, which is we must not forget part of the acquis européen, respect to human beings, to the rights of women and the weak. In this framework, all problems, even problems that might sound difficult nowadays, can be solved. But above all the actors accept this acquis. And I'm sorry to say that we are far away from that. The European Union, in other words, in order to respond to this unstable environment, has an answer: to become more stable itself and then emit this stability beyond its borders, to promote its soft power in the global scene. The challenge faced and actually set by Economist in its latest issue is in this effort at these difficult times to remain united, to exceed the challenges, the energy challenges, inflation, etc., and give shared responses for the protection of its borders and continue to impose sanctions to all those violating international law. Underline practically this difference of its profile against the revisionism of others. And it, of course, needs to protect its members when threatened. That will be the only beneficial result of this anachronism as we see it from the Russian invasion to Ukraine. This option is a one-way street, according to us, and all member states need to encourage it. We, Greece, a small country in the borders of Europe, make any effort possible towards this direction. We build bridges with the countries of the wider region in the Middle East, in the Gulf, and even further with China, India, Australia, New Zealand, Vietnam. And we hope that all countries will eventually understand our approach. And we are based, on the other hand, on our exceptional relationships with the United States, our historical ally on the other side of the Atlantic. This year, they entrusted their representation of its interest to Greece, to a Greek American, the new U.S. ambassador to Greece, Mr. Tsounis. And we hope that the choice and the man need a round of applause. But Greece would like something more, Ambassador. Your presence here to be the start of a constant choice that the United States be represented in Greece always by a Greek American. I repeat, the challenges are multiple and incredible. They are challenges that show a return to a past humanity had hoped to have put behind it, but despite complexity, the road is clear and concrete, and allow me to say unique. The faithful implementation of international law, and that is the way the Greek external policy follows consistently. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Many points to pick up in that, but we're going to go through the speakers first, and I hope we have time for some discussion at the end. Ioannis Kassoulidis, the Cypriot view, please. As you like.
Yes, dear colleagues, Mr. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, taking my cue from the title of this panel, I think it is quite necessary to address at the outset a very central question. Who are those actors who strive for stability? And conversely, which are those which act in the opposite direction? We cannot afford to harbor any illusions or be carried away by wishful thinkings at our analysis, because at the end of the day, the European Union and the individual states that comprise it do not live in a vacuum. Advancing our rules-based agenda and creating win-win situations in our region and beyond requires partners, like-minded ones, as we want to call them. And this must be done in a clear-eyed and careful manner. It is therefore self-evident from my point of view that if the EU is to truly fulfill its potential in the international arena, a few key elements are required: a strong voice, a unity of purpose, and a staunch commitment to the values it espouses. We are currently in the middle of cataclysmic developments in the European space, with the brutal war waged by Russia against Ukraine, and the unified response of the EU has been forceful in utilizing available tools in our arsenal. It is also evident, however, that our multilateral approach with third countries to build our case has not been quite as effective. It is imperative that we engage in the brainstorming exercises on this if we are to be successful in making a persuasive argument about the undoubtable benefits as we consider them as a rules-based order and the primacy of international law. Speaking of which, let me say a couple of words about the Eastern Mediterranean, where all these issues are extremely pertinent. This brings me back to the question I posed at the beginning regarding stability-minded actors versus spoilers. Cyprus and Greece have been working diligently and purposefully over the last 10 years to construct a matrix in which all the countries in the Middle East may cooperate harmoniously and for mutual benefit. The underpinning philosophy is not particularly philosophic. Adherence by all to a set of principles which have come to define the international system following World War II. Every single regional actor has bought into this concept, and the resulting trilateral mechanisms, as you are aware, are now fully established and functioning very efficiently. Such has been the success in this project that other countries have been seeking to become part of the equation. The 3+1 format tying together Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the United States is now a fact. And at the most recent meeting at Foreign Affairs level, specific objectives were agreed, which will yield in due course tangible results. It is of course unfortunate that one regional actor not only refuses to join in this great example of regional multilateralism, but even worse, seeks to append it. As I have already mentioned, in order to deal with such challenges effectively, we must look with an objective eye at the motives guiding a spoiler's actions. In this particular case, is Ankara interested in a regional rule-based order from which everyone stands to gain? Or is it playing a zero-sum game in an effort to exert regional dominance at the expense of the rest? I want to underline again, we cannot afford the luxury of wishful thinking when it comes to such crucial matters. In conclusion, let me say that whether we address the Western Balkans or the post-Soviet sphere or the Eastern Mediterranean, the European Union stance and its voice must be unequivocal and not merely pay lip service to ideals and values. As far as the Western Balkans are concerned, it is my firm belief that partners in the region should know that there exists a clear direction for their perspective in joining the EU. Equally, it should create certain responsibilities on their behalf as mutual future members. The Western Balkans should be encouraged that concrete reforms will have tangible and immediate benefits as regards the accession process. Our response to the invasion of Ukraine demonstrated both our abilities as well as our limitations. Moving forward, let us see how we may further strengthen the former while mitigating the latter. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Lots that we could pick up on, but we'll have to wait. I'm curious to know what 3 + 1 will add up to apart from 4. But we could explore that. Also, of course, the very important questions of Turkey. But I want to turn to the ambassador. You've heard the enthusiastic welcome of a Greek American in the role. I have to say that in this event, we've been very fortunate over the years to have the presence, participation of predecessors such as Nicholas Burns and Jeffrey Pyatt, who were, of course, not Greek Americans, but represented America very ably here. I'm sure you would be the first to admit that you follow on from some extremely capable diplomats. But we're, of course, very curious to know how you see the situation in Greece and, of course, your role in the absolutely critical question of Greek-American relations.
Thank you. I also was very impressed to hear that the foreign minister was reading The Economist since he was 18 years old. I myself didn't start reading it until I was 19. Thus, that's why he is the foreign minister and I am merely an ambassador.
So it's a great pleasure, a great honor to be with you.
Panel. I'm especially honored with our foreign ministers who do so much to bridge differences, increase dialogue, work for peace and stability in the region. And it is not an easy region. There have been challenges that go back millenniums here. But I'm reminded of Alexander Pope in the Essay of Man, who said, do the work well because that's where the honor lies, and you do your most important work with tremendous honor. And I'm so grateful to have an opportunity to be with you today. It is substantially easier to be the United States ambassador in Greece today than it was 30 years ago. And a lot of that is due to the work of my fine predecessors. But I am the United States ambassador to Greece, despite the fact that my parents both grew up in a very small village in this country, and the fact that my father asked me to mix a citizenship, and I will not ever forget my roots. But it's easy in the fact that United States interests and United States values, which is my job to advocate, in this bilateral relationship overwhelmingly intersect with Greek values and Greek interest. And what are Greek values? Democracy, rules-based order. The rules-based international order that has governed Europe for generations now. Territorial integrity, sovereignty, the freedoms that we have enjoyed for so many decades. I am just shocked, as I know all of us is, that Ukraine has been attacked. I never thought that in 2020 we would see such a thing. And my very good friend, the Ukrainian ambassador to Greece, Sergei Shkento, is here. Sergei, stand up. Please. If you have an opportunity to spend some time with him, he is one of the great people that you will meet. And he is in pain because of what is happening in his country. And we must commit to continue to support the Ukrainian people, to continue to support peace, and to make sure that as soon as possible we were able to visit and he is able to go back to a free and united Ukraine. Having said that, my priorities and the relationship is one of stability. I think pillar of stability has been spoken about now for 6 years, but it goes further than that. It's reliability. When the United States looks for a partner to solve some of the challenges, it goes to Greece, because Greece acts in best practices, it's value-based, and they're reliable. They're always on the right side of history, and they provide a tremendous amount of leadership in the region. What I would like to see in my tenure is more U.S. investment, and that we help Greece not only become a greater defensive partner, become a hub, an energy hub in the region, and deleverage Gazprom, but also to become a thriving, modern 21st century economy with those spillovers to go through the Balkans. Because if there's a point I'd like to make, I think there have been very difficult political challenges that have been solved in the region. And I think that Europe and the United States have overpromised and underdelivered when it comes to economic investment and support in the Balkans. That's something we have to cure, and that's something that I hope that I would be able to work with the region's largest economy, Greece, to help accomplish, because I think the Balkans need to continue to an EU-NATO ascension.
Thank you. Well, fascinating, because I think we've seen over the years through very different and difficult times in Greece. Actually, one thing that has made progress fairly consistently have been US-Greek relations through different regimes, through different administrations. And it's interesting that you put the emphasis now on building on that in a business sense and building deeper business connections. So we can certainly explore that in more depth during this event and beyond, I hope. I'd now like to invite Enrico Letta. I hope that you're at the other end of a Zoom. Let us see if there we go. Enrico Letta, very welcome. It's good to have you back with us at this event. Thank you very much for joining us, albeit remotely. I hope you've been able to listen to some of the conversations that we've been having, but we're of course very interested to hear your perspective, and also perhaps a little bit of a brief on the situation in Italy, which of course is very crucial both economically and politically right now. Enrico Letta, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I'm very happy being with you, even if I'm just remotely connected. I attended many times the great Economist event in Athens. I hope to be with you next time. Unfortunately, because of some political troubles in my country, I'm obliged to stay in Rome. We have some votes in the parliament today, and I will be obliged to be here, to stay here, and to leave early to go to vote in parliament because of some troubles. Troubles are related also to the fact that my country is a country where difficulties and economic consequences of the war are very tough because of the energy dependence that Italy usually had with Russia, and of course with also the fact that we are supporting Ukraine, and we are strongly supporting Ukraine. I'm currently leader of one of the main parties in the majority of government, and Draghi's government is deciding to support Ukraine, and we will continue. But of course, public opinion is starting being tired of this war, and because, first of all, of the economic and social consequences. So just to share with you some problems that we are facing in this very period, but I know that these problems are not only problems that we are experiencing in Italy. Just two brief comments. I'm very happy to listen my good friend Nikos points on the future of the role of Europe in the Balkans, and I would like just to add one point also related to what Ioannis just said. I think it is time for Europe to take leadership in the area. This is what we didn't do in the past. And it is time to have this leadership. Otherwise, I think it will be very complicated to bring stability in the area. I am not very happy of the result of the final result of the summit, the European summit 10 days ago. I think we are frustrating expectations that are very high in Western Balkans, and we risk to have the same frustrations for Ukraine. I think we have to think something new. We have to accelerate the accession process of all these countries. And the new European Union enlarged needs to be more ambitious. So my first point is, I think we have to take this leadership. And we have to, and I know Italy, Cyprus, Greece, we are on the same side in this very period, and we need to be very strong in supporting this European leadership. And it's the way for Europe to turn into the southeastern part that was not the core of the attention, of the focus of Europe in the last decades. It has to be because things are happening there. It's the place where things are happening. And it is very important to bring stability, and only a good managed enlargement process can be this stability factor. My second point is about social recovery and economic recovery. I think we have to be aware that autumn will be a very tough period. I think we are entering a period of recession. I think we have to be very honest on these topics. And we need, as Europeans, to have an answer, a reaction similar to the one we had 2 years ago during the pandemic and the post-pandemic period. And I think we need to be very strong in asking and trying to organize this European response. And I think Italy, Greece, Cyprus can be on front line to be able to convince our partners at European level to try to create some responses in this very period. We can't leave our citizens in a new recession without a European response. And this response has to be first at energy level. In a recent meeting, Prime Minister Mitsotakis and Prime Minister Draghi shared an important point about the need of an energy common position that is needed, I think, at European level. And we need to be also very good in trying to help citizens and companies in this very period before entering a new recession. I think, and I will end up here, Daniel, and I thank you once again for the invitation. I think we have to take lessons from the past. First time I attended your conference, we were fully in the financial crisis 10 years ago. And lessons from this crisis brings us to think that it is necessary to intervene in a preemptive way, not only after the collapse. When we intervene after the collapse, the cost is absolutely higher. This is why this time we have to take lessons from the past, and I'm sure that the possibility of our countries, Greece, Italy, Cyprus, and other countries from the region can be very useful to convince the other European partners. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Just while I have you there, because it's easier with the connection, quickly follow up with a question. You want acceleration, calls for leadership, but what about the Italian situation? Clearly, it's not a simple matter now with the Italian politics and also with the prospects for Italian debt could also be a little bit complicated. So can we be confident in Italian leadership through this period?
Italy has today a large coalition government under the leadership of one of the wisest and most respected leaders at European level, Mario Draghi. My party is supporting warmly Draghi's government. We will have next year new elections, but I'm very confident that we will face these elections after a completion of very important results. Some important reforms, structural reforms, that like justice reform, procurement reform, the digital transition reforms that are today in the hands of the government and the parliament, and until now very good results. The debt is very high because of COVID, because we had this 17, 18 points added during the two COVID years. But in the last year, we had a reduction of 5% of the debt. That was, I think, a very good result. The GDP growth is on the European average, and the forecasts are mostly positive. Of course, it will be very important, and this is my point, to have Europe supporting the efforts of countries and not Europe creating problems to countries during the reform process. This is why I mentioned lessons from the past. 10 years ago, the European approach was not the wisest. The wisest approach was the one that Europe had 2 years ago during the pandemic crisis. And I would like to add that Italy and Greece are on the same side also on another big topic that risks to be the topic of the autumn, that is the refugee flows and the migration flows. We need to have at the European level, finally, the approval of the reform. And we need this approval, and we need this reform on migration policies. Otherwise, it would be very complicated for all of us to face these very crucial issues. And of course, populism is behind the corner, where the European Union is not able to manage with us the migration issues and the recovery and avoiding the recession.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I'd like at this stage to bring in a Californian perspective with Andreas. And really part of the question is, you know, California is a long way away, but how close do these problems that we're discussing feel to Californian electorate? We're in a midterm election year, and we also have very significant backing of the current US administration for the efforts in Ukraine. How close does it feel in California? I'm sure you have other things to say, but that's what I would particularly like to hear, because it matters enormously for this region.
Certainly. It's a pleasure to be here, of course, and hopefully my mic is working. Naturally, these issues are dealt with largely at the federal level, but California is largely considered a country unto itself. And so we've been known to take foreign policy positions of our own, sometimes at odds with the federal authorities. All you have to do is look back at the environmental legislation and regulations that have been pushed out of California that have led the United States and served a role internationally. Not many months ago, the state of California divested a major fund from any potential investment in Russia. So I think even though we don't have the same level of interaction in California, our policies do. And that's why Californians play an outsized role in wishing to be supportive of Ukraine, wishing to push back appropriately with Russia, and making certain that our alliances, notably with the European Union and specifically Greece, are front and center. We believe in multilateralism as a state. I do, of course, personally, because that is the strength of our post-World War II era. And we're realizing that any country that goes toward an independent foreign policy path without consultation ultimately loses prestige, power, and influence. So that's why I think it's important that we take a listen on Italy's experience, Brussels' experience, and Ukraine's experience.
I'm curious also because the natural place you look out from California is actually towards Asia. And yet you, in effect, been dragged back in a major way to consider the European problem and to devote resources to it. What is that meaning for the Asia focus, which hasn't gone away, hasn't become any less important? China remains perhaps the biggest strategic issue for the United States over time and economically as well. So how do you keep both these things together?
They're actually parallel, in my opinion, and I think many would share this opinion in California, that the conflict that's going on in Ukraine with Russia is a fight for the heart and soul of what we hold dear as Americans. This is a conflict category, if you will. The determinative relationship on our end of the 21st century will be the relationship between the US and China and the competition therein. So I think the lessons that we're learning with Ukraine are spilling over into the paradigms of how Taiwan might be viewed by China and what our position and response would be. Everyone's keeping an eye upon Ukraine as a petri dish for global realignment and repositioning as we recalibrate our relationships in the world order.
I want to turn now to Mikuláš Dzurinda. When you were Prime Minister, you went through the experience of taking your country into NATO, into the European Union. So I'm particularly curious to know your sense of the historical process that is now underway with Ukraine and how we make sure Ukraine stays part of the European family.
Thank you very much. Yes, you are right. It was a fascinating time in the second half of 90s and the beginning of the new century when we enjoyed the process of reunification. But time is running and new challenges are emerging. So what I take as indispensable in these times is to get rid of two Achilles heels which we face in Europe. The first is our energy dependence on Russia, and the second is our military weakness in Europe. I am glad that you have mentioned that I am a very strong transatlanticist. But in these days, I realize very strongly that we suffer a lot from our military weakness. America cannot be elsewhere and all the time. We face a huge shift in the global political landscape. You mentioned China a while ago. So now I strongly believe that we need not only to adopt a political decision, because it has been adopted already in 2016, when the Commission has adopted the global strategy, and then PESCO and Defense Fund. Implementation is lagging behind. Why? Because what Mr. Putin understands is the strength, not a weakness. I negotiated with him several times, and also Ukraine, by my mind, in a moment when he realized that Ukraine was going well when it comes to reforms, when it comes to modernization of its military forces, he has decided immediately. So we need to strengthen our European military forces. We need to strengthen our resilience. Some people are speaking about the European Army, about the European Defense Union. It depends on our final decision. What I want to underline or to emphasize is the fact that a potential European defense should not run against NATO, should not duplicate NATO. It would become just the reliable European pillar of this transatlantic community, which is able to defend especially our eastern and southern flank of the alliance. This is my dream. I strongly believe in it. We have adopted some decisions, such as to create our battle group of 5,000 troops, which is something, but not enough. So I believe that the war of Russia, the cynical war of Russia against Ukraine, is something like a wake-up call also for us, for Europeans. Not so much time ago, we had the EPP Congress in Rotterdam, the European People's Party Congress, and I heard, for the first time, I was listening to Friedrich Merz, the new leader of CDU in Germany, and I was strongly encouraged with his emphasis on our responsibility. We are rich as Europeans, but now we need to shoulder much more responsibility when it comes to our own defense and when it comes to our ability to respond to challenges related to our immediate neighborhood.
So we've heard, I think, several people today express a certain amount of disappointment with the outcome of the European Union summit, but the NATO summit seems to have been actually more purposeful and positive. Is that your assessment, that on the defense side, I know you're urging more at the European level, but there is rather a transformation that has gone on at the defense level that now you want to see extended, and the political level is what needs to catch up. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, to some extent, to a large extent it is, and I am also glad with our unity, which had been demonstrated so hugely in Madrid. But having had some experience, I tried to read also among the lines, and I am not thrilled completely, I would say, because declarations are one thing, and reality on the ground is completely different sometimes. It is nice to state that we increase the presence of our soldiers up to the level of 300,000. But how are we going to do that? And what is the role of Europe? I would like to avoid of the situation when now, after Madrid being united, we can tell to ourselves, let's slip farther. It would be a huge, huge mistake. Now I am strongly convinced it is the time to act, to help America, to help the United States, and to bring into NATO our share of responsibility.
I agree. Very, very, very clear. I want to, in the limited time that's available to us, I would like to invite the two foreign ministers to give their perspectives on some of the remarks that we've heard from your fellow panelists. So perhaps I could start with you, and we'll end with Mr. Dendias. So Mr. Kazlidis, if you could give a sense of how you see these various perspectives from America, from Slovakia, from the regional complexities, what responses do you have?
Well, due to our geographic position, we consider that our responsibility is the stability of the Eastern Mediterranean. Perhaps others have tasks to divide among themselves, but I think what is important is the stability in the Eastern Mediterranean. And I believe that we have tried with these mechanisms of trilateral cooperation to enlist countries that in the past couldn't live together or hear the name of one another. Israel now is an important party within the region of the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond, and within the form of multilateralism, participates along with the others. We consider that to this effort, two European Union members, Greece and Cyprus, have contributed. And when you heard talking about 3+1, let me explain that it means the +1 is the participation of the United States. And there are other possibilities. There was a trilateral with Egypt, Greece, and Cyprus, +1 France. And also now there are possibilities with India. All these nexus.
So the important thing is the plus element in this.
Well, because it is important that the big powers, I have mentioned 2 or 3, that these big powers show the interest. By showing their interest, it means that they enhance the stability we are seeking.
Then, yes.
Well, it would be a very long discussion, but I would pick 2 or 3 issues I would like to comment. The first one is I totally agree with you on the issue that we have to build up the military capacity of the European Union. And as you say, it's complementary to NATO. It's not against NATO, and that has to become absolutely clear towards everybody. But in the meantime, we need the United States presence in the region, especially in the Southeast Mediterranean. It's a stabilizing force. And I have to say, possibly the impression that the United States was leaving to address the big challenges in the Indo-Pacific has created a feeling of vacuum which other powers in the region try to fill, and that created problems. The second thing is, speaking about our family, the European Union, is I have to say this is one of the problems the European Union is that we have been too successful within Europe, economically successful. Enrico Letta, a very wise politician, was right to speak, for example, about migration, how we need to address the migration phenomenon beyond our shores, beyond the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean has always been a bridge, never a border within history. And let me give another example that shows that sometimes the European Union is rather short-sighted. We had to fight in the Union to raise the level of help we were giving to Egypt in order to address the inflation in cereals from 25 million euros to 100 million euros, which seemed like a big triumph for us, Europe, 100 million euros. That means €1 per Egyptian per year. Is that sufficient? And we all know that if for whatever reason Egypt collapses, then Europe really will have an enormous problem. And I'm using a rather diplomatic language. So we have to be more forthcoming. We have to see even challenges beyond the horizon, and we have to see beyond our everyday success to the challenges of the future and address them the soonest. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think with that, we should end this session. I'd just like to say that there seems to be a common theme, I think, on what everybody has been saying, with all the differences of nuances, which is an urging to go faster, to be bolder in the direction of integration, particularly European defense integration, but in other areas too. So the recognition of the necessity is there. I think the big question that hangs over this, and which we will be, I'm sure, returning to again and again over the coming days, is whether the follow-through is going to be there as well. But that's, if it were easy, it wouldn't be interesting. So thank you all very much indeed for this fascinating session, and we look forward to continuing the conversation in the next session and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
I look forward to a discussion this evening.
Yeah,
yes.
you're seeing me again.
Yes. Sure. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. When did you arrive? Fascinating. fascinating place to be. Congratulations. What a great role to have. Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for leadership. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. See you later. Yes, I think we will. It's true. We try in this conference. It's not so easy. Are you staying with us for the for some of the dinners and things? Right. See you later. Thank you. Thank you. Will we see you later? Will you be staying with us? Oh, you have to go back. Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to sit down, please. We're going to go to the next session. So could I invite, please, Secretary Pompeo, as well as Angeliki Frangou and Evangelos Marinakis, please, to join me on the... I go this one. Do you want to... I will sit here. Why don't you sit this one here? Yes. Hello. How are you? Nice to see you. We've met. Yes, yes, yes. You come here. Hello. Very nice to see you.
Very nice to see you. Wonderful to see you again. Wonderful to see you.
Do you want to come? So, ladies and gentlemen, we must press ahead with the session that takes us up until lunch. Will give us lots of food for thought as well. It's my pleasure to welcome Angeliki Frangu, Chairwoman and Chief Executive Officer of Navios Maritime Partners, as well as Evangelos Marinakis, Chairman and Founder of Capital Maritime and Trading Corporation, and of course, former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. So, without further ado, I'd like to invite Mike Pompeo to give his thoughts. I don't know whether you've managed to listen to any of our conversations so far, but as you could imagine from President Zelensky and others, we've been hearing many perspectives on the very serious situation in the region and all the consequences that have flowed from it, and we're, of course, eagerly awaiting your thoughts on that, as well as specifically thoughts in this particular region here and the challenges it's facing.
You bet. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. Since it's The Economist that's hosting, I thought I would talk about math and economics and the things that are impacting ordinary people all across the world today, including in my home country. I was the Secretary of State, so I was in charge of diplomacy. But there were very few meetings that I had during I was a Secretary of State for 1,000 days, exactly. There were very few meetings I had that weren't focused on the core capacity to deliver energy to the places in the world that were needed, and to make life affordable for citizens all across the world, whether I was in Africa or Southeast Asia or here in Europe. The political connection between good economies, sound economies, and the capacity to govern across the world was something that was on my mind and in my life every single moment. And we can see that today. We are all in a place that is incredibly difficult. We've heard the phrase, the storm clouds of Europe. The place that the global economy finds itself today is incredibly challenging. Much of this, not the fault of the people who are suffering from it, but from political decisions that are now baked in the cake over the course of the last 15 or 20 years. I'd start with the decisions that were made in Europe and frankly across the world, where we decided we were going to make a transition from an energy source that was affordable. And this isn't just for energy production. We think of gasoline, we think of natural gas. This provides literally the feedstock for our food. And we are now driving prices to places that create the risk of enormous political instability. So my great macro thought for the moment is that we are all going to have to find a way to make whatever energy transition it is that the world is demanding in a way that the people can actually support and don't create an incredible political crisis in nations all across the world. This was certainly brought forward by the actions of Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. I didn't get a chance to listen to President Zelensky's remarks. I've spent a fair amount of time with him. What's happening today in that place is impacting us all. But the roots of this aren't born from February 24th. Everybody says, well, this all started now in February. No, this started in Vladimir Putin's mind decades ago. People say, well, this is now 100 and some days on. The truth is we can point certainly back to Crimea from just a few years back. We can point to the peace between the wars, right? Where there was just artillery fire across the line of control in Southeast and the Donbass and Luhansk places that none of you knew the names of this. Certainly no American knew the names of these places, not splashed across our TV sets every day. I spent time there when I was a CI director helping train the Ukrainians to do precisely what they have so successfully done over the past months. But this conflict is seated in a different place. It's seated in the mind of Vladimir Putin, and then we enabled it. We collectively enabled it with the energy policies that I described, where we shut off nuclear power. We said coal is too tough, and we said we're going to have a single source of energy for major European economies that comes from an adversary that just as soon see our economies suffer, an enormous mistake. And then second, we lost the deterrence bubble. What matters most to Vladimir Putin is power, something he deeply understands. And so every time that the American president spoke about the things he was not going to do, or the fear of escalation, or mentioned that a minor incursion might be okay, we increased the likelihood in the mind of Vladimir Putin that he could successfully achieve what he has wanted to do for an awfully long time. And we are now seeing the ramifications of that. I won't go further other than to say, if you think about how it is we end this war, something that everyone on this stage and everyone who will appear on this stage and everyone who sits out here, that we all want, we should absolutely engage in diplomacy, something that would have been my task were I still the Secretary of State. But Vladimir Putin only understands risk and power. And so it will have to be a demonstrable effort that says we're going to impose costs that exceed what he believes to be his political benefits and his long-run economic benefit in order to convince him that he should even contemplate looking for something that we all blithely say in the West. We talk about off-ramps and the like. Vladimir Putin is no more looking for an off-ramp than a man in the moon. He believes he is going to prevail because he thinks we will grow weary, and he thinks that Europe will return to the model that they have had for 20 years, which was under preparation for the defense of the sovereignty of their nations and of their region. I'll turn now to this region and then to my home country as well, because I think they're both very important. We just watched what was a good gathering in NATO. The fact that there are two new nations is great. The fact that President Erdogan permitted this to happen in a way that was accommodative to some degree is good. I appreciate that. But we shouldn't think for a second that this dictates any change in how Greece will perceive this challenge from Turkey, or how President Erdogan will continue to press the claims that he pressed during my time. I don't think this is a new moment in Turkish-Greek relationship. We were always working hard to put it in a better place and to make NATO a better, or make Turkey a better party inside, a partner inside of NATO. So I am pleased for the moment, but much like it's great to see the Germans now being serious about providing energy for their people, not dependent on Russia, I fear that this may just be for the moment and not something that is indeed transitory. Last thought, and then we'll talk about whatever you all want to talk about. The American economy is in a mess. What do I mean by that? That's not political in the least. I spend a lot of my time helping candidates from my party, the Republican Party, be successful this November ahead. But what I hear from people has nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans. What I hear from them is that I can't pay my rent. And I'm very worried about the fact that we had to cancel half the games in my kids' football league, soccer league, because the gasoline to drive them to the games was too expensive. These are real-world impacts on a broad swath of America's economy. And the current leadership in Washington, D.C. has not demonstrated any capacity to either understand the challenge in front of it, nor to address these very real needs for the American people. And there is political risk for leaders all across the world who don't understand what people are experiencing. It's not about right or left. It is about the most fundamental things that we try to do for our kids and for our grandkids. And if we fail to get this right, if we fail to deliver them the basic understanding of how we can make their life better and how they can come to believe that the life of their children and grandchildren will be better than theirs, then the political upheaval you will see. I'm very concerned. The political upheaval you may well see across a broad swath of nations, extending from Africa to Southeast Asia to Europe and in North America, is likely to be very significant.
Well, there's a lot there to chew on. If just for now, and then we'll move along and have another discussion at the end. But just for now, if I could stick to the middle bit of your remarks and the questions of of dealing with Russia and the maintenance of something we've heard a lot about this morning, which is unity and being prepared to see it through. What do you think is most important in that endeavor? And from your time as Secretary of State, what would you be most concerned about in maintaining European unity, tested as it's probably never been tested
I'm
before.
not sure if we ever achieved it during my time. Frankly, I think history would suggest that, look, every one of these European nations is sovereign. They have their own interests. We can all see the economic imbalances that sit there. The EU and the financial team in the EU is going to have got some big decisions about the southern part of Europe and what's going to have to happen there. Real money, real resources. That is always contentions, and doing it against the backdrop of a conflict that could extend onto NATO soil is incredibly complicated. Look, we tried to convince the big European economies that this moment we're all experiencing now was going to come. We didn't know when. We certainly didn't anticipate it would be in this way, but it was inevitable when you have a single source who's an adversary for your energy, and you are unprepared to make the case for the people of your own country that you should defend your own nation. Right, as a political leader in Wichita, Kansas, as a congressman, the easiest thing is to say, look, I'm going to build another bridge in our neighborhood, not to say, I hope you will go serve in the United States military, or I want to have another tank or another missile system. And political leaders across Europe refused to go home to their home districts and make the case why security and sovereignty were worthy and why their own people had a responsibility to defend their own nations. And so if you ask what the most important thing for European connectivity, to keep it together, it is the willingness of leaders to actually make the case that security for these nations and collectively for Europe and NATO, that security is what drives the prosperity that has benefited us all for so many decades post-World War II. We've lost that. This was a time where we came to think that this was all behind us and we could just sell widgets to China and everything would be good. And we can all see now that these are people who have different intentions. And so the unity has to come from a shared understanding of what we want the basic relationships between sovereign nations to look like over the course of the next generations. And that is a hard problem set. It seems very philosophical, but you see the ramifications of that both in our politics and in our economy today.
But isn't part of the issue that your former boss sowed some doubt on this question of America's commitment to NATO, and there are some who think that you know, in a Trump 2 term, there would be a move to leave NATO. Well, I mean, doesn't that undermine the sense of resolve to stay together as a Western force?
Yes, not surprisingly, I've heard this critique. Here's what I get asked about. You know, so your point would be that in a second term that Putin would have run wild, right? That's the theory of the case. This would have all disintegrated. I've had
not only necessarily with Putin, just the shadow of a United States that might not be committed for the long haul.
America's been committed to this for decades, absolutely for decades. And for 4 years, we remained committed and indeed drove enormous resources into NATO from these countries. We made the case powerfully. And I get this critique, and I get asked all the time, would this have happened if you were still there? And I am humble enough to know that this is a counterfactual that I can't answer. But I can answer this. Vladimir Putin took Crimea under President Obama, the great NATO hero, right? That goes to the streets in Berlin and hundreds of thousands come out to worship him. He took a chunk of Europe. For 4 years, he didn't take another piece. Maybe we were just lucky. But within months, he takes another chunk of Europe. These are factually things that no one can dispute. And so one can say what they want about what might have happened in a second Trump administration's term. I can describe to you with factual accuracy about how we delivered increased prosperity and transparency to how we thought about the importance of Europe defending itself. Our commitment to that remained resolved. We increased our force posture in Eastern Europe during my 4 years as CI Director and Secretary of State. I am incredibly proud of how we delivered good outcomes for America, for sure. We put our nation first, always, just as I expect every European nation to put their country first. And we collectively delivered really good outcomes across this region that I think history will reflect well upon.
But it's not some random critique. I mean, John Bolton, former National Security Advisor, who you served
fired.
Fired,
but he who I've known for 20 years.
But he said that he was convinced that in the second term, President Trump would leave NATO. So, is that plain wrong?
There are many people who have visions of what might have happened. He didn't even stick around for the whole first term. My point is, John is free to say whatever. President Trump, I don't dispute his factual statement. President Obama didn't want to provide defensive systems to Ukraine. President Trump was a skeptic about doing this as well. This is factually accurate. President Trump has tweeted about it, right? You don't need me to tell you this, but look at what we did. Look at the actions which we took. We should be judged not by somebody's book or somebody's hypothesis, but about the things we got right. And by the way, we should be critiqued for the things that we got wrong as well. And there were more than a handful of those as well.
And under a future President Pompeo.
Yeah, not going there.
Sticking with NATO?
Of course. No, absolutely. I served as a young soldier near Nuremberg for 3 years, just before the fall of the Berlin Wall. I believe deeply in the central thesis of reason and logic and Europe and the West as the forces for good in the world. And collectively ought to do that, and Article 5 matters an awful lot to the United States of America, not only to European countries, and I'm glad we have 2 more nations that are part of it now as well.
Good. Just one final question that I want to come to, just turning to this region. Actually, Greek-American, because we do this conference every year, as you know, we've been seeing through thick and thin, actually, the steady, closer ties at a defense level between the United States and Greece. How much emphasis did you give that when you were Secretary of State, and how do you see that moving forward?
So we had a great team on the ground here, State Department team on the ground here, that had been working on this before my time, so I give credit to those who came before me and those who have now finished off some of this project as well. But it was very important to us. It's you can stare at a map. We all know where the Black Sea is. We know that getting this right matters, and so the relationship, the fact that we've now had these defense agreements between the United States and Greece matters an awful lot, and so we were trying to build it out in a way, certainly a way that made sense for us, and not just militarily, not just with our defense assets, but we were excited about the energy projects that we're developing in the region as well. The capacity to produce energy and transship across Europe mattered an awful lot, and so we were working on all the elements of power along with our Greek partners, and it was lovely to do. And I hope history will reflect that we made some progress that can now be built upon.
Very good. Well, let's turn to that transshipment question, because that's what we're joined by 2 representatives of that industry, and sort of keeping, we hear a lot about supply chains these days and the problems of supply chains, but this is the infrastructure of supply chains that you're actually engaged with. So what are the sort of issues that you're facing now as a result of the war, and how do you see this evolving over the coming months?
We have to think about the big picture. So you're having about 1/3 of the global wheat supply coming from this region, the conflict. So you realize that we're talking about food security. The most paramount job of any government is to have food security. And basically, you have a total disruption on that. So you know that, how you said, hot cereal, something like that we said previously. So basically, you will have, every government will have to get the wheat from further away, pay any price, make sure long distances, and bring the transportation cost up. So this is something that it is, as we say, is math. It's going to happen. We have seen a similar kind of a situation, but in much lesser degree with the Arab Spring, which was just a price increase. Today we have a whole disruption. Of course, the good thing is that disruption on grain supplies can recover in a couple of crops. I'm always optimistic that this will happen and will recover. So from a point of shipping, in the short term, this can be create longer transportation, higher cost, and freight. In the other side, we are looking on oil and gas, and there again, the disruption, Europe is about 40% gets the gas from Russia, 30% of the oil. So basically the most efficient route, which is disrupted, so you have to really go from further away, and that again creates longer trips and a disruption to the whole supply chain.
Yeah, Mr. Maniakis.
I think that nowadays facing
this war in Ukraine, the role of ship owners and especially the Greek ship owners that, as Ms. Fragu said, we control over 32% of the world tanker fleet and over 22% of the LNG fleet. And if we analyze the positions in the West, maybe it's over 50% of the available tonnage that transport oil in this side of the world. What I can say is that it's something that provides a security and stability because carrying energy on board our vessels, you don't have the risk, the political risk that a pipeline has in case of a war, and also you don't need all this time to build it and all the geopolitical risks. So I think that it's at this stage, it's very important European country that belongs to NATO to have this power of tonnage that can make it happen all this new era, which means that we have to be much less or not at all dependent on oil and gas from Russia. And also the other thing that is worth mentioning is because there is a lot of discussion about also environmental issues that if you add up all the cargoes that on daily basis are transported around the world, ships attribute only 3% of the world pollution. And this is something that maybe a lot of people around the world have not realized, that even it's not only safe to transport energy on board our ships, but also is environmentally friendly, because also in the last 10 years, technology has helped to produce more economical engines and environmentally friendly. And of course, we'll go ahead with this for the new tonnage that we are building right now in yards in South Korea and Japan. Therefore, I think that it's very important with what's going on right now to provide this stability to the world and to Europe. And also, the other thing is that we think that we should see more initiative from the politicians in Europe to find a solution for peace, because as we see right now, the economy is hurting. We see these record prices on the gas prices, on the oil, and our economies cannot hold on for a while longer. And I mean, we see that even in the United States, as Secretary Pompeo said, that we see that the problem is coming and is increasing. Therefore, I think that it's imminent to take some radical steps to find a peace process in the region.
But you can't escape geopolitical scrutiny entirely on this. We heard President Zelensky this morning talking about the amount of Russian oil that is transported by Greek ships. So is this something that you're
that's a very interesting point.
Concerned about?
No, we'll tell you exactly what it is, and we should put the record straight. As I said earlier, if you analyze that the tonnage that is available in the West right now to transport oil, Greek tonnage is over 50 to 60% in the region. So all this oil that comes out from Russia, that comes in the European country, is legitimate because there is some deadlines that our politicians have set in the European Union until the end of the year, that because the dependence from Russian oil cannot happen overnight. So what
the Greek tonnage is transporting is oil that has been already contracted and is fully approved by the European Union. So no, it's not, and also it's something that our countries desperately need. So it's not that we're violating any law or any embargo. It's something that is needed, and thanks God we are here to provide this stability.
Yeah.
I would like to add a point, and we had earlier with the Secretary Pompeo a very interesting conversation. You know, sanctions, and he has been the one that implemented maybe the most important sanctions in Iran. And I'll say those sanctions went extremely well because were well defined with rules. You had a legal team, you could follow the rules, and you know, 95% of the world fleet, I mean, and basically a lot of the Greek controlled fleet follow those rules. So it's not about sanctions. And this is about what we are living today. The sanctions we follow. We have a legal team that will go through the rules and we will implement them tremendously well. The issue is not to fight a religious war or something that we cannot describe. For example, there was a vessel, a tanker, carrying Kazakhstan oil to United States, New Orleans. It was frontline news in the Wall Street Journal. All of a sudden, it was considered illegal. There was nothing illegal. It was a totally legal oil that was coming into United States. So let's stop fighting a religious war and use the sanctions properly, because this is not about a shipping company. Governments do the policies, and they create the trading pattern. So this is to the politicians to solve the problem. Make the rules, we follow them.
I'll come back to the politician here on the panel in a moment, but one more question for you, because you know, you are sort of bringing the world together in the shipping industry. It represents, if you like, globalization. But globalization, as you well know, has been challenged in multiple ways in recent times. And there is this sort of division between the Sinosphere and the other areas of the world. How are you coping with this? And particularly, we haven't talked all that much about China, but China is central to the future of your industry, I imagine. How are relationships in the shipping world with China today, and what are the prospects?
You mean about the zero COVID policy? How you?
Certainly that creates disruptions, but beyond that, there is also a lot of search for alternative supply chains to avoid over-dependence on China in certain areas.
And that's where I like, you know, if we take a look, you know, today we are all traveling, and anyone that has traveled over the weekend has seen thousands of people in the airport. I think more crazy than before. But we passed 2 years of basically this COVID period, where what did you do? You went home, you renovated, you made a new kitchen, a new home office, you got a computer. So all of a sudden, we didn't go to restaurants, we didn't travel. So all this money that was used on services went to products. So we saw our system that used to be the just-in-time production, logistics, broke. I mean, from protective gear to hand sanitizers to computers to everything was really, everyone moved their dollar from services to goods. Today, we are reversing to that. But what we have seen from companies and governments together, they want to move to resilience. So we go from just in time to just in case we need manufacturing. And that is here with us. And it is happening. This inefficiency creates more longer trips, more cost on logistics, more cost on inventories, but is here to stay with us. And further, the conflict that we are living today with Ukraine, it further adds to this fear. And basically, we are paying, and we will be paying as society, this additional cost of resilience.
So it's not necessarily bad for the shipping industry, but it's a cost on the consumer. Is that what you're saying?
We are consumers also. Well, customers.
Coming back to what you say is that as far as the Chinese relationship and all these political things that you describe. I think that, to be honest, we unite the world. I mean, we trade in China, we repair our vessels in China, we even build ships in China, and we find it very constructive, all these trades to be increasing, because what we have seen in the last 15 years, and this change around all the markets, is that China and all this region is not only importing goods, now is exporting it, it's exporting even more. And of course you see all this change of trading pattern that has helped not only the shipping world, because we see increased cargoes, but also all around the world importing these goods at lower prices. That helps also the consumer to be able to consume products that 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it was much more expensive and much harder. So we see this very constructively, and as Secretary Pompeo mentioned earlier, because what I would like when I was listening to what he said is that it's not only a political approach, it's a business pragmatic approach, that we need this from our politicians today, because there is a lot of work, a lot of problems around the world, and we need politicians with a business and practical approach to solve it. And you know, I take also the opportunity to wish him a very good future, because we need guys like yourself. Well, especially today that we see that all these disputes, and we need leadership. And as years are passing by, instead of seeing more leadership in Europe and the United States, we see that there is a lack of it.
Well, let's come back to you on China in particular. I mean, you obviously that loomed very large in your time as Secretary of State, and now we have suddenly, you know, Russia brought back into the frame, front and center. With how should the United States and others balance these competing demands on their attention? Obviously, you have to do both. Yeah. But how do you how do you calibrate that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's answerable in the macro about how do you calibrate it. We didn't think about them as different problem sets. Right? These are problem sets. I would get asked by leaders of countries around the world. They'd say, Mike, we don't want to get in the middle of this. You two big guys are in this fight. The United States and China, you're in this fight. We just want out. Don't ask us to pick sides, essentially. And but it wasn't about that at all. It wasn't about picking sides between the United States and China. It was about, what do you want the world to look like 10 or 20 or 30 years from now? Do you want global business to be conducted on a set of rules that have benefited the world for decades? Contracts, property rights, rule of law, the capacity to enforce agreements, a set of rules at the WTO that every nation must comply with. No propaganda wars inside of countries, right? These are a set of understandings that delivered really good outcomes, not only for the West, but for 900 million people in China as well. Xi Jinping has taken his country in a fundamentally different direction that presents enormous risk to what I just described. I think that matters. And so we have to confront this. And for 40 years, we just turned the other cheek. While they stole millions of jobs from Europe and from the United States, they stole our intellectual property. They now have foisted on the world a disease that killed 6 million people, and we say, boy, let's just keep investing there. That is very dangerous. If you think we were over-reliant and presented risk to Europe by relying on a sole source of energy from Russia, the fact that we have our supply chain so wedded to the Chinese Communist Party and to Xi Jinping presents an enormous risk to the global economy as well. And so you can't get out of this in an hour or a week or a month. I'm watching businesses who can now see this political risk, right? We just had Vladimir Putin take Sakhalin, right, nationalize an oil patch. We've seen lots of write-downs of big European energy companies, financial institutions. The exposure for the West inside of China is multiples greater than it is in the world's 15th, 16th largest economy in Russia. And so you're seeing, what Angelica referred to, you're seeing these supply chains rethought. Not all because of governmental action or the risk of government action, but because they're worried about a single government's action, that is the government of China. And so they are now trying to find ways that reduce their exposure there. I think that's all to the good as an economic matter, and I think it will behoove the Chinese people as well, because they will have to now conform to a set of central ideas that actually deliver good outcomes for them as well.
And do you think that perception of risk has actually increased because of what's happened in Russia, that there's an awareness of the authoritarian concern that transfers over to China?
I do think so. I think they are exercising their fiduciary obligations and recognizing the political risks that I have judged have been there for a while, and they can now see plainly impacts their balance sheets.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure people in this room are going to be particularly interested in your views on Greece and Turkey, which, as you well know, is often a difficult relationship. It's particularly fraught right now. So how do you think that can be navigated? Two NATO partners, Turkey a critical ally of the United States as well. What would you recommend in handling this now? How would you see it through?
I always think that the two are better off the more they're talking. I don't even just mean between President Erdogan and Prime Minister Mitsotakis. At every level, the diplomatic level, the economic teams are engaged, the energy teams you can imagine, right? We know where Turkey sits, we know where Greece sits, right? The pipelines that will benefit Europe for decades can be connected. We worked on the Eastern Med project, right? We wanted this energy that we all know exists. We wanted to get it from the ground with sufficient infrastructure to deliver it to manufacturers and consumers across the world. Second, and something I talked about when I was a Secretary of State, nations have disputes. This is history. This is the history we live. They have to be resolved in a way that's consistent with not using force to do so. And when I was speaking about it then, it happened less. There were fewer big conflicts. This one in Ukraine now has taken up all the news, but we had challenges during our 4 years as well. And we would always say that there's a forum and a mechanism, and one ought not use force to achieve the ends that you're seeking to, that are legitimate conflicts. And so we would acknowledge Turkish right that said, and the CI director, we worked hard to make sure that the PKK didn't conduct terror anywhere, including in Turkey. But by the same time, you can't use that perception or wave that flag in a way that's inconsistent with what's really taking place. And you certainly can't do it on the high seas in a way that where there are disputed maritime boundaries, there are means and mechanisms to resolve that, and they are not by sailing ships in places that one ought not to sail ships. There, I can still be a diplomat.
Well, I'm wondering whether the United States should be more active in trying to bring the two sides together and getting this dialogue going.
Yeah, I don't know how to, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it would be a net positive. If it's a net positive, we should invest the resources. We certainly spent a lot of time. Our teams on the ground in both places, Ambassador Satterfield and Ambassador Pyatt here, were both very engaged in this as best they could be. But sometimes having the United States there may not prove as helpful, especially if we are judged to be on one side or the other. If we can be a good neutral arbiter and help facilitate that, we should certainly expend the resources, because it's in America's best interest for them to get along. Not just because they're both in NATO and important NATO partners, but because they're both really important economic partners of the United States as well.
And what about pipelines? I mean, you talked about the folly of dependency for Germany in particular on Russian oil and gas, and of course the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is now suspended. What about the East Med pipeline? Would you think that should be brought back now, having what has happened has changed the landscape to some extent?
No news there. I was making the case for it when I was in government service. I still think it makes enormous sense. I think the economics, perhaps even now, work better than they did 2 or 2.5 years ago.
And what could kickstart it? I mean, is there what has to happen in order to make that?
I won't speak specifically to that project, because I think the challenge is one that is broader than that. If you threaten all of the ESG rules that are sitting out there, and you make the regulatory environment such that a capital investment with a return profile that looks like a 5-year, 7-year, 20-year return profile, who's going to underwrite that? What bank, what financial institution is going to help build out that infrastructure? And it requires billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars to build out all the necessary infrastructure to deliver energy. Even if Russia came back online, even were this to go away and Russia came back online, the demand for the next 25 or 30 years for energy for just the purposes of manufacturing and consumer use is going to require enormous infrastructure investment. And so long as the political environment in Europe and in the United States says fossil fuels bad, investment risky, and pushes that all away, you're going to continue to see the supply that is increased come from places that are less stable and secure, and you're going to see inadequate supply because those places don't actually have the excess capacity. I'm not even talking about spare available. I'm talking about the excess capacity over that time period to build out their internal infrastructure to put that energy into the global marketplace. So the central thesis here is we have to accept that this transition, how everybody wants to phrase it, is going to be a long-tailed transition. And we need to acknowledge that if we're going to keep the global economy in a place that is stable and the prosperity that flows and the security that flows from that for the next 20 years.
Okay, so that's energy. What about food? I mean, you're
same.
Kansas, grain producer.
They're going to be rich Kansas farmers sell their red winter wheat crop this year. And next year they're going to pay 350% for fertilizer of what they paid in 2020 or 2019, presenting very complex dynamics. The big guys, large agriculture producers in the States will find their way through it. They'll finance through it. The medium and smaller guys are likely to have a difficult time. The United States and Europe will find food security. We'll deliver that, but I worry greatly about the next billion people, which will mostly be in places like North Africa, South Africa, Southeast Asia. Making sure that their leaders have the calories to put on the tables of their people is something that, as part of the food, energy, industrial complex, we all need to think really long and hard about.
What is the immediate action? Because you can sort of see that crisis coming down the road all too clearly.
Free capital markets to go drive capital into willing providers who will produce that set of food. We've also, just a side issue, we fought this battle with GMOs. You cannot, I know Europe has a fundamentally different view. If you look at crop yields and the demand for the increase in crop yields because of the limited space that will be put into truly productive agriculture, we're going to have a very high yield farmland, and I only know of one way to do that today. And absent that, you will have food insecurity at levels that would make us all very sad.
Could I just, on the question of grain, how quickly would you be able to move the grain that is currently stuck in Ukraine if the political environment changed for that?
The reality is that you have the shipping capacity to carry. It's always about the political decisions, and we just carry them. But as Secretary Pompeo said, you can solve the food instability and food independence is easier to solve, meaning there is crops and they will adapt. The energy transition takes a lot of will for investment because, the green energy and, this quick energy transition is not a hockey stick, it's not an Apple or a smartphone quick penetration of 90% within 10 years. It takes time. And that is the reality we have to understand. And I think that we should concentrate on both. There is enough vessels around the world to carry the stuff.
So the capacity is not the problem. Mr. Marinakis, would you agree?
I think that when the ports are open and politically it's correct and we can go ahead immediately. I mean, that's the good thing in shipping is that we have the ability to move quickly, and on the other hand, we face some problems with our crews because we had a lot of Ukrainian crew, and it attributes around 12-13% of the crew in the world shipping. So we had to do various things for their families and themselves to protect them. And so far, we have seen that it has worked. And as far as we are concerned, as soon as they're ready, we will be there to transport the goods and perform.
It would be remiss of me, I know you said you didn't want to go there, but it would be remiss of me not to ask you about US domestic politics and your own future within it. Would you run for the Republican nomination next time round if President Trump is also running?
I think the best way to answer that question is that we're thinking about Pompeo's, my wife and me, are working our way towards making that decision, and our decision will be wholly independent of who else decides to get in or not get in.
So it's not a no. It's not a definitely
no.
no.
It's not a no. We're thinking about it, working at it, praying, trying to figure our way through.
And how? What's the time frame for that decision? Can you
well, the
give
first primary is in Iowa, and I can tell you the hour and the day in 2024. So the decision will have to be made by the beginning of next year sometime.
And when you look, you say you've been supporting a lot of candidates in the current round. What are you hearing out there in America?
There's an enormous amount of angst over the American economy. It's certainly prices for goods. They can see that a roasted chicken is $12 and it used to be $3 or $4. But there's also there's worry about just having it, even at whatever price, right? We've all seen the stories of baby formula shortages in the United States, something that is virtually unheard of. But it's not just that. We've had other big challenges, and everything's stickier. Some of it is what Angelica referred to as we're coming back, we're getting everything back in the supply chains in the right place. But some of it is driven by, and this gets to the sanctions. It's the absence of bright lines. Capitalists need bright lines. They need to know the things they can do and the things that they are not permitted to do. And when you create fuzz and you have an attitude that sits over American businesses that says, we think if you made a profit, you were just greedy, you gouged someone, you're going to get less capital investment. If they're thinking about building a $400 million facility, they'll build a $100 million facility. They will ease their way into meeting what are real needs and real demands, and the American people can feel that. They can feel it in the labor markets, and they can feel it in the things that they're doing in their hometowns and their communities. So that's what I hear most. People had Ukraine on their mind. It's sitting there, but it's secondary because they are all struggling to figure out how they're going to make a go of it inside of their own families today.
I think just it probably has to be the final question in the interest of time, but there's a lot of, I think, concern in Europe, which you'll be familiar with, which is, how can we look at the United States? You look at the United States as a country that goes through these great political swings. How can we look at the United States as a reliable partner? What do you say to those people when you have this deep polarization back in America? Is that something that we are right here in Europe to be concerned about? Not the fact of polarization, but its impact on Europe. Or should we find reassurance in some sense of history, as you've put it, that America has ultimately always been there?
Yes,
eventually.
This is Churchill's line, right? It's Churchill's famous line that says, America always gets it right after they've exhausted all the other possibilities. Look, you read in Europe and you see the most polarizing moments. They make the social media, they are newsworthy because they sell advertisements. My experience in dealing with people at levels when you're working on city council races and school board races or local governance is it's a pretty pragmatic lot in America. And so the loudest voices aren't always the voices that carry the most throw weight. Sometimes they are. They have their moments. They peak. I worry about some of them peaking too high, not only in the United States, but in movements around Europe as well. I actually think it's a time where those who are pragmatic and prepared to actually deliver on the things that are most basic and most important are likely to prevail. And so I would suggest that Europeans should always be long America, that is a good bet. It may not be a good bet for the hour or the moment, but over time, if you're prepared to actually make decisions that have that sit astride history, that America is likely to be a very good bet. In the same way that I think for America, Europe is an incredibly good bet, and I want to be good friends with the Australians, the Japanese, the South Koreans as well, and that we can all make sure that these central understandings that have built up this amazing prosperity that my son, who's now 31 years old, has never known any difference, right? This is his first experience. That if we get this right and we do it together and we work alongside each other in spite of our differences, we will collectively deliver a good outcome for our children and grandchildren. So this would be not only my encouragement, but I think I can factually support it if you give me another 20 minutes.
Well, we don't have another 20, but perhaps another 2 minutes.
Another time.
Another 2 minutes, just to ask you for your sense, looking back over your time as Secretary of State, what would be perhaps a highlight or two that you would pick out?
We had our good moments and places we didn't do as well. I'm always, when I look back, I think of how Hong Kong made this transition from this important financial hub to just another communist city. And that happened on our watch, and I regret that we weren't able to more successfully navigate that, not only for the people of Hong Kong, but it mattered to the world as well. That will drag China in a direction that is even more dangerous for the world. I'm happy that we identified this threat from the Chinese Communist Party. For decades, Republicans and Democrats kind of just shied away from what we could see coming since at least 2013 when Xi took power. And we raised the awareness across the world of the threat from the Chinese Communist Party in ways I think will be very important to global prosperity and security for decades to come. And then we took down risk in the Middle East as well with the Abraham Accords. We identified the culprit, which is Iran, who has fomented most of the terror from the region and who seems hell-bent on developing a nuclear weapon system. If you look at the files I worked on, traveled to Pyongyang with North Korea, Russia, China, Iran, these were all nuclear files, and the risk of proliferation in the Middle East should Iran obtain a nuclear weapon is real and serious. And we tried to help the Palestinians as best we could, but when they kept saying no, we said we're not going to let increased prosperity and stability in the region suffer for another 50 years, and built out what I think will be a set of understandings that will create less risk that young kids from Europe and young kids from America ever have to go fight in that place again. And the people of that region will be better off as a result, and I hope other nations will join that same set of understandings with Israel, and we'll build out a Middle East that looks very different than the one that we all experienced in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
I'm sure we could have taken another at least 20 minutes on the Middle East. I'd love to have explored Iran with you, but I'm afraid we do have to end there. We have lunch to think about as well for everybody, but we very much appreciate all of you. Thank you very much for a fascinating and very important session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure they want our photograph. Yes, yes.
Στις θάλασσες όλου του κόσμου, η Capital Product Partners LP πλέει προς όλο ταχώς προς την πράσινη ναυτιλία με σύγχρονο στόλο 25 πλοίων. Με 15 χρόνια επιτυχημένης παρουσίας στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης και μακροχρόνιες ναυλώσεις με τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες ενέργειας και μεταφοράς κοντέινερ παγκοσμίως, πρωτοπορεί σε μια δυναμική ρότα επενδύσεων σε νέες τεχνολογίες πρόωσης, συμβάλλοντας στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Capital Product Partners LP.
Έλα και εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που πραγματοποιούν τα όνειρά τους. Που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που εξασφαλίζουν το μέλλον τους και αντιμετωπίζουν τα πάντα με αισιοδοξία. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που ξεκινούν με σιγουριά μια νέα ζωή. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 130 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα που φροντίζουν την υγεία εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων στην Ελλάδα και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Φάρμακα που είναι η λύση για τους ασθενείς, για το σύστημα υγείας, για ολόκληρη τη χώρα. Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα ασφαλή και προσιτά που παράγονται με τα υψηλότερα πρότυπα ποιότητας και είναι αποτέλεσμα διαρκούς έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Αυτά είναι τα φάρμακα που αξίζει να στηρίξουμε γιατί μπορούν να προσφέρουν ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Αυτά είναι τα ελληνικά φάρμακα. Ελληνικό φάρμακο. Η λύση για την υγεία, την κοινωνία, την ανάπτυξη.
Το δάσος δεν έπαψε στιγμή να μας προστατεύει. Έχει τα μάτια του στραμμένα επάνω μας για να μας προσφέρει στέγη, οξυγόνο, ζωή. Ήρθε όμως η στιγμή να στρέψουμε τα δικά μας μάτια επάνω του. Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionized the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
More than half a century ago, we envisioned the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envisioned the future and paved the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people, who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group, investing in Greece, investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life.
in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope.
Together to celebrate life.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments. The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides. That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο. Και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα. Που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Γιατί είναι η δύναμή μας. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Στις θάλασσες όλου του κόσμου, η Capital Product Partners LP πλέει πρόσω ολοταχώς προς την πράσινη ναυτιλία με σύγχρονο στόλο 25 πλοίων. Με 15 χρόνια επιτυχημένης παρουσίας στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης και μακροχρόνιες ναυλώσεις με τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες ενέργειας και μεταφοράς κοντέινερ παγκοσμίως, πρωτοπορεί σε μια δυναμική ρότα επενδύσεων σε νέες τεχνολογίες πρόωσης, συμβάλλοντας στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Capital Product Partners LP.
Έλα και εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που πραγματοποιούν τα όνειρά τους. Που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που εξασφαλίζουν το μέλλον τους και αντιμετωπίζουν τα πάντα με αισιοδοξία. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που ξεκινούν με σιγουριά μια νέα ζωή. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 130 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα που φροντίζουν την υγεία εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων στην Ελλάδα και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Φάρμακα που είναι η λύση για τους ασθενείς, για το σύστημα υγείας, για ολόκληρη τη χώρα. Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα ασφαλή και προσιτά που παράγονται με τα υψηλότερα πρότυπα ποιότητας και είναι αποτέλεσμα διαρκούς έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Αυτά είναι τα φάρμακα που αξίζει να στηρίξουμε γιατί μπορούν να προσφέρουν ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Αυτά είναι τα ελληνικά φάρμακα. Ελληνικό φάρμακο. Η λύση για την υγεία, την κοινωνία, την ανάπτυξη.
Το δάσος δεν έπαψε στιγμή να μας προστατεύει. Έχει τα μάτια του στραμμένα επάνω μας για να μας προσφέρει στέγη, οξυγόνο, ζωή. Ήρθε όμως η στιγμή να στρέψουμε τα δικά μας μάτια επάνω του. Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionized the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
More than half a century ago, we envisioned the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envisioned the future and paved the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group. Investing in Greece. Investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope.
Together to celebrate life.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley and Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley and Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley and Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley and Partners helps create and construct for governments. The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides. That's what Henley and Partners does, and we do it very well.
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο. Και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα. Που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Γιατί είναι η δύναμή μας. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Στις θάλασσες όλου του κόσμου, η Capital Product Partners LP πλέει προς ολοταχώς προς την πράσινη ναυτιλία με σύγχρονο στόλο 25 πλοίων. Με 15 χρόνια επιτυχημένης παρουσίας στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης και μακροχρόνιες ναυλώσεις με τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες ενέργειας και μεταφοράς κοντέινερ παγκοσμίως, πρωτοπορεί σε μια δυναμική ρότα επενδύσεων σε νέες τεχνολογίες πρόωσης, συμβάλλοντας στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Capital Product Partners LP.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που πραγματοποιούν τα όνειρά τους. Που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που εξασφαλίζουν το μέλλον τους και αντιμετωπίζουν τα πάντα με αισιοδοξία. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που ξεκινούν με σιγουριά μια νέα ζωή. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 130 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα που φροντίζουν την υγεία εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων στην Ελλάδα και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Φάρμακα που είναι η λύση για τους ασθενείς, για το σύστημα υγείας, για ολόκληρη τη χώρα. Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα ασφαλή και προσιτά που παράγονται με τα υψηλότερα πρότυπα ποιότητας και είναι αποτέλεσμα διαρκούς έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Αυτά είναι τα φάρμακα που αξίζει να στηρίξουμε γιατί μπορούν να προσφέρουν ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Αυτά είναι τα ελληνικά φάρμακα. Ελληνικό φάρμακο. Η λύση για την υγεία, την κοινωνία, την ανάπτυξη.
Το δάσος δεν έπαψε στιγμή να μας προστατεύει. Έχει τα μάτια του στραμμένα επάνω μας για να μας προσφέρει στέγη, οξυγόνο, ζωή. Ήρθε όμως η στιγμή να στρέψουμε τα δικά μας μάτια επάνω του. Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionized the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
More than half a century ago, we envisioned the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envisioned the future and paved the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group, investing in Greece, investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life. in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science from despair to hope.
Together to celebrate life.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. So the next session is on security challenges for Europe and the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean against the background of geopolitical turmoil. And we're going to hear from the Minister of Defense of Greece, from the Minister of Defense of Cyprus, and the Minister of Defense of Israel. We're going to go, I'm going to change the order just a little bit. We'll hear from Nikos Paniotopoulos, Greece's Defense Minister, first, and then we're going to go to Benny Gantz, the Minister of Defense of Israel, and finally Mr. Petridis, Minister of Defense of Cyprus. So if I could ask if I could invite actually all our panelists up to the stage, that will, I think, make things go faster. If I could invite the three Ministers of Defense, please, to join me up here, that would be great. Sit over here, please. Yes, John. Yeah. Hello, how are you? Hello, do you want to... Hello, how are you? Do you want to sit here? And you come... Hello again. So from everything you've heard this morning, I don't need to remind you what a critical time this is in terms of security challenges, but it's, I think, particularly important and fascinating time in this region with a lot of developments. We heard just now about the dialogue of the 3+1. There's clearly a lot of new conversations and new initiatives going on. We look forward to hearing about that in this session. And I'd like to invite Nikos Paniotopoulos, please, to give his remarks, first of all, to start it off. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank The Economist for yet another invitation at a very significant conference. Always a great opportunity for us to convey and communicate our views and perceptions on the security environment, and we're talking about a very fragile and changing security environment these days. Second, it's also a pleasure to be on this panel along with my friends, fellow colleagues, Minister of Defense of Israel, Benny Gantz, and of course, Charalambos Petridis, Minister of Defense of Cyprus. Now, with respect to the evolving security environment, first thing I have to say that it all has changed dramatically after the Russian invasion in the Ukraine. We have war on an all-out scale in European soil that made the European states and the West to react very swiftly. That indeed has happened. Not many expected, but it did happen. Many major decisions taken on a European Union level, but also on a NATO level. And coming from the recent Madrid summit, I must admit that NATO has indeed taken a few bold decisions. First of all, the decision to enlarge itself by accepting Sweden and Finland, two strong countries, two European countries with a very strong deterrent element due to the capabilities of their armed forces that would definitely enhance the total capability of NATO, and all that thanks to Vladimir Putin. Let's not forget that. Who has achieved exactly the opposite of what he was aiming to achieve in the first place before he invaded Ukraine, the enlargement of NATO. Second, a few major decisions with respect to enhancing military presence of NATO forces all along the eastern flank, but not only along the northeastern flank, mostly the Balkan countries, but also the southeastern flank. More troops, better troops, more capabilities also in Bulgaria and Romania in view of the geopolitical environment of the theater of the Black Sea. So NATO is doing more, making bolder decisions, enhancing its total military presence along the southeastern flank, among others. Europe has followed suit by taking its own decisions, the most major being to align its strategic compass along with NATO's strategic concept and identify the threats, identify the needs, and also work on the development of capabilities. The decision to spend more and also spend better on defense, I think, was a major decision that has been taken on a European level. Some countries have helped with that, notably Germany, is historical decision to invest 100 billion euros in upgrading its total defense capabilities. But the need to spend more on defense comes out of the very fact of acknowledging a security threat on European ground and taking a strong position, a position of resolve and conviction and togetherness to counter that threat. I will not talk about the sanctions. I will just say that in order for the sanctions to work, we'll need to stick by these sanctions to uphold the decisions we've taken and to do it all together and make sure that the front does not break up. Because if it breaks up, it's good for the aggressors and not for the right side of history, as many people like to call it. However, what we need to acknowledge in a nutshell is that we're talking about a new security environment, a more challenging, and complex and threatening security environment, which in turn requires decisions and mostly, and I'm sure Mr. Benny Gantz will agree with me, actions. We need action. And action is the best way to counter those threats and ensure a more stable and secure environment in the future against all antagonists and mostly against all types of authoritarianism and revisionism and expansionism. Let me also add those two very significant words.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure you're not going to disagree with the need for actions, but over to you, Benny Gantz. It's good to have you with us.
With your permission, I would
yes, of course, if you.
A very short note. Hello, everybody. And before I begin, I must begin my remarks. I would like to take a moment to express my condolences to the families of the victims of the horrific shooting in Chicago. I wish a speedy recovery to the wounded, and my thoughts and prayers are with the American people and the Jewish community that was affected. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to be here to share the stage with my friend Nikos and Karalombos, and thank you, Nikos, for hosting. Thank you for Greek for hosting this very important and effective summit of the Economist. Madeleine Albright once said, "History is written backwards, but lived forwards." In a globalized world, the consequences of geopolitical chaos projects way beyond physical borders. The war in Ukraine has a butterfly effect. First, for those who are directly involved, but also for the refugee who crosses to Poland, for the driver in Tennessee paying for gas, or for the mother in Lebanon who must scramble to feed her children. And of course, there are security implications. Unfortunately, Israel has faced war since the day of its establishment, and today we all get to see and remember that war is a possibility everywhere. As the war in Ukraine rages on, we learn that each country must be able to defend itself. Each country must plan ahead. Each country must invest in force buildup and coordinating between strategic and operational levels. The war also reminds us that security cooperation is vital for regional and global stability, whether it's in Europe, the Eastern Mediterranean, or the Middle East. In the East Med, Israel's defense ties with Greece and Cyprus are stronger than ever, including, among other things, industrial cooperation, joint exercises, and constant dialogue. If we look further east, over the past year, under US leadership, we have been building a groundbreaking defense alliance in the Middle East, creating a united front against mutual interests. The radiating effect I discussed shows the urgency of addressing the biggest threat in the wider region, Iran. In addition to its nuclear ambitions, Iran exports terror to Turkey, Europe, Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East. Iran is first a global challenge, then it is a regional challenge, and only then it is a threat to the state of Israel. Iran aggression has two sources. The first one, it's Iran proper. Just a week ago, Iran conducted yet another test of satellite launcher from Saman province. This test demonstrates that the Iranian regime has the capabilities to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles that may reach as far as the center of Europe. This is in addition to the operational ballistic system and UAVs that can already reach part of the East Med. Iran is also expanding its activities in maritime arena. Over the last year, Iran has seized international tankers and attacked vessels. Today, we can confirm that Iran is methodically basing itself in the Red Sea, with its ships patrolling the southern region. You can see the ship and the satellite pictures are behind me. In the last month, we have identified the most significant Iranian military presence in the area in the past decade. It is direct threat to international trade, energy supply, and global economy. It is also a direct threat to peace and stability in maritime arena, which may affect the Mediterranean and beyond. The second source of the Iranian aggression is its proxies, spread across the Middle East. Last Saturday, Iranian proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon sent 3 UAVs targeting Israel's Karish gas rig. These were successfully brought down by the IDF. This event sabotages the maritime negotiations between Israel and Lebanon over economic waters, so it is in fact an attack on Lebanon citizens who face extreme economic hardship. It also shows that Hezbollah is an extension of the Ayatollah regimes operating to destabilizing the region and to cause miscalculation. Israel obviously is monitoring the area and the arena and will respond forcefully to and target anyone that threatens its strategic assets, sovereignty, or people. Yet, we prepare to work with our partners in facing Iranian proxies. Global allies must stay united, just as Nico said, and prevent Iran from attaining nuclear umbrella undermining stability. Though being a Minister of Defense, I know that security does not stand alone. We must work together to strengthen our economics and secure our food resources. We must look at climate change as a national security issue. We must seek peace from a place of strength. That is why energy cooperation between Israel, Greece, Cyprus, Egypt is so critical. That is why friends rush to each other's sides when fire breaks out in the region. And that is why defense cooperation after the Abraham Accord is so important. Madlan said history written backwards but lived forward. Let's work together to write better, safer story for the books, but most importantly, for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for that presentation, also for very clear focus on Iran. Before we have questions, let's turn to the last defense minister here. So, Mr. Petridis, would you like to give your remarks?
Yeah, first of all, it's an honor being here with my two good friends, Nikos and Benny. As already been told, I mean, we're living in difficult times. The only thing that is certain in today's terms is uncertainty, and we are. It's evident. I mean, we can feel this, and of course, it's the first time that the European Union has acted unanimously and in great speed. We have endorsed all the decisions immediately, and we have seen that security and stability. It's the only way we can have it is by keeping all together, being in unity and react immediately. So we have seen that this approach of Russia, the invasion in Ukraine, is of course something that is outside the decisions of the international law and the rules and regulations of UNCLOS, and therefore it is something that it has to be maintained regarding the core values of the EU. To this extent, we can see, in addition, the revisionist policy of Turkey that is not in line with the EU decision, has not complied to all the sanctions, is in favor of Russian military equipment, while at the same time is having a double role, accusing both Cyprus and Greece and threatening both the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. We have seen in Cyprus that is illegally exploiting the EEZ of Cyprus, the exclusive economic zone, as well as getting into the national airspace very oftenly. And in addition, we have the provocations in the enclosed area of Varosha and other provocations as well. So we believe that it's time, and since we have the strategic compass in place, we managed to do that 2 months ago, and therefore what needs to be done is to be implemented as soon as possible. Already we have seen that there is investment taking place in defense and security, but I think by sticking together and having a very good collaboration, and this is what we are doing with the bilateral, with the trilateral relationships and exercises. We are sticking together with our alliances. Cyprus is always acting as a pillar of stability, not just for Europe, but for the Middle East as well. We have an excellent collaboration with Israel, with Egypt, of course, with the EU countries, mainly France, Greece, and of course with the Gulf as well. So having said that, we need to stick to what we're doing, and of course there is a gap in the Eastern Mediterranean that should be filled by more naval presence, by more US naval presence, and not just by Turkey that is instrumentalizing the migration issue, is creating a lot of instability for the whole of the area. And of course, I think there is more action that should be taken by the US. I believe that the way we're proceeding is the correct way, and it needs to be evidently proven that we have to abide the international law and the law of the UNCLOS. Otherwise, there is nothing left. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. The message is very clear. There's wider cooperation, the need for action. But one thing that strikes me is that there is a somewhat different, understandably, points of emphasis. For you, obviously, Turkey is a major concern. For Israel, which has good relationship with Turkey, it's Iran is the major concern. So how do you marry these different focal points in your operations?
Well, I think for the instability is clear, both in terms of the Russian invasion, Turkey, and Iran. So in other words, the whole of the area, exactly, is under the issue of instability. And that's why I have proposed that it's prudent for the US to have a major presence, naval or otherwise, for the whole of the region. I think the answer to this is the 3+1 or any other naval presence of the US.
Well, what binds us together, because you're looking at one of the trilateral schemes that we've developed through the years, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, and we are investing a lot in that scheme in terms of bolstering our security prospects. But what binds us together, not only us three, but other like-minded countries, is a set of similar views, like-minded views, on what exactly constitutes a stable and secure security environment in the region and beyond that region. And also what constitutes a set of threats and challenges for that environment. Once we've established that we share the same views on many security issues, then we start discussing how to develop ways of addressing those security issues. And it all goes down to enhancing our defense cooperation. That's how all the alliances and partnerships have been developed in the future thus far, and I'm happy to say that, if I'm correct, that the trilateral with Israel started happening in this conference about 11 years ago in the field of energy, and now has expanded in the field of defense cooperation with an outlook to a common way of dealing with security issues. And it's not the only one, of course, because we will engage in multilateral schemes, we will engage in bilateral cooperations. We've worked a lot on extending our strategic relationship with the United States of America, with France. We're working on extending the strategic relationship, especially in the domain of defense, with other countries like Great Britain and Italy, and we've worked a lot with partners outside NATO and the European Union, like Israel, of course, like Egypt and Arab countries like the United Arab Emirates. But at the core is a basic understanding based on values and beliefs and views on what constitutes security in our times. And I must respect and acknowledge the concern of our Israeli friends over Iran. I'm sure they understand our own security issues and concerns. We will engage with everybody, but at the end of the day, we want a stable environment with a basic principle adhering to certain rules. And in my mind, the rules that dictate peaceful coexistence on the international front is international law, extant treaties, and good neighborly relations. And to the extent that every country in question complies by these rules, it's okay with us. But if some country chooses to disobey or defy or not comply by these rules, we have a problem. Hence, the differences with Turkey. We would like to be able to engage with Turkey, but Turkey has to play by their rules. Turkey shouldn't be playing by its own rules, especially rules like the rule of military might and unilateral actions. That is a problem with us. That is unacceptable to us. And to the extent that these days we even have direct, outright threats to our sovereign rights, we have a problem. Turkey must change its conduct, and if it does change its overall conduct, Turkey is very welcome to become included into the community of nations that work towards securing a peaceful environment in the region and beyond, but under that condition only.
So in talking about this community of interests and increasing cooperation, can you give a sense of the practical frontiers of this? What were, you talked about action. What sort of activities and action do you expect to emerge from this in terms of this trilateral, the trilateral cooperation? Yeah.
Well, as I said, we have the trilateral scheme with Israel and Cyprus, mapping out our security concerns, increasing the cooperation between our armed forces, a great number of, and ever increasing number actually, of co-training and joint exercises together, trying to develop a common operational culture within our armed forces on a variety of activities, covering all aspects of the activities of our armed forces, land, air, sea, trying to do more and do it better together. The same goes with the trilateral with Cyprus and Egypt. To a certain extent, the trilateral with Cyprus and Jordan. And also we've got the quadrilateral scheme, more focused on a naval presence in the Eastern Med with our partners from France, Italy, and Cyprus. So there's a variety of schemes where we are trying to work together, not only in the domain of defense cooperation, meaning training and exercising, but also on a wider set of defense agreements. We have the strategic agreement with Israel on creating an international flight center, training center in southern Greece, whose capabilities would one day reach toward accepting fighter pilots from other partners in the region in order to train and develop capabilities along with Greek pilots or Israeli pilots under that scheme. You know, as long as you identify the core And the core is defense cooperation through the aspect of training together, but also through the aspect of investing in each other's defense industries, where the prospects are also great, in view of the great demand being generated on spending more on defense. As we said before, there's truly no limit to what we could achieve. But at the end of the day, you have to start from believing in a basic set of values and views with respect to the security environment.
Yeah. Benny Gantz, yes.
Yeah, thanks. I would like to take it from where Nikos left it. I think that we have 3 layers of cooperation, and the infrastructure is pretty much the culture and the both democratic values that we all believe in. But once we have this infrastructure, we actually have the strategic layer, which contains strategic dialogues, etc., etc. And then, of course, you have the defense layer, which comes from mill to industrial cooperation, security cooperation between the different sides. And as important, and I think it is very much the case between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, is people to people. I very much enjoy the fact that Israelis are coming to Cyprus and coming to Greece and vice versa, and the level of cooperation between the 3 sides really kind of stream down all the way to the people. So it's not just a business of people in uniform, but also to people. I think it's very important. You mentioned Turkey. Of course, Turkey is a significant player in the Middle East. No one can ignore it. Under the leadership of our president, we are warming up the relations. We just intercepted a major terror attack in Istanbul in the last couple of weeks made by the Iranians. But having said that, it will definitely not come on the expense of the strong relations, trilateral and bilateral relations we have with Greece and Cyprus. And if we will be able to benefit any kind of support of connection and stuff to maintain stability, I think it's for the better of all players.
I wanted to ask you, because we actually report in The Economist this week about the widening air defense cooperation that you've talked about across the Middle East with some of Israel's newer partners in the Middle East, and obviously that has very much the Iranian threat in mind. Can you say a little bit more about how far that has got and what we should expect from it?
Yes. First of all, as I was trying to explain, and as it is, I think, should be well known, the threats from Iran to the region is very much there. It happens in all dimensions, whether it's aerial, naval, ground forces by militias, or cyber and cybernetic activities. And it actually happens against anyone. And for the matter of fact, Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and the Americans in Iraq and elsewhere are being attacked by the Iranians more than we are being attacked by the Iranians. This is a fact. And when you look at the threats as they show themselves right now, just take the last example by Hezbollah against our rigs, it can happen to anyone. So I think we can cooperate in cyber aspect, in air defense, and other issues that I rather not expand on. So this is the basic logic of why. The organizational aspect of how has to do with CENTCOM versus EUCOM. Israel was part of EUCOM until a year ago, and now we are part of CENTCOM, and we are working under the umbrella of CENTCOM umbrella, which is very good. I can give you an example. We had, and my Greek Air Force commandant knows it, we had, first of all, exercise in different places, of course, but even we had a ceremony change in command of the Israeli Air Force about 2 months ago. They spoke 3 languages over there. They spoke Hebrew, obviously. They spoke English because there's a lot of international community, and they spoke Arabic because George, chief of air defenses, of air forces from different army Arab countries, also came to pay respect to the ceremony. So it tells you there is a future of cooperation, and I think we need to invest in it. Of course, we are not threatening any of those countries. The Abraham Accords did a lot for us, and I'm seriously telling you, the source of terror or active threats, and God forbid nuclear umbrella that will enhance this, is definitely Iran. And as I said, and I repeat it with your permission, let us not make it an Israeli problem. We will take care of ourselves, believe me. We have proven it for the last 74 years. We will prove it if we need again. So this is not an Israeli problem. This is a regional problem. This is a global problem. Go and see what Iran does in Venezuela. Go and see what Iran does in Algeria. Go and see what Iran does in Yemen. And understand that actually, guys, it's coming. Let's be aware of it.
I know our time is short, but I want to take the opportunity also to ask you about the situation within Israel. You have an election, another election coming up. It seems hardly 5 minutes passes between elections in Israel these days. I think you're fifth in 4 years. You have been at the front line of elections in the past. You've experienced even a power sharing with Benjamin Netanyahu, which never got to the stage where you got to share the power. What can we expect from this election?
Well, definitely we are in a very complex political situation in Israel. As you rightly mentioned, we are now facing our fifth elections. It's going to be my fifth campaign in less than 4 years. Guys, this is a serious challenge. But I'm getting used to it, and actually I think it's pretty much fun. So we will work on it somehow.
You're not serious.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I have a very good campaign manager. I need to take very few decisions. All the rest is their problem, and I don't care about it. It will be okay. But now on a more serious perspective. I remember when I stepped down from being Israel's child, and I went to the Israeli parliament to a farewell meeting with our Security and Foreign Affairs Committee. And the chairman of the Security Committee was a former Chod himself. And he looked at me and said, Benny, I'm very envied you because you had only one prime minister when you were the Chod. So I told him, that's true, but please don't forget, I had 3 presidents in Egypt at the very same time. So stability around the Middle East is very fragile. I think it is very important. What can I assure you in Israel? It may not be stable politically, but it is very stable in 2 aspects. It is stable on its security policy. It goes across lines of politics, and we are stable in our democratic values, and it's going to be a democratic government. I don't know who will head it, but it's going to be the same hectic democracy as you understand it. We wish to reach some stability inside the country, of course, which is good for whatever reason you can think of, but that's yet to be defined.
Very good. Well, we will be watching it with great interest. Our time is unfortunately up, but that's been a fascinating conversation. I'd like to thank all 3 of you very much for
Thank you very much.
Keeping us going very well after lunch, which is... Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I ask my co-chair to join me, Marcos? Hi. I notice. Yes, please take a seat. Notice Ian here and David. I'm going to introduce you all here. Yeah. And do you want to sit there and I'll, or do you want to sit there? You would like me to sit. Yeah, I should have maybe sat together, but I'll sit there and you sit there. Have you got your mic here? And I'll say a few words, but I'm happy to Okay, everybody, thanks for bearing with us. We're all mic'd up. So this is a double act, actually, for chairing. So we've got two chairs, and I'm happy to hand over the introductions to Marcos Kanalakis, who is, I'm delighted to have chairing with me. He's American syndicated columnist, journalist, author, and second gentleman of California. I'll leave you to explain that to everybody. And we've got a very important session to discuss other geopolitical and security challenges of new type. And it's great that we've got a stellar panel. And Marco, do you want to introduce the speakers?
Yes, and so you asked about what second gentleman is. That means that my wife is a lieutenant governor, but actually this week she is the governor of California, which, if it were a nation state, would be the 5th largest economy in the world. So, greetings from California. So we have a great panel, and it's quite a diverse panel, and we're going to be spanning a number of things, from migration to geopolitical questions to perhaps even energy. Why don't I introduce each as we go along, and I'll start with the minister who's closest to you, and it's Notis Mitarakis, right? Yep. And he is the Minister of Migration, and as we all know, the weaponization of migration, the constant existence of migration. Let me just frame it really quickly. We're in this moment where last time I was in wartime Europe was during the Yugoslav War, and we are now again in wartime Europe, and the challenges to globalization are very real. And I break down globalization into four types of globalization. There's the globalization of capital, there's the globalization of trade, there's the globalization of people movement around the world. And then finally, I'd say the globalization of ideas. So we'll talk about the globalization and the movement of people with the minister, and to whatever degree you wish to talk about that. And then we can touch on these other issues as well if you like. So please, Notis Mikarakis.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. I mean, movement of people is obviously something very healthy. We encourage movement of people. Greeks have moved internationally over the decades. We have been migrants ourselves. We have also welcomed thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people over the years to Greece. So migration is important, and Greece is competing with other countries for skills, for human capital. The challenge Greece faced over the years, though, is when migration is being weaponized, and is being weaponized in a complicated geopolitical neighborhood. Over the last 7 years, Greece has welcomed over 1 million people coming from the eastern borders of Greece. This is around 10% of our population. In March 2020, we've seen an organized attempt from Turkey to take advantage of the fact that Europe has a more accommodating policy with regard to migration and challenge our sovereignty. This has become more critical in the current period as we see the rhetoric of Turkey becoming revisionist. There's a lot of topics that are on the agenda today. You want to talk about migration, you want to talk about food crisis, you want to talk about energy dilemmas. All things are very well interlinked, and in the end, they drive mass movements of people. I understand the US alone this year is expecting 2.5 million arrivals on the southern borders. And when migration ends up in these very, very high numbers, it creates challenges for the societies that are receiving these people. Having said that, there are challenges where we need to act fast. We have seen in our neighborhood the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. And obviously, all of the European Union were very closely and strongly standing with Ukraine. I'm very proud that I have been a member of the Council of the European Union Configuration on March 4th, that we decided for the first time in European Union history to completely open our borders. Allow all displaced people from Ukraine to come to Europe with no internal borders and offer them immediate access to employment, social benefits, and protection. Interesting, we've seen a lot of the people that came to Europe, they were families without husbands. The husbands stayed back home to fight. They sent their wives, children, and elder people in the European Union. And when we spoke to the Ukrainian Interior Minister on that day of March 2022, it was very important to send the message that Europe is here to protect not only Ukraine, but also the families of those Ukrainians fighting in that war. This has shown that Europe is ready to provide solidarity when it's needed. But we need to be cautious when migration is used not because of humanitarian purposes, but as a geopolitical challenge. And Greece, we have been very vocal about it. We do protect our borders. We think, and we consider that to be our obligation under international law. We protect our borders in full respect of fundamental rights, and we will continue to do so. At the same time, I have to say that we have done a lot in Greece over the last few years to improve the conditions offered to those that come to the European Union with new reception centers, with eliminating the backlog on asylum applications, by organizing integration programs, and by protecting what the Prime Minister has been very personally sensitive about, unaccompanied minors. Final point, Europe can do more about providing humanitarian corridors, but we need to do so in an organized way, with rules. I have to tell you, after the collapse of the government in Kabul, Greece was one of the first countries to offer immediate relocation to female leaders, ministers, members of parliament, judges from Afghanistan to Greece. We welcomed within a very short window of time 850 people, not in commitments, but in actual arrivals. And I think at that time, we may still be the bigger contributor to humanitarian support from Afghanistan to the European Union to actual committed transfers. So Europe needs to open more humanitarian corridors, but this is my final and strong message. In no way we can allow smugglers to decide who comes and lives in the European Union. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Clearly, Greece is on the front line of all the migration, and those migrations come not merely as a matter of wartime, but also as a result of climate change, for instance, and as a result of political instabilities in other places, creating geopolitical pressures on all nations and changing the geostrategy and geoeconomics of the world. So thank you for pointing out what the effects are in Greece and how you're responding to some of this. If I may, I'll move to someone who looks at geopolitics on a daily basis. This is what he has for breakfast, and so having now had lunch, Ian Lesser, who is the vice president at the German Marshall Fund, a very interesting organization that was put together at the end of World War II in gratitude to the United States for what had occurred and what the Marshall Fund had actually brought to the United States at a moment when, in fact, we're now talking about potential and future reconstruction of wartime Ukraine. I think it's important to hear what you, Ian, have to say and how you observe the current conditions and what pressures are currently on our global system.
Marcos, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for those kind words about GMF, but also to remind you that actually this is the 75th anniversary of the Marshall Plan, which was so important to the post-war reconstruction of many countries, not least Greece, actually, and our 50th at GMF. But that actually points us in the direction of something which I think is very, very relevant to our discussion, which is that if you think about what was, the essence of the Marshall Plan experience, it was really three things: that it was at scale, that it was transatlantic, and that it had a strategic purpose. And I think when you look at the kind of challenges that we've been talking about this morning and are talking about now, those kinds of responses are just as relevant, and they're transatlantic. I mean, maybe just 3 points briefly for you. The first is that I think we're not talking about a set of of immediate crises that are going to go away anytime soon. We're in the situation today with Russia and as a result of the Ukraine war, but other things that are durable, they're structural for this region and for Euro-Atlantic partners. That has many implications which we can talk about. I'll mention just one, which is that there is an accumulated risk there. I mean, even if we're not talking about deliberate escalation, and we could be thinking about Russia, but we could also be thinking about tensions in the Aegean, even if that's not the intent, as months, years go by, the accumulated risk of something simply going wrong is not small. Military accidents that escalate, and they don't all have to be around Ukraine. They could be not just in the Black Sea, but in Syria or in Libya. They could be elsewhere, in even sub-Saharan Africa, where the Wagner Group and other activities, anyway, places where Russia and the West come into contact where things can go wrong. And that's a durable risk. The second point I'd make is about energy, to go back to the discussion you've had a number of times. And just a simple point, I think, will there be wars over energy in this region? I think not. Could energy be used as a pretext for other sovereignty goals and to make other kinds of points? Certainly it could. But if you want to think about how to have more bankable projects in this sphere, it's all about regional cooperation. It's about interconnectors. I mean, if you could actually have a functioning détente between Turkey and Greece again, this would make all the difference for reasons that we could talk about. Just on this, it's notable that for both countries, the tourism economy dwarfs the energy economy. And if that's not a stake in stability, I'm not sure what is, because tourism doesn't survive instability. The third final point I would make is about the transatlantic context. And I would say that on all of these fronts that we're mentioning in this session, certainly whether we're talking about energy, but also on migration, also on food security, the US is a stakeholder in this. I think there is a bit of mythology about the United States disengaging from the region. I frankly don't see very much evidence of that. Could it happen over the next years or decade as a result of distractions in the Asia-Pacific arena? Absolutely it could. But so far the United States is fully vested here. It's vested in stability in the Aegean. We're vested in the migration issue, Minister, as you were talking about it, in many, many different ways as a matter of human security, but also politically. The kind of politics that could be driven by uncontrolled migration in Europe are certainly not favorable to American interests. Very few of the parties that want to use this, instrumentalize this issue, are Atlanticist by nature. And so it's very much in the American interest, regardless of the administration, I think, to help the European Union and others to have a sort of deliberate approach to migration, as you were talking about. And it's also not a short-term thing. It's structural. If you think about the prosperity divide between North and South across the Mediterranean, it's probably the starkest, the most dramatic anywhere in the world except the Korean Peninsula. That's a recipe for long-term structural economic migration. And if you add to all of that the kind of economic pressures we're seeing globally and also in this region, it seems to me it simply makes the risk even higher on all of these fronts. In Turkey, they talk about 75% inflation officially. It's probably closer to 100%. Those kinds of conditions don't necessarily encourage stable foreign and security policies. But I'm sure we'll talk more about that. So let me perhaps stop there. Thank you very much.
Great. So we have advertised on the program Admiral Jim Stavridis. Is he going to show up on our video at some point?
I hope we have, yes.
There he is. Hello, Admiral. There he is. So you don't need much of an introduction, certainly not to a room full of Greeks, Admiral. But just for those of you who don't recall, the panel we had previously was a defense minister panel, and it was with the Greek, Cypriot, and Israeli defense ministers. And at least in my mind, you remain the supreme allied commander of European forces. And of course, you've had a distinguished academic career as well and are now working in the private sector. So if you would maybe address the question behind you, which is risk and risk whether it's the game or the book, maybe as you look at the geopolitical framework and join us for this conversation.
Well, thank you, Marcos. And obviously, it is tragic for any Greek American not to come to Greece for a conference. So, first and foremost, I have to say how sorry I am not to be there in person with so many great friends, including a number right here on the stage. Ian Lesser, how are you? And Marcos, my dear friend from your days as the first ambassador spouse of Hungary when we worked together when I was NATO commander, and big hugs and kisses to Madam Lieutenant Governor from her favorite admiral. What I thought I might do is talk about risk, and in particular I want to pick up two threads, one from Ian and the other from the minister. In terms of Ian's comments a moment ago, I just want to reinforce, in my view, and as you would imagine, I follow this extremely closely, the U.S. is not going anywhere out of Europe. And there are a wide number of reasons for that, but it also includes the simple fact that our best pool of partners, with all due respect to our wonderful alliances in the Pacific, our best and biggest pool of partners is right here on this continent. And of course, when you add to it the challenge of Putin's behavior, it only magnifies the importance of this. And for those who say the U.S. is headed to the Pacific, I suspect our European colleagues will be engaging in the Pacific with us. We need to recall that Russia is a Pacific power. China certainly is. It's going to require engagement by our European allies and the United States working together in that region. And in the face of the current invasion, of course, we're seeing a significant addition of U.S. combat power to the continent to include a forward 3-star headquarters going into Poland. Boy, I wish I'd had access to that when I was Supreme Allied Commander. The movement of brigade combat teams forward, the addition of Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers in Rota, which will be operating often in the eastern Mediterranean, new joint strike fighter squadrons going into the United Kingdom. So from my perspective, the U.S. is not going anywhere, and I think we will continue to be deeply engaged, not only in Europe with the challenges here, but also in terms of further activities and the management of risk in the Pacific as well. The second point I want to make stems from Ukraine and picking up comments that both the minister and Ian Lesser made about the region and the possibility for instability, and also picking up a bit of the previous panel with my dear friend Benny Gantz. I want to focus in on grain, on food coming out of Ukraine, or more to the point, not coming out of Ukraine. I think that is deeply concerning, not only to the Ukrainian economic situation and the chances of Ukraine continuing this conflict in an effective way, which they have certainly done thus far with our help. But if we can't unlock this illegal blockade that Putin has made of the North Sea, and at this moment we are effectively ceding control of the water space of the Black Sea to Vladimir Putin, I think that's a mistake. And the knock-on effect of not getting that grain out will be food insecurity, potentially food riots, more instability, especially in North Africa and the Middle East. So one thing I have been encouraging our leaders to think about and talk about is potentially unlocking that blockade and doing it in a way that is as minimally confrontational as possible. And I think that would be to clear the minefields that have been put in place and escort these grain tankers out of Odessa through Ukrainian waters and international waters, going nowhere near Russian waters, and taking them down through the Bosphorus and to their waiting, hungry populations. It's a humanitarian mission. It could be done with, if necessary, naval escorts. And historically, we've done exactly that in the 1980s when we, the United States in that case, escorted Kuwaiti oil tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz, which the Iranians were seeking to close. It was quite effective as a maneuver, a tactical and a strategic maneuver. It helped with energy. And by the way, young Lieutenant Stavridis, and in those days I had a great head of hair like Marcus does. In those days, I was in charge of several of those convoy operations. We have the precedent to do it, we have the capability to do it, we have the motive to do it. I think it's time to seriously consider that for the impact on the global food security situation and also on the Ukrainian economy. So I'll stop there, Marcos, with those two thoughts, which we can address and debate as we continue this wonderful conversation. Thanks for having me.
Great, thank you. You know what's so marked is the centrality and the commitment of the United States in this future world. And so thank you for reminding us of its commitment to the commons and to security everywhere. And of course, someone who is concerned with America and its role is, of course, the person next to me, David Harris, who was in charge of the American Jewish Committee and has been looking at the world not only from an American lens, but also from a lens of a minority that often suffers during times of war and during times of migration. David, I'm going to hand it over to you, and I don't know what you're going to talk about, but I'm sure it'll be interesting.
Marcos, thank you very much, and a special thanks to The Economist, to Daniel, to Nectaria, and to the staff for inviting me back and allowing me to participate in this very distinguished and I would add timely challenge. I've been a student of the decade of the 1930s for a good part of my life. I've tried not to become a prisoner of history, but a student of history. And for me, there are two central and enduring lessons from the 1930s that perhaps we have ignored at our peril. The first is the failure of appeasement as a policy. Churchill was asked by Roosevelt during the Second World War, "What do you think we ought to call this war?" And Churchill's response almost instantaneously was the unnecessary war, suggesting that there were various moments between 1933, January, when Hitler became chancellor, until September 1st, 1939, when German forces invaded Poland, when the war might have been stopped. And the second enduring lesson was the failure of imagination of many otherwise thoughtful, intelligent leaders in that decade who refused to believe that what Hitler himself had written in 1924 and 25 in the Landsberg prison, which became known as Mein Kampf, would actually translate into state policy if Hitler could achieve power. Instead, there was that old political science theory that governance moderates, and at the end of the day, if you can't pick up the garbage and deliver the mail, you can't for long function in government. Fast forward. We, the world, watched as Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, step by step, slice by slice, tested us while moving into Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Donbass, Crimea, and looking for other vulnerable spots. I'll mention Transnistria as well. And our reaction, whatever we may have thought about it, was clearly not how he perceived it. He himself had said for the world, in a way, as Hitler had said for the world, and I quote, The greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. Few chose to believe him. And I think, Marcos, while we are engaged now in global reimagination, global threats, global challenges, we have to save some time and space to understand what went wrong within the thoughtful spaces of Western analysis and decision-making that allowed us to ignore those two central lessons, that allowed us to convince ourselves that through trade, investment, energy dependency, we were actually creating a more peaceful and stable and predictable world. And I don't think that those are issues that can easily be brushed aside, even in the moment. My second point, the German Marshall Fund was mentioned, as was the 75th anniversary, Ian, of the Marshall Fund itself. This is a moment in time, I believe, where once again the world is yearning for visionary, courageous, determined leadership, statesmanship, not political ship, statesmanship. The people who will guide us both through the immediate crisis and beyond. And from an American perspective, there was no more productive moment in defining a new international rules-based order than the Truman administration that began on April the 12th, 1945, and continued through January the 20th, 1953, of which the Marshall Plan was but one example. And in Europe, the vision of Robert Schuman, Jean Monnet, supported over time by Paul-Henri Spaak, by Alcide de Gasperi, by Konrad Adenauer, who also understood that it was no longer time for palliatives or band-aids or press statements. It was a time, as the defense minister of Greece said a few moments ago, for action, for redefining and reimagining. And I would say, to fast forward, this is that moment once again for visionary, courageous leadership in the short term to get us through what I believe, Marcos, inevitably will become Ukraine fatigue. What is now a consensus in the West, in the EU, in NATO, in the Transatlantic Alliance about Ukraine is going to begin to wither, I fear, as the war continues, as Ukraine valiantly resists, but as food prices go up, gas prices go up, inflation gallops, and people begin to ask in their own countries, why is Ukraine more important than us? And what does that mean for political stability? And longer term, my last point, what's the next great idea? What's the next great imagination for the like-minded countries, the community of democracies? And I think in a way the answer begins right here in the example of Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, and the concentric circles that we know about involving other East Med, North African, and Middle Eastern countries that are taking on the issues of energy, of environment, of defense, in order to establish a new concept in the international order which is so desperately needed at this moment in time.
Thank you. If I may pick up on a few things to start. I mean, thank you very much. All of you raised very important issues, and I wanted to start off with your last point. Yes, about the need to act now and the need to keep the momentum going to maintain the high level of solidarity and support of Ukraine. And we were just talking at lunchtime with Yulia Tymoshenko and Sir Stuart Peach about why this is not the time for a ceasefire. This is the time actually to accelerate initiatives and to put forward strong leadership. So I wanted to come back to this point that you raised, because we discussed this at lunch, Mr. Stavridis, about lifting the blockade. This was precisely our conversation about how that could be done. So I just wanted to follow up with you on your proposal. Would this be a unilateral initiative? Would you be seeking, as well as NATO, to get the support of countries in the Middle East and North Africa and Africa, sub-Saharan Africa as well? You say that we have the capability. We talked about this as well. This was a capability that the UK had, which has now been to some degree lost. I know that NATO has it. So it's a question really about how you go about building the coalition to actually lift this blockade. Is it a unilateral action by NATO, or would you present this to the regime in Russia and seek agreement for that to happen or not? And where is the capability? Who do you envisage doing the mine lifting?
Let's kind of go from the inside out. I'm going to begin with capability. The first thing you have to do is sweep the mines. But the good news is you don't have to sweep all the mines. You have to create a channel that would come out of Odessa through the extant minefields and clear into international waters. NATO has a standing maritime mine-sweeping group that can be applied to this. There's plenty of mine-sweeping capability in the alliance. That would be job one. Again, from the inside out, then you would have to arrange for convoy activities and determine whether you wanted to do that one-on-one, in other words, one guided missile frigate for every grain ship, or you wanted to do a zone defense. I could make a case for either one of those, depends on how rapidly we'd be moving grain tankers out and so forth. That's the basic structure, and again, we have historical precedent. In the Mediterranean today, not only does NATO have a standing mine-sweeping group, it also has a standing maritime combat group of frigates and destroyers, currently commanded by an American admiral that rotates among the nations. That group could go forward. So that's the basic structure. Moving out one layer, before you get to Moscow, you've got to get to Ankara and convince our Turkish allies that this makes sense, that it fits under the Montreux Conventions, that they would allow the movement of additional warships into the Black Sea. I think they would, but those are decisions for Turks to make. They would be made collectively in the alliance. I think that it's certainly possible. And by the way, worth noting that President Erdogan has been in Moscow recently trying to address this issue, specifically with Vladimir Putin. So next stop would be Ankara. Then again, moving out concentric rings, who exactly is going to do this? I think ideally it would be NATO plus. And what I mean by that is kind of the Afghan model where we had NATO as a core military apparatus and we added another 20 plus nations to create a real coalition. So I think your point's a very good one. Logically, the nations of North Africa and the Middle East have, we'd say in American English, some skin in the game here in that they would want that grain to come out. So you'd then build this coalition. I think NATO would be terrific. If not NATO, you could, I'm sure, get the Brits and the Americans and probably a number of other NATO nations to operate. But yes, you take a coalition report. And then finally, as we get to the outer ring, I think then you go to Moscow and you say to Vladimir Putin, look, the grain is going to come out of Odessa. We'd like to do this in a way that doesn't create confrontation. How about if you step back and allow these grain shipments to go forth? And my guess is he would at that point make a humanitarian gesture and do so because he'd be being presented with a fait accompli. I think it's highly unlikely that he would take the risk of attacking a NATO warship, particularly one engaged in a clearly humanitarian activity coming out. So I apologize for the length of the answer, but that's how I would sketch it out.
Well, thanks. Thank you very much indeed.
Just to note on this one, Admiral, that Greece has offered to NATO to contribute with cargo vessels so we can participate in this convoy if needed.
Wonderful point, Mr. Minister.
Yes, David? I was going to also say that, David, do you want to pick up on that? Okay, Ian?
We have no ships to offer, unfortunately,
okay.
the American Jewish Committee. I wish we did.
No, I think this is an absolutely critical point, and Jim, you've been writing a lot about this, and I think a lot of people are really on this point. I mean, it raises, though, I think a question about time. Whose side is time on in this conflict? And at the moment, we could talk about the situation on the ground. Jim is better placed to judge. But I mean, over time, let's think about it in terms of years. Russia has to look at this and say, every month, every year that goes by, Ukraine becomes stronger. It becomes stronger economically because of assistance. It gets more and more intelligence help. It gets more and more arms. It gets more training. Whatever they can do, it seems to me they've got to do it now, the Russians. And we want to take the edges off of the humanitarian consequences of that while you seek to contain the situation in Ukraine itself. And I think the sort of action that Jim was just outlining is exactly one of the ways to do it. And maybe if you get the Turks on board with this, it might help on some other fronts as well. That wouldn't be a bad thing.
If I may follow up with one more question, and then I'm handing back over to you, Marcus. It's a question for the Minister on the migration issue. Just putting aside for a moment the Ukraine migration issue, what we've seen already we have the data from Frontex for the first 5 months of this year, and we're seeing something like a 90% increase in illegal arrivals across EU borders. Attempted arrivals, I think, is something like around 90,000 this year, which compared with 2019 was around 30,000. So there's a big spike already in the first 5 months of the year. And from what everybody's saying, everybody's expecting that to get much worse as pressures grow over the remainder of the year. Could you tell us a little bit about why that's happening and how the routes are changing? Because there seems to be a bit of a shift in the routes. So the Western Balkan route seems to be becoming more important now. Estimates of numbers in the Western Balkans trying to cross into Austria and then into Germany and so on is quite high. There's also seems to be a shift in the route, the Mediterranean route, towards Italy, also to Cyprus. Numbers up really everywhere. Can you tell us a little bit about why that might be happening? Is this because of actually changes in Greek or Turkish policy, or is there something else going on here which we're missing? Because you've been quite effective in speeding up the asylum cases. You've transferred away from the islands to the mainland. Is that a factor or not?
It's very good you mentioned Cyprus. It needs to be noted that Cyprus is the most affected EU country today. And the EU needs to show more tangible solidarity as fast as possible to Cyprus. People are taking advantage of the Green Seas Line fire, and because Turkey is not cooperating, people are just crossing that line each and every day, causing a major issue for the Republic of Cyprus. Now, traditionally, the key route to Europe has been the Mediterranean route. And we're seeing there was a period from 2015 to 2019 that Greece became the key path to the European Union. That has changed since 2020. We're seeing the traffic going back now from Libya to Italy. It is a migration pathway which is associated with substantial loss of life, because there is a big distance from Libya to Italy, and a lot of people every day lose their life there. It is clear that the EU needs to do more with Frontex in preventing illegal departure. We need to work more closely with countries of transit to ensure that they're not assisting these kind of illegal departures. And at the same time, Europe needs to agree on a new pact on migration and asylum that provides tangible solidarity to frontline states. And unfortunately, we're still far away from that. And also, as I said before, provide more active humanitarian corridors. Just one last word from the comment made by David Harris, that we missed a lot of signs coming from Russia, and that's a very good lesson coming out of your contribution. I need to remind everyone what happened with Belarus just a year ago versus Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia, where Belarus, therefore Russia, has used migration to exercise pressure to the European Union. When did that happen? After the EU stepped up sanctions to Belarus, Belarus tried to take revenge over the European Union by using migration. This kind of example, this is what makes us more cautious when it comes to our position in the southeastern Mediterranean side, having a neighbor that has also used migration in line with its geopolitical objectives.
If I may then just jump in and take both a tip from the Admiral and also pick up on what David Harris said. And it regards lessons, because the lessons that we have to be aware of are ones that we, certainly in California, who are on the Pacific Rim, and this is where I'm referring to what the Admiral said, Russia, a Pacific nation, China, a Pacific nation, and California, the United States, therefore, on the Pacific Rim. How, and this is one of the things that we actually don't talk an awful lot about at this conference because of the regional orientation of it, but clearly is a part of every one of these conversations in its importance, and it's the question of whether China and that relationship to Russia. And what lessons should we look to? How do we perceive this February 5th communique and understanding between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, for instance, saying that they have a friendship with no limits? What are the lessons that we should be looking at? Is it what's going on in Xinjiang, or what happened on the border with India, or that is currently the stress and the threat to the Straits of Taiwan? Are those lessons visible today, and how do we approach this geopolitical question, which is now manifesting itself on the European continent today? My hair should be on fire because there is a war going on in this neighborhood. What is the next step, and how does this evolve? How do we prevent it, and what are the tools that we have at hand to make sure that it doesn't spread, and that we can, in fact, not only learn those lessons, but implement the solutions, or at least the deterrence, to that potential threat that exists today?
Is that to the Admiral or to me?
I will open it to either of you, and I will be deferring to Joan to tell me how much time we have. So.
Yes, we have about 7 minutes.
Okay.
Can we?
6, 5.
Admiral,
5
can I
minutes.
yield the first half and then keep
Sure.
the second half?
I'd love to, and I'll do it very quickly. First of all, while I'm concerned about the situation in Taiwan, I think it's unlikely that China will make a sudden move on Taiwan. If you're Xi Jinping right about now, you're asking yourself, are my generals as bad as Putin's generals appear to be? Will those Taiwanese fight like hell the way the Ukrainians are? I think the answer to both those questions is yes. And thirdly, you're asking, will sanctions, will the West hold together? And you're thinking, I'm too big to sanction, but could they come after some pretty critical sectors for me? So I think all of that, coupled with the fact that in November, President Xi goes up for his third 5-year term as the leader of China, he's not looking to start a war right now. And as far as the friendship without limits, I think it's actually shown some significant limits. Xi has not jumped all in on this. He is trying to kind of play the ball down the middle of the field, so to speak. He's taking plenty of discounted oil. That's already starting to diminish somewhat. The more Putin appears bogged down, the less likely it is that President Xi is going to really implement that friendship without limits. And final thought, if I were advising President Putin, which I assure you I am not, but if I were, I would say, Vladimir, be very, very careful here. You are on a course to become an extremely junior partner to China. China looks north at Siberia, a landmass the size of the continental United States. Nobody lives there, maybe 15 to 20 million people, but it's full of oil, gas, timber, arable land, fresh water, gold, diamonds, rare earths. You get the idea. China looks at that like my dog looks at a ribeye steak. It looks really good, President Putin. So that's a long way of saying I'm not concerned about a sudden flare-up out of this, but I think the challenges are more strategic and longer range, and I bet David has some great thoughts on that.
So first of all, I completely agree with the Admiral that Vladimir Putin should not put all of the family money, which we're told is quite considerable, on a strong future with China. Number one. Number two, AJC was recently in Tokyo and we met with Prime Minister Kishida, as well as with the Chief Cabinet Secretary and the Foreign Minister. And what Japan has been saying is, for heaven's sake, stop looking at Ukraine as a European, a transatlantic, or an American issue. It is a global issue because Beijing and Pyongyang, among others, are studying this microscopically to try to understand the lessons, some of which the Admiral referred to, in a sense of resistance, in this case from Taiwan. But we have to understand ourselves that these other actors are not waiting in line for the Ukraine issue to somehow end. Tehran, Beijing, and Pyongyang are watching this very carefully. Number three, we also have to understand that we are vulnerable in many ways. The global supply chain has become sort of standardized language for all of us in a way that it hadn't been before, Marcos. And when you look just at the issue of advanced semiconductors that are manufactured by Taiwan, if by chance the Admiral is wrong, and I'm not saying you are, Jim, not at all, but if you're wrong, the world is in huge immediate trouble as a result of our vulnerability just on this issue alone, not to mention other such matters. And finally, and perhaps most importantly for me, we AJC have visited Beijing on several occasions. Paul Kennedy's book, The Decline and Fall of Civilizations, is very much on the minds of China's leaders. We heard this from them themselves. They believe that there is a new version of the book soon to be written with an additional chapter, The Decline and Fall of the American Civilization. So long-term strategy, Marcos, from your California to my New York, across the country, we, the United States of America, must prove China wrong. This is not the decline and fall of the American civilization. To the contrary, we have a great deal of work to do in America. This is not the time to discuss that. But we have to prove that the greatest days of America are ahead of us, not behind us. And that would be the strongest message, I believe, to the CCP, to the leadership in China.
Okay, I'll...
Marcus, can I add one?
Sure, I think the
Admiral had a point.
Final point. When David spoke earlier about the 1930s, recall also the great mistake of America in the 1930s was isolationism, was walking away from the world, was building trade and tariff barriers. We thought we could come back and ignore the world. And so to David's excellent prescription of an America that is still leaning forward into this century, I want to add, we've got to do it with our allies, partners, and friends. Our greatest comparative advantage is this gorgeous garden of allies, partners, and friends. We have to tend that garden or it will wither. And I think those are the two keys to our strategy here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to finish, else I'll be in big trouble. But actually, we started after 5. It's still only 5:45, 46. So we've got a minute for you, Ian, for a final word.
This is very kind. Well, I mean, Jim actually took one of the points, so that's which I fully agree with. This point about sticking together. I was going to say on the question of lessons. I mean, I saw two. One is that we have to rethink how we understand deterrence. We understood deterrence about rational countries. We understood deterrence maybe about crazy states. We hadn't reckoned with the ruthlessness. It's just the sheer ruthlessness of an actor like Putin. And that may be true in Taiwan as well, I'm not sure. But ruthlessness, deterrence, that whole equation. The second is just cohesion. Cohesion matters. Transatlantic cohesion matters. It's all the points you were making, David, but writ large, I would say. Putin may have thought he would split the West with this. It's had precisely the opposite effect. It's a lesson.
So let's thank our great panel. Thank you very much, Admiral, for joining us. It's been great having you part of the conversation here, even though you couldn't be with us today. So thanks very much for joining us. Please, big round of applause for all the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very important final conversation now, so please stay in your seats. We're going to have a photograph and we're going to move swiftly on for the final session. Please stay for a photograph. Family photograph.
While our previous panel leave the stage, let me introduce you to our final panel of the day. All through the day, I think, floating around has been the idea of Turkey as a player in the current situation, the upheaval generated by Russia's actions in Ukraine. And Turkey's been central to this, but also, of course, the relationship between Turkey and Greece is massively important here and central to the themes of this conference. It's often the closest neighbours where you have the worst tensions, and that's certainly been true for Greece and Turkey, where there's been competition for decades over territory, over resources, over culture, and indeed over the scars of history. Well, I'm really delighted that we're going to be joined for the first time today on the stage by somebody from Turkey, and a speaker also from Greece. So please, can I welcome up onto the stage my speakers today, Ioannis Smirlis, who's the Secretary General for International Economic Relations at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Greece. Welcome to you. And to Metin Ercan, who is Professor of Finance and the Chair at the Department of Management of the Bogazici University in Turkey. Welcome, both of you. Please take a seat. Yes, please. Now, I don't know if you have a preference. I don't. But perhaps it would be best if you began and gave us your opening thoughts.
Already. Thank you very much for having me here. Before coming to the conference, I had prepared that specific speech, but I decided to change it as I follow previous sessions and from notable and distinguished speakers and guests. So my initial focus was on the measures on how to curb the military aggression by Russians into the southeastern part of Europe. To counter this, more economic and military build-up are needed. But once I follow previous sessions, I understood that I should give a different twist. First, let me make a disclaimer. I do not represent the government of Turkey. So, nor any intention to become public servant nor politician in the future. So this is from more my academic point of view. Well, we understand that many issues are caused in the region where Turkey happens to be as well. So, so many conflicts in Syria, say in the Black Sea region. We have had some military confrontation with Russia. One of the Russian aircraft had been shot, remember. So it caused many issues in the past. So on the Aegean side, we have chronic problems. So as a academic and in the past as a business executive, I decided to, while you have a big problem, you cannot build more tangible results or generate more tangible results. So Turkey, so new saying for Turkey, Turkey is at the epicenter of many things. So we have pluses and minuses. It's a package deal. Turkey happens to be a big player, very strong player in the region. But it is also vulnerable to many, say, shortcomings. So on the economic side, one of the participants stated that Turkish inflation is on the way up compared to, say, modern countries' average, which amounts to 80%, but according to some estimates, it's much higher. So next year, we have a critical presidential election, even less than a year. So much is happening and is about to happen. So then I was following, on the migration issue, on other issues, Turkey may deserve to get some unfavorable, say, criticism. But, if we dig deeper, without having a common ground, without establishing a mutual agreement, unfortunately, one cannot secure a long-lasting, prosperous region. So, therefore, as a must, Turkey and Greece must somehow establish good neighboring relationship. Easier said than done. It was amazing to follow the defense ministers. So I wish in the future our Minister of Defense should be part of this, say, quadrilateral agreement. So otherwise, say, confronting or attempt to create new frictions, this purpose is not going to be served. Nobody will benefit from it. So nobody should be a spoiler either. So we should stick to the international law rule-bound order. So it is also critical that Turkey should obey all the necessary issues. But the thing is, we need to reconcile our differences. So I think my time is up. I can continue from that. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. And let me just underline, in case it wasn't clear to everybody, you don't speak on behalf of the Turkish government. You're not a politician. You're very generously giving us your time to give a Turkish perspective. Secretary General, your thoughts, please.
I speak on behalf of the government, so it's not.
That's understood.
So I share just my thoughts, as you understand, yes. But I should follow what we believe is best for our country, for Greece. Just let me start from where we are. We are after 2 years of COVID and of a difficult situation for our societies and our economies in the whole region. It was it was a global problem, but you can understand how much the Western Balkans were affected. Our neighborhood was affected from COVID. And now, after this, we have the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. What happened? It happened that we have also, over the economic crisis that we had from COVID, we have to face a new economic crisis, a new energy crisis, and even food crisis in some countries. So what was that Kyriakos Mitsotakis and the Greek government did from the beginning? We thought that we should not just face a problem, but should see the challenge. What was the challenge? To make reforms in the country at first. So we took advantage of all these problems and all this problematic situation. We made reforms in Greece, and we prepared Greece in order to play a bigger role in the region. The role that we should play, as we are the oldest member of EU in the region. We are a stable democracy. We are also the biggest economy in the Balkan region. So, and of course for us, it's something that it should happen as soon as possible. And what is this? To have Western Balkans in EU. And why we want this? Because we believe that the Western Balkans is a market that belongs to Greece, belongs to EU, belongs to the West. And this is the first step in order to open the gate and have prosperity, have development, and have better days for all our nations. So from the beginning, we started looking to the north and looking to the south. We had a multilateral cooperation with Cyprus and Israel, with Egypt and Cyprus, with all the Balkan region. We tried already with the Western Balkans, and we did it 1 year ago when Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister, said in Berlin that we should find a way to take these green lanes that we had in the COVID area about the pharmaceuticals and make it something more permanent, because when you work together better, then you are closer in the mentality and you can make faster steps. So now in 2 days we have in Thessaloniki, the Thessaloniki Connectivity Forum with all the Western Balkans, all the EU members who have borders with them, in order to see what we will do with the green lanes in a more permanent way. And more than that, we said from the beginning that the only way it is to work together. Greece is always open on that. Greece is always saying that we are open. Also, I think today, the Prime Minister said it in Strasbourg, that we are open in any positive discussion and in any discussion anyway. We are not positive to any threat. And this is the message that the Prime Minister and the whole government is sending to all the neighbors, in the whole of the neighborhood. So for us, it's crystal clear. We want to develop together. And of course, by having all these problems in energy anymore, we know that we have a more important role also to play at the energy sector. Because from now on, it's pretty clear that the whole European Union and the whole European partners, we cannot survive if we continue looking only to Russia for energy. So for us, we need to find more sources, we need to find more routes, more corridors, and of course, Greece is at the southeast part of this family, of the European family, and we should get ready, and we are getting ready, in order to play this role and to give more opportunities to Europe. Because remember something, that we are governments, and the governments should help the nations, and the nations want to have prosperity, want to have stability, and want to have development.
Great, thank you very much. I mean, you've taken the title of the session, Strategic Cooperation with Neighbouring Countries in Turbulent Times, quite literally, and in one particular direction. I would invite you, given that we have a guest from Turkey, and it's been such a prominent theme that's been echoing around all through the day. Turkey's role, Turkey, forgive me, the role in the global picture, but also specifically relations with Greece. So let me shape the question a bit more specifically. Have events in Ukraine shifted Greece's approach to its relations with Turkey in any direction? Are things looking more fluid now or less fluid than they were before the conflict began?
You know that Greece never changed the way that is looking Turkey. We believe that we are neighbors, this cannot change, so we should work together. And that's why we created also, it was a proposal that was accepted by the Turkish side, the positive agenda, a meeting of a positive agenda where we put in front whatever connects us, things that we don't have something that we don't agree. And it was working pretty well. At the last period, it didn't work. The last month didn't work pretty well, and it was not cancelled, but a little bit frozen. I think that is something that is positive for both countries, and that both sides understand that we should continue this discussion. Of course, you know that these difficult times come and live between the relationship of the two countries. But from our side, it's crystal clear what we want to cooperate, and we are open for any discussion. What we don't want and won't agree is what having said a month ago that we don't want to discuss with you. It was pretty clear from the side of Turkey. And even on this, our Prime Minister, our government, didn't took this challenge. This is not a challenge for us. The challenge is how we could talk together and how we can find solutions in order to live together. So, of course, we have our red lines. The red lines are crystal clear. They are coming from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Defense, and the Prime Minister himself. And these red lines are the same for many, many years. So I don't think that something changed because of the war. What changed because of the war is the way that we see Greece, not the way that we see Turkey. Greece is more important now for EU, and we will play the role that we should play for the European Union and for the whole region.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Ercan, your view on this, how the shaping of relations between the two countries may have altered in the context of what's happening in the global picture?
First of all, we should understand that Turkey is part of Western world. So the founder of Turkish Republic, modern Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, has made a strategic choice of getting Turkey integrated into more Western values and the system. So let me correct this first. Second, well, it's not about a game on how to get more favors from any organization. It's about how to benefit from the synergies. So now with the Russian aggression, so now there is a say clear and posing threat for all parties involved. So all the disagreements, conflicts, let's put them on the side, on the back burner, because we cannot solve them overnight. So let them freeze them. And for the war, and we have to prepare the southern eastern part in terms of economic development and ensuring the security. So the political discourses may be part of political agenda. So I'm so glad that I'm not part of the government, so I can speak more freely. The thing is, well, discourses will not serve any purpose for the well-being of the national interests of both countries. So, and if you make a bigger statement, you are not win the game. So the game is how much benefits, well-being can be realized. So I have many Greek-American friends, so we always got along well, but when it comes to national issues, we could not come to a common denominator, which is wrong to my understanding. So well, I'm trying to be impartial. The thing is, well, forget about the more governmental big, say, claims. Let's put them on the side. So internationally, we can try to fix them, resolve them. But for time being, now there is this war and threat that might come to the southern eastern part. So together, we can build, participate in the infrastructure projects. So do business together. So, for example, Turkey and Greece have had some nice business in the past. So, for example, National Bank of Greece had acquired a big bank in the past. So later was sold to a Qatari company. So some big conglomerates, Turkish conglomerates, is investing in hotel business. So let's leave these big discussions to the more empowered and career life politicians. Let's focus on establishing value added outputs. So, of course, to me, we can still discuss on these issues. We should find a solution at the end of the day. But escalating this would not serve anybody. So here, I find this exclusion very dangerous. So Turkey should not be excluded and should not exclude itself either. So when it comes to natural gas exploration and the pipeline deployment, Turkey should be part of it. So because if there is any confrontation or tension going on in the eastern side, well, it will cause problem. We cannot make better use of full capacity. So the benefit is so immense that everybody can benefit. So it's better to sit together. That's why my wish is that to see all the defense ministers sitting together. You don't have to agree on, even in our marriages, we don't agree on everything, but we find a way to continue. So my suggestion would be specifically with the emergence of war, imminent threat, let's sit together, let's build southeastern part, and let's see what we can do next.
Thank you very much.
Can I say one word on
Of course, please do.
At the first 2 minutes of your speech, dear Mr. Erkan, I totally agree, and I would say that you can be an advisor of mine in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and transfer this opinion to the government of Turkey. Of course, after a while, you change the way that you are thinking, and you went back to a more official approach of the topic.
I'm a business guy, business finance guy. So I'm not a career diplomat or anything. I don't have any aspiration to become ambassador or minister. So just, I'm saying what I feel from inside.
It's pretty clear that the ones that are supporting what you are saying is the Greek side. That's why we have the positive agenda. That's why we want to cooperate. But of course, what you said at the end, it is a red line, because whenever we want to have exploration, for example, of energy, in our territories, we will do it ourselves. In territories that we should work together, we work together. And this is not for Turkey. This is for every country. Every country has its territory. So if we want our territory to do something, or you go to your territory to do something, you can do it right away without asking the neighbor. Of course, if you pass the fence, of course, you should discuss with the neighbor. It happens with a tree that passes a fence and goes to the neighboring house. But what it is important, it is what you said at the beginning, and we totally agree on that. We should sit together and discuss and see how we can have trade together. And I must tell you that the trade between Greece and Turkey is 4.5 billion euro, which is not nothing. It is at the top 10 of the Greek trade partners in the world. So this means that our trade communities, the trade partnership, it exists and it works. And why is that? Because they don't see the politics. So as long as we can separate this at the one part and at the second part, as long as we stick on what you say, which is not official from Turkey, but it is because you are a respectful professor from Turkey. So we totally understand what you mean, and we totally agree on this part of the story.
I have a recommendation, quick and practical. Regardless of the ownership of land, suppose that we are to build a skyscraper. So then we should let the third party make the value bigger. Forget about the who owns what and under which conditions. Let's form a business consortium, okay, from Turkey, from Greece, okay? So if needed, 1K pay the fees. So it's like a piece of land on which we build a big, say, skyscrapers, and then we can create much higher value. So without getting into who owns what, we can do it. This is a simple business proposition. Thank you.
So it is pretty clear what you say, and this is why I told you before we have the positive agenda, in order to build together. And of course, we want to build together, and of course, we hope that soon, just after the summer, we'll have the next meeting on that, because we are discussing on such topics. How we can have clean sea and see the pollution, how we can together explore not about energy, but about technology and about the future. So how we can build together technology that will be great for the whole region, and it will be great if we can participate together in even more trilateral and multilateral meetings, more than NATO.
Sure.
And see how we can work together for the whole region, even if you see at the north or you see at the south. And I hope, and we hope, that the leadership of Turkey will follow your advice, because you are Turkey, so it is important that there are voices like this in Turkey. Will follow these voices and will come and sit and discuss in order to find solutions, because with the discussion we will have solutions.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. At least at a metaphorical level, I think we found some foundation for future building. That's what Correct. It sounded like.
Correct.
It's the end of the first day of this absolutely fabulous, fascinating conference so far, and I hope to see as many of you as possible tomorrow. But before you leave, please join me in thanking our two guests today. Thank you very much indeed.
Στις θάλασσες όλου του κόσμου, η Capital Product Partners LP πλέει προς όλο ταχώς προς την πράσινη ναυτιλία με σύγχρονο στόλο 25 πλοίων. Με 15 χρόνια επιτυχημένης παρουσίας στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης, και μακροχρόνιες ναυλώσεις με τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες ενέργειας και μεταφοράς κοντέινερ παγκοσμίως, πρωτοπορεί σε μια δυναμική ρότα επενδύσεων σε νέες τεχνολογίες πρόωσης, συμβάλλοντας στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Capital Product Partners LP.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που πραγματοποιούν τα όνειρά τους. Που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που εξασφαλίζουν το μέλλον τους και αντιμετωπίζουν τα πάντα με αισιοδοξία. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που ξεκινούν με σιγουριά μια νέα ζωή. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 130 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα που φροντίζουν την υγεία εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων στην Ελλάδα και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Φάρμακα που είναι η λύση για τους ασθενείς, για το σύστημα υγείας, για ολόκληρη τη χώρα. Υπάρχουν επώνυμα φάρμακα ασφαλή και προσιτά που παράγονται με τα υψηλότερα πρότυπα ποιότητας και είναι αποτέλεσμα διαρκούς έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Αυτά είναι τα φάρμακα που αξίζει να στηρίξουμε γιατί μπορούν να προσφέρουν ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Αυτά είναι τα ελληνικά φάρμακα. Ελληνικό φάρμακο. Η λύση για την υγεία, την κοινωνία, την ανάπτυξη.
Το δάσος δεν έπαψε στιγμή να μας προστατεύει. Έχει τα μάτια του στραμμένα επάνω μας για να μας προσφέρει στέγη, οξυγόνο, ζωή. Ήρθε όμως η στιγμή να στρέψουμε τα δικά μας μάτια επάνω του. Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionize the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
More than half a century ago, we envisioned the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envisioned the future and paved the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people, who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group, investing in Greece, investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives